It is my pleasure to welcome you to the inaugural BW Legal World Business Confluence and Legal Dialogues Conference. The theme of the summit this year is reimagining a dynamic legal landscape in wake of constantly changing business environment. Business world has changed. Will the legal lead or follow? My name is Khyati Kawa, and I'm really glad to be the host to all of you today. With a view to bridging a gap between the business and the legal sectors across the globe and to get stimulating discussions on the road, BW Legal World brings business leaders and legal doyens from all verticals of the legal fraternity, law firms, in house departments, jurists, independent practitioners, writers and researchers, law institutes, legal tech innovators, and more together on one platform. Pushing forward the vision of BW Business World, BW Legal World prides itself on covering the revolution in the legal landscape worldwide to bring its readers latest trends and information and being the common thread that ties them all in the opportunities to build a brighter future. Launched in 2019, BW Legal World is an offshoot of BW Business World, a fortnightly magazine launched more than 3 decades ago that has since consistently ranked amongst India's largest and most reputed business magazines. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman, Editor in Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in India. With a network spanning across 15 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With over 40 years of legacy, BW enjoys a strong reputation for providing unbiased, independent, and diverse viewpoints. With changing times, BW now has massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 17 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. Can we please have the BWAV for our audience to showcase its growth journey?
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, now moving on with the summit. Championing the cause of change, BW Legal World brings the most distinguished legal luminaries on one virtual platform for an enlightening dialogue on the pressing legal issues to the near future. Let's spread the word outside. Of course, we want to all of you to move forward and spread the word in the virtual format, online conversations, share the experiences from this platform with a wider audience. I request everyone to join the online conversations by using our hashtag, which is BW Legal Dialogues. You can also watch us live on our official Facebook page, BW Business World. Now, before we get started, we would like to thank our partners who have made this summit possible. We would like to thank our associate partner, Thyrocare. Thank you, our virtual event partner, Almond Vertex. Thank you to our real estate partner, Bhutani Infra. Thank you to our co-working partner, Springhouse Co-working. Thank you to our knowledge partner, Primus Partners. Before we start, I would also like to show everyone what's in store for you today. Let's have a look at the audiovisual. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, now kickstarting this power-packed day that is dedicated to the legal world. Now may I request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and Exchange for Media Group, to join us and give the inaugural address. A very warm welcome, sir.
Thank you, Kathy. It's a very good morning, Saturday morning. We have a very powerful keynote speaker in Miss Pinky Anand waiting in the backstage, so I won't take much time. But I want to congratulate and express my gratitude to the jury of the BWLegal.com 40 under 40 awards. We are the first in the segment, and thanks to our jury and our jury chair, especially Mr. Shardul Shroff, and all the jury members, Ms. Pinky Anand, Mr. Ryan Karanjawala, Mr. Siddharth Luthra, Mr. Rajiv Luthra, Mr. Pankaj Vasani, Mr. Ramendra Junjunwala, Ms. Rakhi Biswas, Mr. Sanjay Gulati, Mr. Bobby. I'm forgetting some names, but all our jury members contributed to choosing the 40 under 40 tonight. So at 6:30, the 40 under 40 will be unveiled. To contextualize, we created a conference on what is happening in the legal world. The business environment has changed. The business world has changed. So we said, what is the role of the legal services post-COVID? If the business world has changed, will the legal services also change? Will it lead or follow? You know, the impact of legal advice in a regulatory environment, in a governance-oriented environment where compliances were very big, and also when you're doing mergers, acquisitions. And my hunch is post the Corona, there'll be more mergers and acquisitions. The valuations will be more attractive. Of course, Mr. Mukesh Ambani has been busy reinventing Jio and taking to another level, reinventing Reliance Retail and taking it to another level. So point I'm trying to make is that we've tried to contextualize what has happened. I would encourage everyone to log on bwlegalworld.com. In a moment, my colleagues will show you the homepage of bwlegalworld.com. Really, this is a leadership site in the legal domain, and we intend to dominate it. Today, we celebrate the 40 under 40 leaders in the evening at 6:30 p.m. At 6 to 6:30, Mr. Shardul Shroff, who is the jury chair, will talk to us, will deliver his jury keynote address. Today, we start with our first keynote with Ms. Pinky Anand. We have an exciting set of speakers. You will hear Ms. Pinky Anand, Mr. Cyril Shroff, Mr. Jyoti Sagar, Mr. V. Lakshmi Kumaran, Mr. Lalit Bhasin, Mr. Mukesh Bhutani, Mr. Ryan Karanjawala, Mr. Siddharth Luthra, Ms. Zia Modi, Mr. Ajay Bahl, Mr. Behram Vakil. Then we have two panels with GCs, one moderated by our own Ashima Ori and the other moderated by Mr. Sudhir Mishra. Then we hear Mr. Rajiv Luthra and finally Mr. Shardul Shroff. On 19th, next Saturday, we have a whole day conference by BW Legal World dedicated to young leaders. So all the 60 shortlisted candidates that were put up the jury and the 40 winners will be part of it, plus a lot more legal luminaries, and we'll focus on what it takes to be successful and impactful in the legal domain. If I may request my BW Business World and BW Legal World teams, if we can show the bwlegalworld.com homepage quickly. And Ms. Pinky Anand is waiting. She's going to talk to, she's been a former ASG. She's a very celebrated legal luminary. And she would talk about the impact of white-collar crimes on corporate governance. That's what she will do. And if we can show bwlegalworld.com, I'd be happy. Quickly, can we move on? Can we show that? Can give me a yes or no? I'll get BW Legal. Keep it ready. Show it between Ms. Pinky Anand and the next speaker. But I don't want to keep Ms. Anand waiting. She's been there in the backstage. So back to you, Khyati. Back to you, Khyati.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. And yes, we will be showcasing the website in the next break. But thank you so much for setting the context and being here. I would like to move on quickly. As Dr. Batra said, Ms. Anand is here with us, who will be starting our first dialogue of the day. Ms. Pinky Anand, Senior Advocate, former Additional Solicitor General of India. She will speak on the impact of white-collar crimes on corporate governance. We are pleased to have her with us on this very day. So very warm welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Khyati, and thank you, Anurag. As usual, it's a pleasure to start a Saturday morning with Business World after going through this entire exercise of 40 best out of the lot, which we'll be announcing later in the evening. As we speak today, I'm glad I chose the subject. Even in the morning, the newspapers reported that the CBI seeking prosecution sanction against the former defense secretary and some of the other officials as part of the Augusta Westland scam which happened. That is the context in which, in fact, I thought I would raise the subject, because it is something that affects the economy and the society in a far greater manner than traditional crimes do. In particular, white-collar crimes obviously are linked with people of high stature and are distinct from traditional crimes to the extent there is a principal element of breach of trust in the unethical business practices cultivated by motivation, principally financially. The interesting part of white-collar crime and the corporate scams is it is the offender's position that provides the opportunity to perpetrate such crimes. They cover a wide range of activities committed by persons who are otherwise engaged in lawful businesses. The businesses themselves are not unlawful, but the manner in which they are conducted, the perpetrators hold very respectable positions, statures in the communities, and their illegal activities are discovered. It is in multifarious ways. It is in falsifications of accounts. It is in manipulation of audits. It is in manipulation of finances. it is in manipulation of management of the companies. Recently, as you know, we've had various scams, the most famous being the PNB scam of 11,400 crore committed by Nirav Modi, for which he is facing prosecution. And of course, the most recent being the arrest of Mr. Deepak Kochar by the ED for money laundering. The loss to the society actually by these white collar crimes is far graver than the conventional crimes, and that is the reason for the attention which needs to be geared around this particular issue. In particular, I would like to mention about 3,766 incidents of frauds have been detected in financial year 2019, almost a 15% spike from 2018, while the losses incurred saw an 80% rise from 2018. Of course, the corruption index, which defines India's position, is today showing it at the 78th position in 180 countries. Therefore, the general requirement for us to be vigilant about this entire situation and to create a space where we are able to address through corporate governance and through corporate laws the deleterious effect and impact of corporate crime on society and the economy. Um, I know that all of you probably are aware, but let me just mention the various dimensions of amendments that took place, enabling the environment to take care of these kind of situations and to save the economy from the impact of corporate scams and the white collar crimes. 2013 in particular saw wide-ranging amendments in the Indian company law, which was necessitated partly out of the impact of the Satyam scam, which I will advert to very shortly. But basically, the 2013 amendments of company law ensured the appointment of independent directors on board, ensured the responsibilities of the independent directors, the accountability and responsibility of auditors, rotation of auditors, the performance of the auditors for reporting fraudulent acts noticed by them during the performance of their duties, the setting up in particular of the SFIO, which in fact has ranged over various directions to take control and to take action, including the powers of arrest and to take action for penalty for fraud, the setting up of the NCLT and the NCLAT. SEBI also has done its own bit in this entire process by issuing guidelines to ensure the protection of investors and also amendments where entities have to get shareholders not for related party transactions. This is one of the bases of actions which take place in corporate scams. Accounting standards by the ICA. Now, with this in hand, let me just glimpse through some of the issues and the corporate scams that have hit the Indian economy. I'll just mention 3, 4 of them. There are several by now. But in particular, I was considering mentioning the National Spot Exchange Limited, which is India's first electronic commodity spot exchange established for a single market across the country for both manufactured and agricultural produce. About 13,000 persons, in fact, got duped by trading members in this entire transaction in defaulting in obligations of about Indian rupees 5,600 crores because of a petition filed by us before the NCLT and ultimately confirmed by the NCLAT. It led to the disqualification of the directors who were behind the scam and also appointment of 3 government nominee board members, which enabled the restoration of faith in the system so that the investment and the duping public, the investors, were able to get back their dues. This is the process in which action has been taken as far as NSCL is concerned. The Colgate scam, which happened some time back, of allocation of 194 blocks to public and private enterprises for captive use, which had a presumptive loss of about 1.856 lakh crores. Of course, it has recently resulted in a Delhi court sentencing some of the principal players to 3 years imprisonment. The 2G scam, which also had the difference of about 1.76 crores, which led to a major scam in the telecom division. The Satyam, which I mentioned, which led from the falsification and manipulation of accounts of about 14,162 crores. On Satyam, I do want to mention that unlike the corporate scams that have hit the world, it has resulted in at least the investors and the shareholders not suffering. But Satyam ultimately led on to the 2013 amendments and paved the way for a new governance model for the country. The Commonwealth Games scandal, I'll skip over to the Punjab National Bank fraud case, I think, which is necessitated and brought about, in fact, amendments in law, which includes the Fugitive Offenders Act, under which prosecution is being launched against Mr. Nirav Modi. We all know the Punjab National Bank fraud case, which led to about 14,356 crores, almost US dollars 2.1 billion, issued by the Punjab National Bank, making the bank liable for the account. Fraud was masterminded by we all know by whom, and action is being taken, including extradition proceedings and also attachment and qualification under the Fugitive Economic Offenders Act. The Augusta Westland I mentioned, which actually led to this entire situation, which today morning I mentioned the prosecution for sanction. There are several more, and we can go on these forever, but we do have a basically idea and a glimpse of what the corporate scams have been. We do find this as a new era. I might share with you. We have learned from the scams. We have put in place laws, guidelines, and a new corporate regime. We have given teeth to enforcement agencies, and it is heartening to note that they are working in sync with each other. A notable example, I think, is the involvement of 6 investigative agencies while probing auditors in the ILNFS case. CBI registered 42 cases of bank fraud amounting to about US dollars 1.02 billion detected at 15 banks. ED investigated 963 cases under PMLA in 2018. Fugitive Offenders Act has also been put into place, as I mentioned, to prevent fleeing offenders. In the years since the Satyam scam broke out, substantial changes have been made with respect to corporate governance in India. The use of criminal sanctions by the parliament to regulate corporate conduct has been on the rise. The regulators and the investigative agencies are more vigilant. The increased compliance costs of companies only serve well to protect the interests of all the stakeholders of the company. I think we have taken a lesson from the leaf from the book to go in the way forward and to ensure that as much as is possible, crime always remains progressive in any part of the world. But how we can stop this corporate scam from fleecing the country is an action that has actually been now put in sync with the current point of time and the problems that are arising from such corporate scams. Thank you very much, Kathy. Thank you, Anurag. I look forward to any questions on this.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was wonderful and very, very insightful. Thank you for joining us today. We don't have any questions as of now, but thank you for your time for being here.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Ms. Anand. So for all the new updates and news from legal ecosystem, please get in touch and stay glued on to bwlegalworld.businessworld.in. Also, you can follow us on Twitter at legalbw. Keep the online conversation going. We have luminaries from the legal world coming in today, and you can ask them questions on any of the platforms that you're watching us on. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I would like to move forward where before our next panel, we would like to quickly give a glimpse of what our jury has spoken during the awards recognition and awards nominees that they were planning and that they were actually analyzing on who to give out these esteemed list names. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am a little fumbled here, but don't worry about that because the jury will give you an insight into how the process was. Let's take a look. Well, sorry for that technical glitch. We will be bringing back the jury AV once again to showcase what the jury has spoken. But right now, I would like to invite back Ms. Pinky Anand and Dr. Anurag Batra on the screen for a quick Q&A because this is a momentous moment and we have Ms. Anand with us. We definitely would like to ask her a few questions. So Dr. Batra and Ms. Pinky Anand, I would like to leave the screen to both of you.
Can we get Ms. Anand?
Yes.
Ms. Anand, I heard you say every word. Now tell us, you were in the government, you were the ASG. Before that, you had a large practice for many years. Now, as you rightly said, crime and white collar crime is progressive. It's very innovative. It is ahead of the curve. What is the government of the day and the legal leaders of the day doing to make sure the government stays ahead of the curve? We kind of preempt a lot of things and we are proactive and not reactive.
You're right, Anurag. In fact, it's a very valid question considering the quantum of corporate scams and the effect that it has on the economy and society, which is indeed very crucial. So that's why, in fact, I was mentioning to you the various developments that have taken place, where the government has put into place principally the idea is for companies to ensure their own compliances, one. Secondly, is the regulatory framework which is put into place. For example, the appointment of independent directors. For example, the issue of related transactions. For example, the responsibilities of audit committees, management committees, remunerative committees. I mean, these are all the issues which puts corporate governance really involves not only action taken after, but to ensure that that action doesn't happen. That's why in fact, you find the provision in the Companies Act now holding the responsibilities of directors and violation of the same entailing penal consequences. These are the situations I think which are critical, and the more that we can ensure the governance of these regulatory mechanisms within the company and the ones outside. For example, the SFIO is a subsequent point of action. You're right, but the powers given, in fact, to ensure that actions such as this, if happen, can be taken action against. I think these are some of the progressive steps that we have ensured, and the putting into place of unrelated transactions. The more there can be arm's length transactions, the more you can have arm's length directors, independent directors on board. I think that ensures a high degree of compliance and to ensure that the normal situations of corporate scams, the kickbacks, the falsifications, the manipulations of accounts, etc., is something which can be curtailed.
And also making sure that they are fast tracked and punished so that it serves as an example to others. For those
You're
of
right,
you,
Anurag.
for those
I just
of
want
you,
to add something here, Anurag. In fact, the reason I didn't mention about that as much as the initial part is because it is my belief that we have to nip the issue in the bud, as you rightly said. That's why I wasn't talking as much about the subsequent action, but it is equally important where action has happened, where manipulation has happened, where you find crores of money which has been duped by investors have been sidetracked. These are questions which have to be taken action on a penal front at the earliest possible.
thank you so much. Kathy did introduce you, and Miss Pinky Allen doesn't really need an introduction, but she's also won the French National Order of Merit from the President of the French Republic. She was the second woman to be appointed the ASG of India. She's expert in the field of constitutional property, private, international family and environment and corporate laws. She also represented the government of France in the famous case of the French aircraft Clemenceau, right? If I can pronounce it right.
Almost.
Yes. Yeah. So I want to ask you my last question. I want to shift gears. I know you were the ASG and you were dealing with all these now. Corporates are the biggest kind of areas to work. In the sense that you can also advise boards to prevent all these. At the end of the day, we have independent boards, listed companies. So what do you think the boards can do? So should they have a big legal luminary and involve him or her on the board? How can boards be more active in preventing such frauds?
Anurag, I think you have really related the question of the impact of the legal profession on the corporate world. in a very progressive way, because I think by and large we do suffer from a problem in India. We as corporate entities, I don't mean we as in lawyers, but we as in corporate entities wait for some downfall or some issues to happen before we actually address it in a legal manner. So I know, I mean, a lot of boards would have, and a lot of companies would have general counsels. But the point is, you do need to involve lawyers at the first instance so that such actions don't happen. And you are ready for anything that could happen, particularly the compliance regime today is something which is fairly well set. And if that is followed and complied with, you can ensure. Like one of two of the cases that I was handling, what one did see, for example, is red flagging. Now, the directors were conscious of what had happened. These are issues that should have been red flagged and brought to the attention at the first instance. Had that been brought, of course, they claimed subsequently that it wasn't noticed by them or they were not present at a meeting and these kind of typical issues. But this red flagging is something which should prevent a fraud and a corporate scam from happening and duping thousands and lakhs and crores of investors. So I agree with you that there should be a legal mechanism put into place in the first place, and that should actually run across the economy as a method of operation, which would be the real method of corporate governance and to possibly prevent such issues from happening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anand, and we look forward to, thank you for your contributions as jury member, and we look forward to having more conversations with you, and we'll see you in the evening at the award. Thank you. God bless you. Have a good day.
Always a delight, Anurag. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Ms. Anand. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, because of the technical glitch, we couldn't showcase the jury speak audiovisual clearly to you last time. So let me try and put it out there one more time for all of you, because the eminent jury members have come together to bring out the 40 under 40 from the legal world to all of you. So let's take a look at the audiovisual.
It was an amazing experience interacting with so many luminaries and interacting with the nominees who had presented their case. Candidates that we spoke with was attempting to make a mark in the society in some way or the other and leave a trace on the legal developments to which they contributed. And the kind of work that is being done in terms of quality is really good. And the jury selection was one indication of how substantive and how in-depth assessment you had done of the members who could be selected as the jury, and your nominations and selections for the candidates was also very good. So I would say it is overall a great brand which is maintaining a very high level of quality.
Jury panel, I was really honored to be a part of such a group of really excellent lawyers of high reputation and high competency, and I found the interactions to be very fulfilling, even in spite of the inability to get together in person, which would have been even better. I thought the use of technology made it as good a situation of it as possible, and I thought it was a very effective panel that worked very hard, very difficult, but was super impressed with the overall quality and enthusiasm of all the candidates. Really nice to see young lawyers coming up who have passion in their careers and are driven to increasing levels of excellence. All of these were very, very good things. Legal World and BW Businessworld, as both brand generally and as publications individually, I find the articles to be well-researched, thorough, well-written, informative. It's a publication that I read with regularity, and I really feel like it gives a good balance of not just legal news, but the business trends that affect law firms, lawyers, and the law industry as a whole.
I think experience was wonderful. I would only say that I wish it hadn't been in the circumstances that we are in currently, because doing it virtually wasn't as easy as I guess having done this in a physical meet where you can actually see the person, when you can discuss it. The future is bright. If you have such talented lawyers and influencers amongst the younger lot, you can only hope to a very bright future, both for them and the legal fraternity. But having seen how you did it, what you did, the number of applications which came, I can only say that congratulations, you've done a good job, and I wish you all the very best. There are a lot more things that you need to do, and a lot more recognition that you deserve, and you will. So it's a long way, but congratulations to you as well.
Enjoyed it a lot. I was on the judging panel with some friends who are from the legal fraternity who I've worked with and known for many years, so it was a lot of fun. And what I really enjoyed was the diversity of the talent who had put themselves forward or nominated by others. What really stood out for me is at this difficult time for India and the whole world at large was the optimism and the energy and the sheer dynamism of the young lawyers who were talking from their homes in difficult conditions and putting themselves forward and their best foot forward. They did exceptionally well. Doing an exceptional job with promoting such initiatives. They're very important to help younger lawyers who have no stepping stone to get a leg up in the legal world and to celebrate their achievements. It's an important initiative. Congratulations, and please keep innovating, because there's a lot more to be done in promoting such a great diverse talent.
For a variety of reasons. Number one, this was the first time I was invited for a jury. That too for in a particular situation where you have to choose the best of under 40. I think the second reason it was unique was because I found that the interactions amongst the jury members was fairly open, candid. We had our agreements, disagreements, yes, no's, maybes. So I think the entire environment, which we had at the time of the jury debate, was fairly conducive, productive, and we certainly got to gain greater insights into the candidates. Hopefully, the jury collectively, with its wisdom, came out with really the top 40 and under 40 legal brains in the country. But one thing that clearly stood out was greater awareness amongst the younger generation of lawyers for pro bono work. Having said that, it doesn't mean that lawyers who are senior in the profession don't believe in the pro bono work. But I think that was also a very common theme that ran through most, if not all, of the candidates, that there is a real desire, there is a commitment, there is a passion about getting into pro bono work. BW Legal is unique in the sense that I really compliment the Businessworld and Anurag Batra for creating these smaller brands which are very relevant, because it's one thing to say that I look at BW as a business magazine, but within the business area, there are many, many elements. And for you to be able to create a brand specifically that caters to the legal profession by way of BW Legal, in my view, is a very unique proposition by a business magazine.
But possibly the first time I've been in the 40 under 40 jury for legal and for legal influencers. I think it was actually very fascinating. And believe me, I didn't know that we would take so much time in the entire process. But the entire process was extremely fascinating from the perspective of meeting the people, the young people, and it's amazing to see how much excellence is found in this youth, and they're able to transform it. Particularly when you transform it to your days, when you do quite a while. I mean, legal profession is a delayed process by nature. So you need white hair before you actually become influencers or you become important legal personnel, so to say. So to that extent, I found it very fascinating to interact with these young professionals. What was diversity? If I identify possibly the three factors that impressed me, I think the first was diversity. The diversity of within the profession and the manner in which the young professionals have been able to take several new ideas. And as I mentioned, what I found even more worthwhile was within the regularized, so to say, the fields, there was this further niche that was carved out by these youngsters in an attempt to take the matter forward. And this not only for the field of law, but even the management of that. So you had new forms of management, of setting of legal firms or partnerships or structuring, but an amazing outflow of people and an amazing outreach. I think it took the entire field into account, and it's impressive to see that people think they are worthy. Indeed, they are. What we need to do is, I think even Swami Vivekananda always said, it's good to commend somebody for what they deserve. Confidence and the desire to go forward is something that we all need to have. And to recognize such young people, I think this is an esteemed exercise that BW Legal has done. I have an inherent bias for BW World and BW Legal. I think BW Legal is one of the few legal publications, and indeed, I was talking about legal education the other day, just about a couple of days back, and we were talking about how legal education had also changed because of the legal platforms and the legal publications. So BW Legal forms part of that process. BW Legal, hats off for having organized this 40 under 40, one of the first ever programs that has been organized in this direction. And we hope that we will take this subject even more forward, and of course, we look forward to being part of the same system.
This has been an excellent experience of connecting with so many legal professionals across the country and internationally. And the selection of the jury panel was excellent and well thought of, where it was a good combination and mix of specialist legal professionals from the law firms and the senior counsels, including the former Attorney General. It was a very good interaction and connecting with the young 40 under 40 and knowing the young legal professionals from different domains of with their domains of experience and coming from different backgrounds and across the geography, whether it is within India and outside of India. BW is highly professional. I would say they're journalists, and they're journalists in multiple domains, carrying very high professional integrity and professional commitment, and they have connected legal professionals both from the practice area and from the industry and from legal journalists, or have also become part of this domain. I think this is coming up very well.
Jury duties are sometimes difficult but always interesting, especially when the competition is neck and neck. Considering that there were so many good nominations for the coveted awards, the day witnessed some crackling and fascinating conversations. While most decisions were unanimous and resounding yeses, some required a longer conversation to pick the best and the brightest in the legal fraternity. I want to congratulate all the winners and good luck to all the other nominees.
The candidates who have been selected, they had really some good talent, and it was good to know that how much I felt that in the practice of law, some of the young lawyers are working in areas which were never heard earlier, particularly in the information technology area and also in privacy. And also to see that how young lawyers are equally aware about the pro bono activity and also the concern for environment, which is very important. For India being a developing country, we have to protect our environment not only for us but for our future generation also. And in the field of law, I think there is a good future for the young lawyers. With regard to business world and business legal world, I think this is a very good initiative by Dr. Anurag Batra. Particularly, I like business world because they are taking directly India's industry experience and bringing out journals specifically to one particular industry.
Well, that was our jury speaking about the process and how we've come together for the BW Legal World 40 Under 40 list. Now, before we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, for latest updates and news on the legal ecosystem, we'd like you to please stay glued onto our website, which is bwlegalworld.com. Also, our online conversations are going on Twitter. You can use our tag, which is at legalbw. Also, our hashtag for the event is BW Legal Dialogues. Now, moving forward, I would like to showcase the homepage of our website. Can we have the bwlegalworld.com homepage to be put up on the screen, please? So that is our website for BW Legal World. You can find all the latest news and updates about the legal world ecosystem right here on this website. Thank you. All right, with that, to introduce you to our next speaker, I would once again like to invite on stage Dr. Anurag Batra to introduce us to our next speaker. Can we have Dr. Batra?
Thank you, Kathy. It's my honor and privilege to introduce you to the next speaker. He's somebody who really doesn't need an introduction. He is Mr. Shril Shroff, who's the managing partner of Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. He has about 38 years of experience in range of areas, including corporate law, security markets, banking infrastructure, and others. Rated as India's top corporate banking and project finance lawyer by several international surveys. He is a legendary figure in the Indian legal community and is consistently ranked as the star practitioner in India. And he's also regarded as the M&A king of India. So without any further introduction, let me welcome Mr. Cyril Shroff. Mr. Shroff, welcome. Good morning. We look forward to your opening.
Thank you.
Comment.
So should I start?
Yes, Mr. Shroff.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Batra and Businessworld for having me on this webinar. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a very timely conversation as well, given all that is going on. The topic that I'm going to speak about is really about navigating your law firm through COVID and beyond COVID. And it's essentially, about a leadership journey. Because what is happening in the last 6 months was in no playbook, neither of industry, government, or professional service firms. And we've all had to navigate through this using our intuition, our intellect, and our values. But as we sit here today at almost 6 months since the beginning of the work from home and kind of the lockdown, there are some leadership lessons which I think clearly stand out. And speaking also to a number of my managing partner colleagues globally and sharing experiences to see how much is kind of resonating with other similarly placed leaders as well. I have kind of distilled down about 10 leadership lessons, and I'll go through them one by one. And that can set the stage for probably the Q&A at the end. So leadership lesson one, I think, is that over communication is significantly better than under communication. And it's the key duty of leadership of whichever organization, and especially people organizations like law firms, to communicate and give confidence to your teams and people. And it must be with a tinge of realism. It is a hard balance to strike between being realistic, sharing the bad news as well as the good news, and continue to be brutally optimistic. I always say in our firm that bad news takes the escalator and good news takes the stairs. So that's because we give time to people to process it. So that's leadership number one on communication. The second leadership lesson, I think, is about really the pain and relief. So I believe that pain travels from top to down, and relief needs to go from bottom to up. What does that mean? It means really that the people in the most senior positions in the organization, which in a law firm say would be the equity partners or the senior leaders, should bear the most pain, and the junior people, whether they are associates or staff members, should bear the least pain, because this whole situation is going to create some pain. It is impossible to assume that there is going to be no suffering as a result of it. But who should bear it and in what proportion? So this pain should start at the top and be the least at the bottom. And when relief starts coming in, when things get better than you expect, then it should start going from bottom to up. So that's leadership lesson number two. I think there's a famous book also called Leaders Eat Last. Leadership lesson number three, and I think this is probably true for many people have noticed, is that remote working works. And I think a part of it is here to stay forever, even beyond whenever this whole thing ends and we are back to some kind of a new normal. I do believe that part of this unique way of working is going to stay forever. It's probably not going to be as much. So the general, rough rule of thumb was that before Corona, it was sort of 90% work in office and 10% remotely, because some companies had that. During Corona, which is this period, I think it's the other way around. I think it's about 90% working remotely and 10% people do come to office. But in a post-Corona world, I think it's going to be about 50-50. That's my prediction. And this is going to have profound implications on a number of things, including office space, technology, how you hire. It's going to impact and percolate down everything. So leadership lesson number four, and this is quite directed at professional service organizations, including specifically law firms, is that having diverse counter-cyclical practices is helpful and helps in reducing pain. For example, a large law firm will have transactional practices, advisory practices, and contentious practices as well. Because of that, they're able to deal with this better. If currently you are primarily a disputes-focused practice with the courts being shut, I think the impact on it would be disproportionately high. So I think one key lesson going forward is that to have a broader range of practices, some of which are counter-cyclical, is a wise thing to do. Leadership lesson number four, and this may sound a little self-serving for the law firm world, is that professional services organizations and law firms in particular do better than the general economy. We are seeing what happening in the real economy. There's minus 23% GDP growth. Many companies, once the moratorium is lifted, will go into some kind of bankruptcy or stress situation. And in that situation, the normal reaction would be, how can law firms or how can professional service organizations do well? They will do as well or as badly as their clients. Surprisingly, that's not how it has worked. And apparently, that's not how it worked, I believe, in the global financial crisis 10 years ago as well. Because what happens is that in times like this, the complexity is higher, and good advice reduces the uncertainty. This whole period is full of uncertainty, and therefore the demand for quality legal advice, and particularly judgment-based advice, goes up exponentially. So what happens, therefore, is even in the clients as well as for law firms, the strong get stronger, and you can see that in the corporate world as well. The strong are getting stronger, and the others struggle. So there are two groups of clients, one who are going to get stronger and one who are going to get weaker. But the good news for law firms is that both need quality legal advice. Leadership lesson number five, that cultural fragmentation and emotional alienation are real issues. And these are far more severe at lower levels in the organization. Your associates are feeling the most alienated. The partners somehow have a way of being in touch with society or in being in touch with each other and are able to handle the isolation better. So from a leadership point of view, you have to take care of not only the physical health of your teams by keeping them uninfected or support them if they do get infected, but also the emotional health and mental health. And as a firm, we also, we're very conscious of this, and we ran many sessions on mental health as well. Leadership lesson number 6. This is a bit of a forecast, but it is still founded in experience. Is I think that the post-COVID world will be very different in some material ways. What are some of these material ways? First, I think that there will be a hybrid operating model. This work from home, work from office, or work from anywhere. I mean, in theory, you could have people sitting in remote places where the firm doesn't have an office and still be engaged in the firm. So this is going to result in a new social contract between the organization and its people. It's going to have various forms of commercial arrangements with different levels of roles and responsibilities as well. And this aspect is going to be reinvented. What does this further mean? I think also that there will be a lot of new practice areas and sector focuses as well. And I can visualize a few years down the line that law firms will become more general business advisory as well, such as they will need to hire a lot of non-lawyers as well. For example, people who are fluent in technology. A third prediction I would make for the post-COVID world, whenever that happens, is that the pecking order of firms and brands may get disrupted. The strong may either get stronger or may get significantly weaker. So it's like if you take a can of beans and turn it upside down and then turn it up again, will they be in the same order that they were before you turned the can upside down? That can never happen. So the pot has been truly stirred. There is a lot of change, and the impact of the stirring of the pot will fall differentially on different firms. You may either go up or you may go down, but you will not be at the same place that you were before they started. So the post-COVID world will be significantly different in material ways, and I think a wise leader of or the leadership group of the partnership will try and imagine what that will be and be ready for it. Next leadership lesson, I think, is that I believe that great innovation will occur, both in terms of the operating model as well as in the access to justice. Currently, there is a low phase in the access to justice because the courts are closed. But to be fair, I think courts have adapted as well. They have adapted through online courts for urgent matters, and it's still early days. But what I do expect in the next couple of years is that there will be tremendous innovation in the access to justice space. So there were a number of theories in terms of how that should go forward, but these were all kind of scenarios which would have come alive in 2030. What has happened because of the crisis is that 2030 has arrived in 2020. And that is going to that is forcing and will continue to force more and more innovation, and particularly as the whole notion of the idea of justice being a place which you go to will move from being a service that the state will provide to you. Our current notion of justice is that you go to the court, knock on its doors, and you get justice, for which you have to go to a place. And that is where the problem is because of social distancing and all the other complications that we are having just now. But if that idea were to change to a service that could be dispensed with by the use of technology and other newer methods of innovation, you will see a lot of innovation there happening. Next lesson that I picked up and I believe will happen is that the globalization of the law will retreat. It will, for at least in the foreseeable future, go into reverse gear, and localization of law will increase. Why? First, just look at this in terms of travel. I think it's impossible to travel. For global law firms to go and plant red flags and red pins all over the world to open more and more offices is counterintuitive now. These are just going to result in significantly higher costs without adequate benefits as well. So these massive global multinational firms will continue to be global firms, but they will go into shrink mode. They will reduce their size and become smaller, and nobody is going to be in a rush to go and enter new markets. So globalization will retreat, and there is another way of delivery as well. So if the pandemic and the lockdown has proved anything, it is that you can sit anywhere and work and dispense legal advice. It doesn't matter where you are. This interview or this webinar in ordinary times, I would have been in the studio. I'm sitting here in my home study and giving this interview, and that is just an indication of what lies ahead in terms of the practice of law more generally. So this has a number of other implications as well. I think there will be a greater increase in the role of networks and collaborations, which will increase manifold. So as the global law firm model goes into shrink mode, what will go into expand mode is more networks, more friendships, more informal alliances, and where people will see the need for reaching out and holding hands. From a internal lawyer's point of view, this is going to mean that you will need to be far more culturally adaptable and flexible, and being ready to deal with different demands and different cultures. If, for example, you are in a global firm, it has its own culture and way of dealing with, which is kind of standard, even if it is an office in different locations. But when you're in a disaggregated model, where there are many dots, each having their own unique culture, dealing with each other at arm's length, but in a hand-holding model, that is going to require a new skill from lawyers who practice in the international community, which is of cultural adaptability and flexibility. You can no longer say, okay, this is how I do it in my firm, and you just do it my way. You will have to be more sensitive to how it is done by others and find a common medium. The other impact of the retreat of globalization is that going to be that brands will matter. Because when you look into a market from outside, you don't know the nuances of who exactly is good at what. You have a kind of a reputational flow through coming through to your market. So if a firm in America wants to know about what is happening in India or China or Australia, they will go by what are there brands that have kind of filtered through into the international reputation space. So brands will matter, and they will matter more than they did before in a world where people kind of built one-to-one friendships. Uh, Referral networks will also involve greater reciprocity. So in this, hand-holding model, one thing which will happen is that as firms deal with each other on a principal-to-principal basis, they're going to say, if I refer a matter to you, what are you going to give back to me? So there will be a bit of a barter system that will get more focus as the globalization of legal practice moves into a different format. So that's about globalization. Then let me talk about business development. I think business development has already changed in a dramatic way because it is now no longer based on physical meetings, going and calling upon somebody in the office or taking them out to lunch or meeting them over a drink. At least for the short term, now 6 months has gone, and I can see at least for another 12 months, at least at a minimum, that's gone forever. It's very difficult to kind of build new relationships in this kind of way. But instead, what has happened, I think, is that existing relationships will get deeper. So I believe that business development will become more vertical rather than horizontal. In horizontal, you're trying to get many relationships across, whereas when you move to a more vertical relationships, you have fewer relationships, but you go deeper. And it's all, the good side is that it's also harder to lose clients because in an environment like this, clients prefer there is a flight to safety and flight to familiarity, So if somebody knows you already from before, they are likely to trust you more than actually trust somebody new who kind of approaches them. It's a human psychology of trust the familiar. This is also a great opportunity, particularly for multi-practice firms, which could be as little as 2 practices or as many as 20 practices. It's a great opportunity to cross-sell other practices and therefore institutionalize your client base. When a client is working with you in 2, 3, 4 practice areas, he becomes an institutional client and not somebody's client who where if a partner leaves, he can take them with me. If there are multiple hooks across the organization, that client becomes institutional. In this process of going deeper and becoming more vertical, you will have greater institutional clients. And also because now this is now no longer just a legal problem, and it's also become a complex business problem for many organizations. You will actually, as law firm and service providers, we will have to go to clients with solutions and not just be on the back foot trying to solve a problem when it arises. I think what clients appreciate these days, if you were to say, okay, I know that you have this problem, I know you have a severe debt problem with banks. Now, this is how we can help you restructure. Or maybe if you did a M&A transaction in this space, which could look something like this, that this is an idea you should explore. So I think law practice will become more front-footed and less reactive to problem solving, and it's going to be a bit more business problem solving. So these are my 10 leadership lessons that I've learned in the last 6 months, and also some of my forecasts of what lies beyond this phase. And to make sure that it's not theoretical and how we've actually applied it in our own firm, I'll just give a few illustrations of how some of these lessons have actually been practiced by us. So we went on full work from home from 17th of March, and we literally flipped a switch. And because we were already on the cloud for many years and our technology was ready for it, it was completely seamless. We also constituted what we call a crisis management team, which dealt with all aspects which arose out of this crisis, and that's been an amazing team, which provided all the support, regular communication. They would have sent hundreds of mails to people saying, okay, this is what is happening, here is what you need to do, and being available. So it was that lesson number 1 on communication. The other kind of learning, and it's probably more a hero and a war story as well, is that how we were able to do so many matters remotely without people meeting each other. So we were involved on one of the first QIP transactions that happened on a capital raise. And it's unimaginable that it could have been done without a physical meeting. The entire transaction was completed without anybody meeting anybody. It was completed all in cyberspace. So it was a new way of working. It was challenging, but it also showed us what is the art of the possible. We also implemented the theory of pain goes down and relief goes up. And in terms of really how we were preparing for a more adverse economic year, which thankfully has not happened, is that we first made the senior people at least temporarily take some pain. We focused a lot also on mental health and also spiritual health issues. We ran a whole series on the Bhagavad Gita with a renowned spiritual teacher, which was very, very helpful. We did a number of thought leadership initiatives, many of which are on national television and on cyberspace. We did not affect our hiring, so we've not withdrawn a single offer that was made to a new associate. We've honored all that, and we kept our talent engine alive. We did our normal routine promotions to senior associates and partner promotions and things like that. So these are examples of how we not only learned the lessons but also practice them, because it's also finally about how you talk the walk rather than just walk the talk. So just to conclude, many lessons and many hero stories. But the surprising thing is that, in ordinary times, all the hero stories happen at the senior level and the management level. Some of our best hero stories actually happened on the front line with small people who you never would ordinarily have imagined. It was that IT staff who supported more than 1,000 people 24/7. It was the office boy who, despite all of this, still came to office in case something was required. It was the guys who kept the engine running despite everything. So these people are normally forgotten in ordinary times. But what surprised in this crisis is that the hero stories occur as much at the senior level as they do occur on the front line in otherwise what would have been an anonymous situation. So I'll end over here. We have about another 10 minutes, and I'll be happy to take any questions from Dr. Anurag Batra.
Thank you, Mr. Shroff, for being so eloquent. And, you brought about the humane side of law firms and legal leaders. When I was listening to you and taking notes on your 10 leadership lessons, I think you encompassed what's happening to every part of the business and not just to legal firms. And, legal firms are intertwined with its clients and businesses and the business environment. You basically said when you cannot go out, go within.
Yes.
Search for within. Mental well-being is very important. And Mr. Shroff, thanks for saying what you said as leadership lesson one. I believe in over communicating. I've been saying it to my colleagues for 20 years. Over communication is better than under communication. So thank you for saying that, because at least communication can be a bridge to comfort, if I may use. It can also be a bridge to problem solving. Now, you also gave examples of what have you done in your firm. I want to ask you two specific questions. What do you think will happen to mergers and acquisitions post-COVID? Do you see it slowing down? Do you see it accelerating? Give us a sense of view.
Accelerating, because I think apart from this phase where also there is a reasonable amount of M&A activity as well, but I think we're sitting on the threshold of probably the golden age of M&A. There will be many transactions because in 6 to 12 months from now, businesses, when they come out on the other side of this, are going to look very different. And many of them will see the compelling need of doing some transaction, which could be either selling out to somebody else, or recapitalizing, or restructuring as well. So we are going to see an explosion, and we've seen this happen in other crises as well. Any other global, including the global financial crisis as well. Crisis of this magnitude, and this is actually a much bigger crisis than the GFC, is that on the other side of it, you will see a tremendous amount of M&A activity of all kinds. Some of it will be equity based, some of it will be even debt oriented. I think you might see debt instruments leading the loan to own sort of modality of M&A as well. So it's going to be very frantic.
Okay, and what is your take on hiring? You talked about technology, you talked about business development, you talked about non-legal professionals, immersion in legal services being more. So, do you think law firms will look at hiring talent? I mean,
yes, but not. Sorry, can you repeat that?
When you acquire partners, you're essentially doing hiring. So law firms have been doing it for many years. But from a technology standpoint, from a legal tech standpoint, do you see law firms doing a lot of hiring over the next 18 months?
A little bit. I don't think it will be that high, at least not in the next 5 years. So some of it will happen, particularly in order to fill specific notches or gaps in the organization. But I think that a number of, at least some of the bigger firms will first shrink before they grow again. Because, I think there's this theory that, never waste a good crisis. So what this is forcing almost every major organization, including some of the bigger law firms, is to really look inwards and see where are the inefficiencies, and where are the people not carrying their own weight. So people, I think many law firms will first clean up that. So they will first shrink and then they will grow. And when they grow, they will be very thoughtful of what kind of hiring they do on what is needed. To answer your question on equi hiring, I think there'll be some of it, but not a whole lot.
Okay, my last question before I let you go. Today in the evening, we have the BW Legal World 40 under 40. What is your advice to young legal leaders and legal influencers on how to build a career? I mean, you already elucidated the 10 leadership, but specifically for people who are 30, 33, 35 and have reached a certain stage but are looking to make a leap. What is your advice?
So, a couple of things. I think the first bit of advice would be that the playbook for the future is not necessarily the same as the playbook for the past. You will have to have one of the biggest skills that you are going to require is of learnability, of learning new things. You there was a particular pattern of how you became a successful lawyer and a practitioner all these years. It's not going to be the same going forward. There will be some parts of the past which will remain, but there will be many that will need to be kind of reinvented. So keep an open mind.
Which one will remain?
And
which will need to be reinvented? Can you
I
dwell
think
on it?
what will remain is one of the basic things of being a successful practitioner is that you have to work tremendously hard. It is an extremely taxing profession, so that's not going away anywhere. But what you will have to be adaptable to is use of technology, and by that I don't mean just kind of Zoom and Microsoft Word and others, but to use technology as part of your delivery model. I think that will change significantly, and you will have to be a little bit more accessible to various different concepts of science and also management theory in terms of as you build your career. I think going forward, you'll find that also people will have to be in charge of their own career. The paternalistic model that you join an organization and somebody will take care of your career for you and you just have to follow their advice. I don't think that's going to work. People will have to take charge of their own career and only seek out help when they need. So the burden of carrying the career, I think, has moved from the mentor to the mentee, and the mentor will probably have to play a more guidance role and not necessarily a leadership where you are taking control of somebody's life. That model, I think, is gone.
Thank you, Mr. Shroff. It's been a pleasure listening to you and conversing with you. We look forward at BW Legal World and BW Business World to do more conversations with you and learn from somebody like you. I'm sure the audience has enjoyed it. The videos and conversations will also be put on the bwlegalworld.com site. So if you want to revisit the 10 leadership lessons that Mr. Cyril Shroff gave, please do visit bwlegalworld.com. It will also be in the October edition of the BW Legal World magazine. So all the best to all of you. And thank you, Mr. Shroff, for inspiring us early in the morning. Thank you. Grateful for what you do for the business community and for the legal community. And you have created many leaders. You have mentored them to be what they are today. So we also express our gratitude to you. Thank you so much, Mr. Shroff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll leave now.
Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Shroff, and thank you, Dr. Batra, for that very insightful fireside chat. And now moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, to our next dialogue. Our next dialogue is going to be by Mr. Jyoti Sagar, founder J. Sagar Associates and KNS Partners. Now, Mr. Sagar has been practicing law since 1976. He is an associate president of Society of Indian Law Firms, member of the executive committee of the Bar Association of India, and also one of international vice presidents of Asian Patent Attorneys Association. He's also worked on several policy issues and has been associated with various committees of the Government of India and Chambers of Commerce. He's pioneered a new paradigm in Indian law firm organization and management structures, Both JSA and KNS have features which are unique to Indian law firms: a no family rule, admittance to partnership without goodwill buy in, retirement age for partners, innovative partner compensation mechanisms, and shared vision, mission, and core values. Today, Mr. Sagar will be talking to us about new horizons for legal services, banishing legalese and adopting plain legal language. With that, I would like to welcome Mr. Jyoti Sagar on the screen. Delighted to have you, sir.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I actually chose to speak on something very different. And let me start with a story. A few years ago, a lady, a genteel lady who was not a lawyer, walked in to my office, and she had some legal issues that she was trying to deal with. And she asked me a question. She says, what is it that when I read a document, a party of the first part is doing something or the other to the party of the second part? And then there is so much of Latin, there are so many words. Why do you lawyers need to need to write like this? And I still do very distinctly remember that she actually, from her own document, she pulled out this. She said, now, therefore, in consideration of the premises, the representations, warranties, covenants, undertakings of the parties hereinafter set forth, and for other good and valuable consideration, the parties agree amongst themselves as follows. So she says, well, why can't you just simply write, the parties agree as follows? You know, actually, that was an interesting inflection point for me, because ever since I started the study of law, and then interning with a law firm, I always was, a little bit amused, with our language, the language of the law, the legalese, as it's called. But I didn't really pay much attention to it. One went through the entire practice of law, writing contracts, writing opinions, reading judgments, but not paying much attention to this. Until this particular instant actually really aroused my curiosity. And I said, well, let me just start thinking about this and looking at this a little bit as to what is it that is so peculiar and so distinctive about our language of the law. And it became a kind of a, study material, so to say, for me. And then I realized that it's not now that people make fun of what the language of the lawyers is. The earliest references that I personally found was Jonathan Swift in Gulliver's Travels, and he talks about a society of lawyers who speak in a peculiar cant and jargon of their own that no other mortal can understand. And then I looked at a couple of sort of important, in a critical issues, that in a way we lawyers are in the communications business. We communicate thoughts and ideas. We produce documents. The tools that we use are the words. So we are word smithing all the time. And if our role is to communicate, then our readers and our listeners must understand us. Otherwise, we are failing to communicate. And I mean, that's the core of it. And you keep on realizing more and more now that the audience for lawyers is just not judges and other lawyers. Today, law touches everything that we do in our lives. People need to know their rights and responsibilities as much as a manager needs to know what is in a contract that he's supposed to be implementing. And if he can't understand that, or if she can't understand what her rights and obligations are, then quite frankly, what's the point of writing materials and things which people cannot understand easily? So I kind of became a little bit of a passionate student of this subject over the last few years, because one of the tragedies, of course, is that, and I'll talk about that a little later, that in our law schools or even in the profession itself, hardly any emphasis is given on language skills, and particularly on plain language skills. We all learn from whatever is there and has existed in the past, and then we just simply continue to write and speak like that because we just simply believe that that's how lawyers write and that's how lawyers speak. This is a special thing. Now, as I kind of looked at this further and read more about it, so two things that emerge as to why is our language, the legalese, so peculiar. Really, two reasons for it. One is the words themselves that we use, and the other is how we construct with those words. So, to give you an example, so we will use words of antiquity, like heretofore, whereas, therefore, and so on. We would use a lot of Latin and French words. Then we use pompous words. And then, of course, jargon. There's a lot of jargon. And then eventually, we also use too many words. Verbosity is a big problem. On the construction side, I mean, you got words, now you got to put them together. So what do? We have long sentences. We use passive voice, very pompous language. We use compound constructions and several other techniques that we use, which frankly make the English that we write and we speak very, very different from what the common person would understand as English. And I'll just give you one example. It's interesting. Now, the word executed, for example, for us lawyers, it means it's a signed document, or signing a document is executing a document. And what does the rest of the public think it is? Well, either putting a plan into action or carrying out a death sentence. And there are a number of such words that we use in our language, which means something totally different in other languages, or rather in the commonplace English that we use. Then we use a lot of Latin. And again, a client of mine actually asked me once, do you speak Latin in the office or Latin at home? Or did you study Latin? So I did confess to him. I said, you know what? I mean, we are supposed to mug up all of this stuff, and then we have to pour it down on a piece of paper. So he said, but why can't you use normal, simple English equivalents for those? Why do you have to use Latin? And then I thought to this and I said, okay, one of the big reasons why we also try and do that is, and in fact, that light was thrown to me by a young attorney who joined my firm. And I mentioned to him that personally, I do not like too much use of Latin. And he said, but sir, Latin makes you, when you write these Latin words, they make you look very scholarly and very learned. Now, that's the impression that we as lawyer community carry about Latin. Not one of us, certainly in this country, in India, has actually formally studied Latin or not, but we use it because that's how it is. Now, then we will use fancy words, like I will ascertain rather than saying find out. We will endeavor to do that rather than saying we will try to do that. And we always advise. We do not tell or inform, and we are always advising. We will say consequently rather than saying thus. And of course, the jargon is quite amazing. And we, as lawyers, we think that a lot of our language, and that's one of the problems we have, that a lot of our language is precise. So therefore, all the words that we use are precise. And this is kind of, let's see, it is true that almost all professions, they have their, some writer disclaimed their vocabulary, which is sort of fuzzy words of that profession. So whether it is a plumber or a doctor or a lawyer, they all have these fuzzy words, but we are in the unique position that our fuzzy words actually have a definition, and that is legalese. I don't think so any other professional language even has a name. So one of the things that we are very proud of is that, these are very important words which carry a specific legal meaning, or as we would describe and we'll say, term of art, which means that by persistent professional use, in only one way, a certain word achieves a specific legal end or a legal meaning. Some examples that most people will also understand. For example, mortgage, lease, a lessor, or the concept of an injunction, even plaintiff, defendant. These are all actually term of the art, and most people understand that. But there are many other words actually. In fact, a lot of what we claim to be term of the art or special language is actually simply jargon. Most of those words have no legal meaning whatsoever, but we tend to use it. For example, quote below, four corners of this instrument, purported. This case will be set down for hearing, hereof, thereof, whereof, and all of these fancy words that we use, and actually they carry literally zero legal meaning many a time. There is also the problem that we use of big words and too many words. Like I found this very interesting, and I like to kind of read this. So there was an advice which said, and quite interestingly, tongue in the cheek, don't use a big word when a singularly unloquacious and diminutive linguistic expression will satisfactorily accomplish the contemporary necessity. Now, I know Dr. Shashi Tharoor is known for his vocabulary and his big words, but the point here is that for us as lawyers, we are communicating, whether I write, with someone writing a judgment, which is going to be read by some lawyer in a Mufassil court in way out, Bihar or Jharkhand or Rajasthan or any of the interiors of the country, who's trying to understand the law. And if the judgment is written in words that you cannot understand, that you need a dictionary to understand those words, then you are actually failing in your task, and we don't realize that. And same for us as lawyers writing opinions or writing contracts, people don't understand because the words are so long and they are so difficult. They are so difficultly strung together. So let's see. Construction styles, long sentences. We can have one whole page which is full of one unbroken sentence, and it becomes absolutely impossible for even lawyers to understand that sentence, because what we do is we overburden the sentence. We put the main theme in the same sentence, all the details, the qualifications, the consequences, the conclusions, we put them all in one sentence. And there is a simple way of dealing with that. For example, that if you say one sentence should have just one thought, and if you maintain a sentence length which is on average about 20 words per sentence, which is by research now shown as is the ideal length in a way to keep a person fully involved in the document and to fully understand the document. I mean, this is now psychology of reading, and there is research which is now going back 100 years which suggests that. Then we use the passive voice. We don't use the active voice. And active voice is the usual way that human beings' brain works, that the subject in a sentence is doing something, that's verb in the sentence, to someone else who is the object of that action. But most of our time, we tend to use the other way around. So we will not say the union filed a complaint, as an example. We will say a complaint was filed by the union. So it takes away the action in the sentence. It takes away the action from the verb in a way. But what it does is it creates difficulties for people to understand, because the human mind, in terms of the way we understand language, is wired very, very differently. Then let's take some other examples, some of my favorites. You can call them compound constructions. See these words. In the event. the plaintiff files documents. Now, in the event, we can just simply replace it with if. I mean, if I go home and I say, in the event I take the train, I never speak like that, right? I will say if I take the train. But when we lawyers sit down to write or sit down to speak in a legal context, we simply create these very interesting, long compound phrases which can be replaced just by one word. We'll never be right, is desirous of. The single English word simple is wants. Or we write in the course of doing this instead of saying during. Most of us will use the word in order to instead of just to. So the lawyers would rather say in close proximity and not say near. So these are some of the examples of how we lawyers use our language. We have created this language over centuries. Some of the things that we do have a history of 1,000 years. And the history of the long sentence is probably even longer than that, for example. And all we've ended up doing is making people, as I call it, law sick. And when you look at the history, it's amazing that how over the years, fantastic lawyers, great writers have actually commented upon this and criticized it. But we, as the legal profession, we have not learned, we haven't understood that our audience has changed now. That commonplace people on the street who needs to know their rights and obligations, who need to understand what their constitutional rights are, who need to understand what their, what the tax law is and what kind of taxes apply to them. Or a simple thing like, I get a warranty for my air conditioner or for my car, or I have a life insurance policy. And just try and read that document. Try and figure out what it is saying. And you can't. You probably have to hire a lawyer to tell you that what the insurance policy covers and what it does not cover. So I have sort of started to wonder more now and in recent times to say, does it really have to be like that? And why do we persist in this? And clearly, I think one thing is, frankly, I find it's almost like lethargy, that we don't care about the most important thing, which actually is the core part of our interaction with rest of the society. And that's that their understanding of what we are saying. So why do we persist? There are people are saying there are sociological rationale, like Jeremy Bentham. He complained, this is 100 years ago. He says lawyers deliberately use a complex language. And another person wrote, if lawyers' language serves as a secret handshake in a fraternity, letting others know that you are one of the tribe. So, as I was mentioning, basically, we are not taught how to use the language. We are not taught how to communicate. There are hardly any proper language and writing skill courses in the law school. And when we join the profession, we are just handed down something which has been handed down from generation to generation. And you are supposed to write and talk like that, with the fear that if you don't, then you are almost unprofessional. You are unskilled. So many countries do have today a plain English movement, whether it is England and the US and Canada, Australia, New Zealand, all the countries which have a common law background. Most of them have plain English movements, whether it is legislation or whether it is consumer documents, because people are realizing what law is. And in fact, writers have gone ahead to suggest almost that with this difficult language, it actually is almost like an access to justice issue for most people, because they don't know what the law is, and they cannot access law the way they should. So a lot of countries have very strong plain English movements. And in fact, in the US, I think it was 2010, we had in the time of Obama, they actually have a plain writing act passed by the Senate in 2010 that all the government documentation and forms and so on have to be simplified and in plain language. And in many of these countries, the legal profession has led this. And I do hope that in India, we have taken some small baby steps at the Society of Indian Law Firms and elsewhere to start this campaign. And the users of the legal services, particularly, and I'm addressing the general counsel community, that they can play a very strong role in this. They can insist that their external lawyers write to them in simple, plain English. Sorry, it's a long monologue, but I had to give you the background to it. Otherwise, the rest of it would not have made sense. So Anurag, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Sagar. It was fantastic, and again, you made it philosophical and specific both at the same time. And I was waiting when you talk about Shashi Tharoor, and it came in when you were saying all that. Now, I want to talk to you about many things, and two of my editorial colleagues, Shirupa, ex-colleague, who started BW Legal World for us, and Ashima will ask you one question each. But what you explained to us, what led to this unnecessary and incomprehensive language in legal affairs? And you talked, your colleague said to you, I mean, it makes you sound intelligent. You don't use the word. So, how do you think it can change? What in today's your speech can create that consciousness to simplify your. But what do you think can change this?
So first of all, just 1 second or a few seconds on the historical background, because we inherited this from the English. Along with English law came English, and along with that came the language of the law, the way it was used in England over a period of time. And there are a lot of history. I mean, there actually is a long history of the language of the law, and also how Latin came in and how these complicated words came in, which are actually from Old English, which kind of finished in the year 1000 AD. And a lot of words from Middle English, from, say, Norman Conquest 1100 to about 1500 AD. And then the modern period. But the rest of the world gave up those old words, and nobody writes today like Shakespeare does. But just I put in context, but we do. Just imagine if everyone today wrote like Shakespeare does. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
The second piece really is that you need to have, a certain core mass, within the legal profession, which will adopt this. I give you my own experience. I would not take the name of the firm. This was about 6 years back, where a colleague brought in a document which had 1 page, 1 sentence, and I told him to make it into shorter sentences, to give titles and subtitles, and send it back. The whole thing came back fully restored with a snide comment: lawyers don't write like this. And that's the point in time that I realized that unless there is a critical mass, this thing can never change. And this change was led in the early 90s in the UK by London, the big London law firms. So I did write to the peer firm chairpersons, so 2 years back, and we've been slowly working on it. And I want to hasten that space to say, folks, unless the leaders in the law firm community start adopting this, and if we do it, then everybody else, and several of them are on this panel, your fantastic day full of all these interesting events, who said, absolutely, we need to do this. So at the Society of Indian Law Firm level, we did have our first kickoff introductory module in July. And then we are planning to do some training modules, some tips and techniques of how to simplify the language, at least as a beginner. But I think it needs to go to the commercial world. It needs to go to the corporate world. People, for example, I was telling about insurance policies. If you just take out the warranty card for your refrigerator, You can't make head or tail out of it. You need a lawyer to tell you what is covered in the warranty and what is not.
Conditions apply. It's just so
correct. The proverbial small print, and which is full of legalese, full of rubbish words which completely confuse you and don't let you understand the meaning of what it is.
Absolutely right, Sagar. And dare I say, in journalism also, brevity is the soul of wit. They say, if you write a good journalistic piece, it has to be very, comprehensive but tight. I'm sure. And I have heard law firms saying, "Oh, you saw my draft? I have responded in 36 pages." So it's become a bragging rights if the paperwork is long and it's verbose, right?
That's right.
You have to go in a different direction. At this point, I want to ask you this question: is our legal education curriculum keeping pace with the ever-changing legal and business environment? What should young lawyers do? Tonight, we'll unveil the list of these top 40 young lawyers and legal influencers. What's your advice to them?
Yeah, well, this is an interesting area, again, where I've been sort of trying to spend some thinking time. But clearly what we are seeing is that nothing much has changed significantly in the last 60 years in the way legal education is dispensed. Apart from then the introduction of case law method at that time, nothing significant has happened. And of course, there are national law schools and some other excellent, private law schools which are doing a much better job. But on a very large scale, we produce over 100,000 lawyers a year, and the quality is very poor. And even through the best institutions, the people who come out, they do not come out in a way that they are ready to take on the practice. And these are simple skills like relationships, like practice management skills, time management skills. How do you sit in a meeting? Your presentation skills. The entire area of emotional intelligence, as an example, which is in this day and age so critical, because it's not like that most lawyers are just going there. Many go into the system, into the normal legal litigation system, but many young people are coming into law firms, going in-house into companies where they have to work. They have to understand how to work with juniors, peers, seniors, how to handle things. And, they have zero clue. And I've had these experiences where a young associate has been given a piece of work by a senior associate. And then the partner calls this young associate and say, do this immediately. Now, this person has zero idea of how to deal with that situation. But the problem is that in legal education, we deal with cases which are on paper. And in real life, we deal with people, whether it's a client, a difficult client. Is a difficult client on the phone. How do you deal with that situation? You're in front of a very difficult judge. How do you deal with that situation? So in terms of actually practice, I do know that many of these things can only be learned when you're actually practicing. But there's a lot more that can be done in the law schools by proper changes in the curriculum to make it more practice-oriented, to make it more practical, and not just merely theoretical. And even in terms of technical subjects, things like FEMA or securities laws or M&A, a lot of that is not really even taught, which are the things that are current in today's world. So I think there has to be a thing where there should be a basic 3-year program which everyone follows. And the last 2 years should actually be very much focused with new contemporary subjects, new ways of doing things, legal clinics, setting up a legal clinic within the college with help with senior teachers where local people can come and seek advice and legal guidance. So those kind of things that you need to do. And, what are those skills? What are those competencies that you really need when you have to practice law? And how much of that can we impart in the law school?
Thank you, Mr. Sagar. I could go on doing a 2-hour conversation.
I mean, the last, there is.
Yes.
We know it's really changed in the curriculum. Sorry, Anurag, I couldn't hear you.
I said I could go on doing a 2-hour conversation, and we'll hopefully request you for that on video sometime soon. But at this point, I want to bring in my colleague, Ms. Ashima Hori, who's the editorial lead at BW Legal World. She's co-curated this conference and does a fabulous job for us. Ashima, go ahead, ask your question to Mr. Sagar.
Hello, Mr. Sagar. It's a pleasure to be speaking with you today. And I've heard your discourse on this, and I was quite interested in knowing your views on how will this impact legal tech if we do away with boilerplate clauses or universal understanding of some of these languages of the clauses. Will this impact us in any way?
No, I mean, it doesn't. It makes things easy. So no one is saying replace mortgage by a long description of mortgage is. There are terms of the art and they have to stay. But there is a lot more, as I gave examples after examples. I mean, in the event that, legal tech will not be worried. In fact, they'll be damn thrilled if it is if. And today in Microsoft Word today, there is that feature when you're reviewing your document, it actually asks you for clarity and for conciseness. They're doing it today. So,
Yes.
I mean, the tech is very happy with it. Techies don't like long words and techies don't like verbose stuff. They are very precise.
That's great, sir.
We have this idea of precision of legal words, and I keep on telling people, if our words were so precise, then how come there are 70 volumes of judgments on words and phrases legally defined? There are 1,300 judgments on what the word shall means. Think of it.
That's true, sir. The interpretations are just mind-boggling.
So it's not that our language is very precise. Otherwise, you don't need 70 volumes of words and phrases legally defined.
I think as a student, I would have been pretty thrilled about not having to mug up all the things that we did, the Latin phrases and the questions we were asked.
That's right.
Thank you, Ashima. I also want to bring in my ex-colleague, but she's still very much part of the BW Business World. She started BW Legal World for us, Sri Rupa Chaudhary. Sri Rupa, go ahead, ask your question to Mr. Sagar. Sri Rupa.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Mr. Sagar, great topic. Very few stalwarts actually speak about the need to reform the legal industry. So taking from Ashima's question, I'm very curious to know if you think that lawyers are kind of insecure, that if legalese goes away, then artificial intelligence will kind of take over drafting of legal documents and things like that. And their very existence kind of depends on laymen not understanding legalese.
Yeah, I think, this was always the profession of the elites. And when you go into the history, why French words and Latin words were used, French and Latin were actually the official languages of the English courts right up to the 17th century. There were 2 laws passed in England, which said English is the language of our courts to that extent. So the elites maintained the profession. They actually had a monopoly over the profession, but things have changed. Now, law concerns everyone. It just doesn't concern lawyers and their feathered nests. It concerns you. It concerns everybody on the street. And we have to, as service providers, deal with the audience, not with our own needs. We have to deal with the needs of the audience. That's why change must come.
Thank you, Mr. Sagar.
Right, sir. Right. And we have to make it simple for everybody to be able to engage with the law, basically.
Exactly. And when people are using pompous big words, they're doing it to show off. They don't have to. If your reader has to run to a dictionary to find out what you're saying, you failed. Basically, you failed.
Thank you, Mr. Sagar, you're so right. Now, I want to ask you a question that I've been wanting to ask you for a while. I mean, if I'm not wrong, you have been practicing since 1976, right?
Yeah, and before that, 4 years in a law firm as an intern.
So you've been now working for 48 years.
48 years this June.
Yes. So you are one of the only ones who has pioneered a new paradigm in Indian law firm organizations and management structures. Both GSA and KNS have features which are unique to Indian law firms: no family rule, admittance to partnership without goodwill, buy-in, retirement age for partners, innovative partner compensation mechanism, and shared mission and core values. Tell us now, in your role as a mentor, as a leader of the family, how is it worked for you? And what do you have to say to other law firm owners and the legal community that you in some way lead?
First of all, I think one clarification that what's happened, we may have been the first ones in some ways, but there are several other younger firms now who are coming along. They are exactly looking at things in a more structured and I would say, more say Western-oriented manner versus having either a family-controlled firm or a firm which is, controlled by a couple of, legendary individuals. A lot of the firms are going the model of a collegial, professional partnership. So it's, and I would say that in our country, I think it's work in progress. These are still early nascent days of these sorts of models, and we still think that what we are doing in both our firms are clearly um, early days. It's a very bold experiment, and we are seeing how this works. And some of the top firms in this country, very powerful firms, are family controlled or run by very very uh, uh, you know uh, amazing, legendary people, and they're doing very well too. So in a way, I think it's different strokes for different folks. And you're trying to see, can you do a paradigm whereby you can actually see that institutions can be built, which survive and outlive the founders and create a place for themselves, as has been seen in the more developed Western markets, particularly, or even now in the Eastern markets. So first, it was an experiment, and the experiment is still on.
Mr. Sagar, you achieved everything. You built a successful law firm. You have respect, even more respect.
I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear what you were saying.
You achieved everything that you wanted to. You have so much respect in the profession. You built a top-tier law firm which carries on work with your supervision and mentorship and not full involvement. Is there anything left for Mr. Jyoti Sagar to achieve? Does Mr. Jyoti Sagar have a bucket list? Mr. Sagar? Were you able to hear me?
Yes, sorry, we lost each other for a little while.
I said, Mr. Sagar, you achieved everything. You have a top-tier law firm. You have tremendous respect. People behind your back give me examples of, see, this is a man who's really, kind of passed it on to the next generation. You achieved everything. So is there something for you to be achieving more? Is there a bucket list Mr. Jyoti Sagar has?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you very much. I mean, we do try and do our best, and I'm happy and satisfied with what, wherever I have gotten. Good things, bad things, they all come as a package, so that's fine. Do want to work on certainly 2 or 3 of these things. First, of course, is this plain English thing is quite close to my heart. The other one is this curriculum. I mean, I hope to start doing something more significantly. And then there are some groups who are working on issues of pendency in the judicial system, pendency in the court system. So I'm trying to do a bit with some of those folks as well. So these are the 2 or 3 things which keep me occupied. And then, of course, we have 2 foundations that we do. I think you're familiar with one of them, at least, the Genesis Foundation, which supports poor children with congenital heart defects. So I am the trustee there as well. So that takes up my time. Plus, there is a foundation we have which runs a center for differently abled slum children. So about 15-20% of my time goes into that. So there are things to be done. There's always something to be done, and you got to keep yourself busy and mentally agile and involved and enjoy life and all its various facets as it presents itself.
My last question to you, Mr. Sagar. Throughout this 48-year-old journey, I'm sure you've touched the lives of many people, professionals, individuals, companies. But tell us people you have been inspired by. Give us 2-3 people who you have been inspired by personally and from whom you've learned, and why?
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I've run into several excellent people, both in the profession and outside of the profession, and have learned a lot. And learning is a continuous thing. You never learned enough. You know, it's always enough space to learn. But the three people, that I have always acknowledged and as my mentors. One is my uncle, with whom I worked for 19 years, Dr. Vidyasagar. I learned a huge lot from him. In particular, again, the question of entire articulation and writing skills and so on was how to look at a problem, and also handling clients with different cultures. So that was something that I learned at his feet. And then there was another senior of mine in my uncle's old firm where I worked for, as I said, 19 years. So for almost 10 years, I worked with another legendary senior of mine. His name was Mr. Amar Raj Lal. And from him, I learned the entire thing of how important it is, how important the detail is. And he used to always say, assume nothing and show me. So if I were to tell him something, that this judgment, this happened, he would want to see that paragraph from that judgment himself. So he used to say, assume nothing and show me. So those are and I worked with him on many complicated matters as a young lawyer, and he was legendary. He was an outstanding professional and an outstanding teacher to me. And then third was another gentleman called Mr. J.K. Call, who was a bachelor, old lawyer in the firm, and I was his understudy for a few years. And I really developed a friendship with him. And he was an incredible guy again for detail. And he would always say, I still remember, I'd sit in front of him and he would say, padho, padho, read. And then he would not say gadhe, but he would say Gadhe. I still remember. And, so he just instilled in me that, look, you have to get down into the detail and you have to understand things and you must read. And even now it's an irritating habit that I have for many people. Some people will come in, something comes in, and my instinct actually is I open the envelope and I open it and I start reading it. And my wife Prema will say, what the hell is this? What are you doing? I said, it's just in me. When I have something in front of me, I'm going to read and try and understand what it is. So that was Mr. Call's legacy. And, so those are three people I've kind of always acknowledged. I mean, they really, in a way, framed me in a way. They changed me and they made me what I am.
Thank you, Mr. Swagar. It's been a pleasure and an honor to have a conversation with you. I'm sure our audience have enjoyed. And those of you who want to revisit this conversation, Monday, you can visit the bwlegalworld.com page. All the videos will be live there. So if you want to revisit and learn from what Mr. Sagar said, please do that. The October edition of BW Legal World will also have Mr. Sagar's full interview transcript and his address transcript. I look forward to doing a longer conversation with Mr. Sagar. I hope I'm able to do that soon. I requested that about 2.5 months back, and you agreed last week. So I hope we can find time to do that and dive into more aspects. Just to give you the gist of what Mr. Sagar said, one is make things simpler. Simple is more effective. Second, he quoted his mentor, assume nothing. And third, he talked about the fact that reading helps. Fourth, life skills help. Interdisciplinary knowledge helps. Grooming helps. How to address someone, how to conduct yourself in a meeting, what not to say. So those life skills are very important. Time management. So while legal, technical knowledge is important, going forward, if you want to be, as a young leader, be successful, follow what Mr. Sagar said. Thank you, Mr. Jyoti Sagar, for talking to bwlegalworld.com, and we look forward to more interactions and conversation with you. Thank you for inspiring all of us and being the pioneer that you are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anurag, for giving me this opportunity. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're very kind, sir. Thank you. The pleasure is all ours. Thank you. Back to you, Khyati.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rupa. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure this insightful dialogue has got all of us taking notes. And what a better world it would be if we could understand all the legal documents that we ever come across, right? But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move on to our next luminary for the day. I would like to call on stage, or rather screen, Mr. V. Lakshmi Kumaran, founder and managing partner Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan. He will share his visionary thoughts on future of governance, compliances, legal services, the confluence of policy with business. I would like to once again invite Dr. Batra back on the screen to introduce further Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran.
Thank you, Khyati. It's an honor to be able to introduce our next speaker. Can we have him? He is Mr. V. Lakshmi Kumaran, founder and managing partner, Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan. I've had the good fortune of interacting with him multiple times and did an interview where I thought I learned something. But he doesn't really need an introduction to any gathering, especially not a business world and a legal world gathering. But as is customary, let me, to set context, introduce him. He will talk about the future of governance, compliances, and legal services, the confluence of policy with business. Just to give you an introduction to him, for over 30 odd years, he has handled several high-profile litigation and has led his firm in representing clients in over 40,000 litigations before Supreme Court of India, high courts, tribunals, and quasi-judicial authorities. He's a key figure in shaping India's tax jurisprudence. His clientele includes the topmost companies, I would say BW 500 companies. He's also a delegate of the International Chamber of Commerce. He's also attended the World Customs Organization Harmonized System Committee meetings on classifications in Brussels. He addressed the WCU GATT valuation workshop on customs valuation. He's somebody who served in the government before he came into the private sector. So he understands the nuances of governance, bureaucracy, policy. And over the last 3 decades, he's been able to use this to build his firm, but more importantly, make an impact and contribution to the Indian business policy and the legal ecosystem. Let me welcome Mr. V. Lakshmi Kumaran to the fore. Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran, good afternoon. Look forward to your address.
Thank you, Anurag. Well, I'm humbled by your introduction. You have given me a very interesting topic to discuss. That is governance, compliances, legal services, confluence of policy, and reforms. Let us now talk about the governance and compliances together, and then we come to the legal services little later. We've been hearing about the corporate governance. From where we get this particular concept of corporate governance? Any corporate, when it is run, who are the stakeholders for this corporate? The shareholders, definitely. The board of directors who are managing the company. The banks and financial institutions. The government agencies, regulators, and tax administration. The staff and employees working in this company. Vendors from whom they purchase various materials, raw materials, components. Distributors who are in the distribution chain. And ultimately the faceless customers to whom they are selling the goods or the wares. Apart from all, there are people who are not dealing with them at all, people at large, the people of this country or elsewhere. We also have today internet. Actually, I am talking now from my home to the august audience here, enabled by the internet. And this has got other aspects also. the social media, where what you say and what you think are transmitted. You are also sitting on various data, data productions, data useful of data, all those things. They are all part and parcel of those stakeholders. Whenever we are talking about the governance and compliances and the policies, what exactly we mean? All it means is telling the corporate, act fairly. Act fairly in respect of all stakeholders. Let there not be a situation where you benefit some people and be unfair to others. That is not wanted. And the principle of governance emanates from this particular principle that this corporate, as a corporate citizen, has to act fairly with regard to all stakeholders, known or unknown. What are the things which we normally put across as a compliance or the governance? First, let there be no bribes. Let there be no frauds. Let there be no fudging of accounts and documents. Let there not be undue influence for getting certain materials to you. Let there not be insider trading, whereby the person who are in charge or in knowledge of this internal affairs get undue advantage over other shareholders. Apart from all, they also want to ensure that the goods we are selling to ultimate customers whom you not know, the future customers, are they getting the fair prices? The product can be compared, various laws like Legal Metrology Act, price control, etc. Do not hoard and make profiteering. You can make profits, but don't go profiteering. They also bring in what is known as corporate social responsibilities. Why did it come? It is not in relation to the people with whom you are dealing with, the people who do not deal with it, the society at large. Now, this society, consisting of your customers and non-customers, have provided you a platform or an opportunity to sell your wares. And they should also be treated fairly. And it is now made mandatory that a percentage of your total revenue you spend, or the profit you spend, on the corporate social responsibilities. Pay the taxes correctly. Not a penny more, not a penny less. This again is going to benefit the whole cross section of the society which you are dealing with. You are part of it. Keep the customer's data safe. Do not trade in it. Do not allow people to hack it. Do not allow those accounts made in public. Today you have a whole lot of system outside who can utilize this data and make money out of it, make business out of it. It's not fair. And also ensure that your goods or the manufacturing processes do not pollute the environment, because again people at large are affected. There should be no discrimination in the gender, race, language, culture, religion. Let there not be. Be fair, because they are all part and parcel of the society. These are the desired, and many more we'll talk about a little later. All these things are the desired because, as I mentioned, there are several stakeholders, known and unknown, direct and indirect. And the government wants you to be fair to everybody. And that is why all these policies, all these rules, regulations have been brought. Now let us go step by step on this. The regulations are brought to ensure fairness, and regulators are appointed to ensure that the field in which they are dealing with or regulating are properly taken care. That includes competition law. In name it, today business laws are many, many. I can't envy a CEO or a CFO or the general counsel today because he has to comply with many, many, many lawyers, many, many laws. Of course, they have to deal with many lawyers also, unfortunately. But the society needs it. This was not the position about 20 or 30 years back. The law is evolving. We are learning from big scams happen not only in India and abroad. And these things happened because there was a laxity in the compliance. There is a laxity in the governance. If the focus of a company is only towards making more profit towards only its shareholders, at the cost of the society at large, the government says, policy says, no, it's not good. This is not fair. So ultimately, this entire governance is tested under the touchstone of fairness. And today, you look at the technologies. The technologies are going so fast, and existing law many times cannot take care of those new technologies. I have seen the business methods of doing business in a different manner, in a newer manner, as also the technologies are evolving so fast. The existing legislations may not be able to deal with these type of situations. Did you ever think about 10 years back that a person who does not own a single car or a taxi will be running the biggest taxi company in the world? Did you ever think? The situations are very different today. Could you think that what you and I are talking, I am putting it in a social media, that becomes subject of discussions? And we are seeing daily today in the televisions about some issues taking up, somebody is murdered, committing suicide, the people are taking, etc. It is discussed in such a great detail. I'm sure somebody will make a movie out of it. That means there are people outside who would like to make money, business, out of personal habits or personal conversation. And this is what is evolving today. You have not heard of a cyberbullying earlier, a term. You never heard. But today it is there. By shaming you, people can make money. It's possible. And they have done it. And they are doing it day in and day out. Now, all these policies, regulations, which are brought in, some of it is self-regulation, some of them were mandated by the legislation, is because of the needs of the society at a particular point of time. These are the needs. And these needs need to be addressed. And that is where the policies come in. And the policies will state very clearly, I want you to comply with this, 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 this. And it is done. Let us assume the parliament in India and the state legislations are doing their job well. They are our representatives and they are legislating what is needed for the society at present. We take it. And also, while doing that particular legislations, compliances, As I mentioned earlier, there are many, many stakeholders. It is possible that either the legislation or the administration regulating the legislation can act in an unreasonable manner, tilting the balance. It is possible. The language used is vague, imperfect. Our friend Mr. Jyoti Sagar was talking about legislation made in a simple English. It is a need of the hour. The legislations are meant for the common man. The audience of the legislation is a common man, but he can't understand. At least in the laws which I am dealing with, whether it is direct taxes or indirect taxes like GST or customs, or for the WTO laws, the agreements are worded in a manner where a common man just cannot understand. Now, in a situation of this nature, it is possible for the regulator or the administrator can take an extreme position and tilt the balance. As I said, it could be as a result of the vagueness in the legislation itself, or because of over enthusiastic regulators trying to regulate this, interpret in a manner where it is beyond what the legislators themselves want to say. How do you strike a balance? And that is where judiciary comes in. That is where the lawyers come in. And to strike a balance in the process, that ultimate fairness to all the stakeholders are achieved. I have always taken a position, for example, taxes. When a corporate comes to me and then says, sir, we have got a tax demand of 100 crores, it's too much. I said, I agree with you. Leave the papers, let us discuss. I spend about 4 or 5 days reading that, and then I call them for discussion. Then I tell them, sir, I have studied the papers. I would like to discuss more detail with you. After spending another day or two, do research myself and along with my colleagues, I would say, sir, out of the 100 crores, 35 crores is payable legally to the government. Pay it. Don't ask me to fight for the 35 crores. I cannot. Because that is legally correct. Your interpretation was wrong. And therefore, I would advise you to make the payment. Yes, the remaining 65 crores, what the government is demanding is incorrect. I will fight for it. If the client wants me to appear and argue for the entire 100 crores, I quietly return the file. Say, thank you, sir. I don't think I can help you. There will be others who can help you, because for that you have to tell some lies there, etc. I cannot. At least my conscience does not permit. This is what a lawyer is supposed to do. At least I expect it to do. I would not say that others should do. This is what I do. I am not saying others doing right or wrong, because why should I judge others? And the excessive legislations, which is tilting the balance, excessive interpretation tilting the balance, are ultimately corrected by the judiciary. And this checks and balances between the needs of the society, the policy which are being framed, and the policy being translated into legislations, and the legislators themselves are under the constitution correctly done or not, and what is the need of the hour, and whether this is offending the basic structure of the constitution or not. This is the play which is being taken place in the Supreme Court and the High Courts. And the lawyers play a significant role in this particular process. As I said, there are situations where the new technology, NAR, or the new law, the new business method, is beyond the existing law. To take an example, suppose an artificial intelligence imparted by the computers, a group of computer servers, if they are able to come back with a good invention of a particular component of an automobile, who will be the inventor in this case? The human intervention there was minimal. The computer did the entire thing and came up with a fantastic model which never thought of no human being ever thought of it. But it came with an invention. It is new, it is novel, it has got industrial applications, and it is not obvious. Therefore, you are entitled for the patent. But the patent law says you must have a physical person to claim a patent. And this computer is not a physical person. What do we do? So these are the situations which will come up. I'm giving just an example. There are many situations where the technologies are far ahead and the legislation is lagging behind. And the gaps have to be filled. How do you stretch the existing law and legislation to take care of the future till the legislation is made for those type of situations? This is where the judiciary comes in and the lawyers help. And the innovative way in which the lawyers interpret, assist the court to give a decision to fill the gap is the beauty of our Indian judiciary. I think I should leave. I think I should stop here, Anurag. I think I should give some time for the people to ask some questions. I can go on talking. I think it will be unfair to the people and you. So, because I think I'm supposed to talk about 30 minutes, including the questions, and therefore I would invite some questions if any on this point.
I just want to ask you, you beautifully articulated what is your raison d'etre, what is your philosophy, how you would advise a client. Now tell us, when it comes to the government and governance and intersection of policy, legal, business, what has changed in the last 6 months? What is that one or two significant changes that all legal professionals should be conscious of? And what is the bearing they will have on the future?
When you talk about last 6 months, Anurag, you are talking about the COVID situation or beyond? If it is,
so a COVID situation impacting the economy, and how does that impact everything that you talk about?
Sure. It's a very interesting question. This virus, unlike other known viruses, I have made some study about the virus itself, is very different and it can mutate. It has brought down the whole world economy to its knees. India cannot escape. There are businesses will be just closed down because they can't be without a customer for 6 months, 9 months. It's not possible. The government stimulus is first of all geared towards the lower strata of society, the people who need because they have to survive. The situation is going to become slightly different after the situation improves. But as resilient as far as the economy is concerned, I am sure that it will come back, but in a very different manner. But the way we work, the way the government works, the way the corporate works will be very different after this experience. The policies that are being done by the government under these circumstances, they are also clueless. What exactly is happening, what is going to happen next 3 months, 6 months, etc. I don't think they have a full answer for this. So it is a quick fix. I would say they are doing their best, but it is like changing the wheel when the car is running. We are in that particular position today as of now. I suppose situation will become better after 2-3 months when the curve flattens, then better things will come. But there are very fluid situations, and many law firms have learned to work in a different manner, be considerate towards the corporate, and also start working from home. And I must say that the government and the courts have started functioning in a video conference mode. Virtual hearings are taking place. The government officers are also working in a virtual manner, and all the representations for the change in the policy, etc., are looked at sympathetically. I would say at this point of time, the government response seems to be very positive, though may not be adequate.
Thank you again for being balanced and for being candid. If you can be balanced with being candid, I think the best way to be. So you say what is honest and what needs to be said, but they say it in a way that it is accepted. So thank you, Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran. It's been a great honor to listen to you and to be able to converse with you. Uh, you're a great role model for a lot of legal luminaries and law firm owners and young professionals. So we look forward to your guidance and advice in our future endeavors at BW Legal World and Business World. Nandri, we're grateful to you and thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lakshmi.
Your Tamil is very good. Thank you.
I only know 4 words, sir. So one of them is Nandri because my roommate in the business school was from Chennai, is a very close friend. So thank you for acknowledging.
You have learned the right language. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Lakshmi Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Kathy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, and thank you so much, Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran. I think your words of wisdom is going to stay with all of us. The ideas on shaping governance and policy consideration can go a long way for creating a robust business and legal ecosystem. Now, I hope that all of you are joining our online conversations using our hashtag BW Legal Dialogues. Please help us spread the word to a wider community. Now, I would like to take you to our next dialogue for the day, which will talk about new horizons for legal services, the future of alternative dispute resolution in India. And the dialogue is going to be by Mr. Lalit Bhasin, Managing Partner, Bhasin and Company. I would once again like to invite Dr. Batra back on screen to introduce Mr. Bhasin.
Good afternoon. The person I'm going to introduce again doesn't really need an introduction. But I would say he's the senior most person that is speaking at the BW Legal World Dialogues. He's somebody who is, he's had more number of years of experience working in the legal services ecosystem than my age. Let me welcome Mr. Lalit Bhasin, who really doesn't need an introduction. Mr. Bhasin, congratulations, first of all, for your coffee table book that has been launched. So congratulations for that. I also met your grandson on 12th December at the first Legal World Conference, and what a fine young man he is. So congratulations for your coffee table book. Congratulations that the legacy is being carried forward. I don't want to insult you by introducing you, but it is customary to introduce. So I'm introducing you only for that reason. Mr. Lalit Bhasin is a legal luminary with over 58 years of work dedicated to law. His life and lifetime has been dedicated to the service of the Indian legal fraternity. He's also the president of the Society of Indian Law Firms and the Bar Association of India. And he's had many accolades. I will mention few of them. He's got the plaque of honor for outstanding contribution to the rule of law in 2002, awarded and handed over to him by the then Prime Minister of India. He's also got the National Law Day Award in 2007 by the President of India. He's the chairman of the CII's Task Force on Legal Services. And I can go on about his appointments and his roles beyond his own law firm. He's really contributed to the profession like nobody else. Today he'll speak to us and our audience, which is about 2,000 strong on various platforms, about the new horizons for legal services, the future of alternative dispute resolution in India. Over to you, Mr. Bhasin.
Thank you, Dr. Anurag Batra. I am audible. Am I audible to everyone? Okay. You introduced me, you see, as someone who has done some service for the legal profession and the rule of law in this country. But I'm much concerned about the situation and position and the status of the legal profession as it is in India today. Therefore, I'll be touching upon certain aspects which are quite disturbing, you see, so far as the future of legal profession is concerned. Legal profession as it stands today, as it exists today, I see actually no new horizons. That is the topic which you have given me. New horizons for the legal services and the future of ADR. As I said, I see no new horizons. The existing horizons, they present a very dark, fogged, dimmed, and bleak picture so far as the future of legal profession is concerned. Legal profession by itself is not to blame for the delays which occur, you see, in the disposal of matters. It is the system. And this system, you see, which is the adversarial system, which was there even in the United Kingdom. And I quote in 1742, Benjamin Franklin. I think the famous name all of you must have heard about, Benjamin Franklin, in the Poor Richard's Almanac in 1742, he said, in some countries, the course of the courts is so tedious and the expense so high that the remedy, justice, is worse than injustice, the disease. In my travels, I once saw a sign called The Two Men at Law. One of them was painted on one side in a melancholy posture, all in rags, with this scrawl, I have lost my cause. The other was drawn, capering for joy, on the other side, with these words, I have gained my suit, but he was stark naked. Again, this is not attributable, you see, to lawyers alone. It is the process the law consumes, you see, the resources of the litigants. So it is, people say lawyers take away most of it, you see, as I could remember, you see, that two ladies were talking, and one lady said that when we got our divorce, we divided everything we had equally between us. Two children stayed with me, two went to my ex-husband. The other lady asked, what happened to the property? The reply was, that was shared equally between his lawyer and mine. Now this is not true as of today. It is the system itself, you see, which is to blame. And therefore, when I say that I see no new horizons, I am referring to the systems. I am not referring, you see, to the legal profession as such. The system was already under great stress even before COVID came into the picture. Legal services were under threat for multifarious reasons. The reasons being the huge pendency of cases that we have, more than 3 crore cases pending all over India. Add to that the high cost because of the delays, not because that the lawyers are charging, you see, huge fee. Yeah, they do charge, some very, very senior people. They have some 7-figure fee quotes, but those are very few. Most of the members of the legal profession are very reasonable so far as their professional fee is concerned. Then there is a lot of uncertainty in litigation, and we have 3-4 tier system, right from the court of first instance, you see, to go to the revisions, then reviews, and then you go to the high courts. In high court also there is single judge, there are division benches, sometimes the matter go to full benches, then you go to the Supreme Court. Again, in Supreme Court also there is no certainty. A two judges bench will decide something, then a three judges bench will overrule it, then there will be another bench of 5 judges to review and reconsider that judgment. So these are, you see, the effects which were there already before COVID came in. Legal profession was already under a threat because of these factors, because people may be losing faith in the system itself. I'm not saying people will lose faith in lawyers, but yes, people will lose faith in the entire system of administration of justice because of the cumulative effect that we have of this huge pendency, the high costs, the uncertainty, the 3-4 tier system, which was all right for a country like UK, small country, they could afford that. But in a country like India, you see, we can't have this 3-4 tier system. Therefore, that requires something at the legislative angle as to what should be done about this. And then the technology came, you see. Now, technology has brought in huge advantages for everyone, including the legal profession, for the businesses. But so far as the lawyers are concerned, they have to be more prepared than and more knowledgeable than their clients. Because these days, lawyers, the clients, that is the in-house counsel, the CFOs, they do a lot of research on their own before they go to the lawyers. The role of lawyers and law firms is being limited to some very important, complicated, complex matters where possibly the in-house counsel, along with the company secretaries and the CFOs, they can't find solutions to the problems and the issues which are faced by the business houses. Therefore, they will do a lot of research and then they would come to the external counsel, whether they are law firms or litigation lawyers, for advice. That is where the technology has come into play, that your clients may be more knowledgeable than what you are unless you have kept pace with the technology. So technology also has its minus points so far as the legal profession is concerned, because, and that is very important, when we talk of legal profession in India, we are not just talking about the law firms or this counsel who appear, you see, in the courts. We are talking about nearly 1.2 million lawyers spread all over the country, practicing, you see, in the district courts and other subordinate courts and other tribunals. They do not have access to technology. Some of them do not even have, you see, email IDs. So how can they keep abreast with the contemporaneous developments which are taking place all over the world, or even what are taking place in India? Therefore, technology, so far legal profession is concerned, yes, it is good, because most of the law firms and the big law firms are already using artificial intelligence as well. But that is confined only to a very, very few, a very minuscule minority of not more than possibly 2% of the legal lawyers, the population of India. Therefore, when I talk of new horizons, I am faced, you see, with this situation, that where is the future of the legal profession? Where are we leading to? Because The ultimate aim is that there should be quick and expeditious dispute resolution in this country. Lawyers have played very significant role. And as Lakshmi Kumaran just now said, that yes, lawyer has to strike a balance, and he also advised what a lawyer should be doing. I fully support and endorse what he said. I also fully support and endorse what Jyoti Sagar said about use of simple English, you see, because we are accustomed to uh, the UK English and all that, but that does not serve the purpose. We need simple laws. We need rationalization of laws. We have too many laws. We have outdated laws. We have overlapping laws, and we have ill-drafted laws. These are all, you see, which we have to cater with. And that leads to spate of cases, you see. Ill-drafted laws means it is good for lawyers. They will interpret law in one way or the other way. But it's bad for the administration of justice, the system that we have. There should be proper drafting of laws. The number of laws should be reduced. Rationalization should be done. As I said in one other seminar, that even for opening a small hotel or a restaurant, you need about 150 approvals and permissions. And there is no coordination between the central laws and the state laws. The state laws also and the central laws also. So with this state of affairs having more than 3 crore cases pending, what is the focus for ADR, the alternate dispute resolution? Litigation is not the answer. As I said, with so many cases pending, people are losing faith in litigation. But do they have an alternative, which I'm sure they should have, they must have, because that is their right. It is their right to have, you see, proper resolution of their disputes. Legal profession is the only profession which is recognized in our constitution by name. Article 22, read with Article 76, which provides for appointment of Attorney General. Therefore, there is a huge responsibility on the legal profession as to how to deal with this complex question of huge pendency, the notorious laws delays. And when we talk of ADR, litigation is ruled out. So is arbitration the answer? Obviously, it has not succeeded in India. Arbitration has failed to take off. It is basically for the reason that we do not have proper arbitral institutions in this country. It is more on ad hoc basis. Ad hoc basis means that it is monopolized by judges, particularly you see all the retired judges, whether of the high courts or the Supreme Court. It is monopolized by them and by the lawyers, the legal profession. The other experts are completely left out. The engineers, you see, the architects, the company secretaries, the chartered accountants. After all, disputes have to be decided on basis of factual evidence, you see, which should come on record, and expert evidence. Lawyers and judges do not have that expertise when they deal with very technical, complicated questions, you see, either involving information technology or construction matters. Therefore, the need of the hour is to have proper institutional arbitration, which we do not have in India at the moment. A small beginning is made. In Mumbai, you see, we have a Mumbai International Arbitration Center doing a good job. But similar other institutes have to be set up, which should not be under the control of the government or any particular business. These should be independent institutional arbitration centers which inspire confidence. But since it is not there, therefore arbitration as an alternate dispute resolution mechanism is ruled out. Now, if arbitration is ruled out, then what is the answer? The obvious answer, and particularly for countries like India, is mediation. And when Lakshmi Kumaran gave an example of someone coming, client coming with the demand, you see, from the income tax authorities, and he said you should pay something, I think that is the principle which I follow when I give my advice to the clients. And I tell all my partners and my fellow colleagues in the legal profession, follow the same. And what is that advice? That advice is a bad settlement is better than successful litigation. Therefore, try to have a give and take approach. Advise your clients, you see, that try to settle it as against your claim for 100 rupees, even if you get 50, 60 rupees, take it and then try to settle the matter. Because if you don't do that, you will possibly result in spending much more than what your claim may be. And that is not attributable to lawyers, you see. It is attributable to the system that we have, you see, in India. Therefore, mediation is the only answer, you see, that we have. And some beginning has to be made. In Delhi High Court, we have made the beginning. I think it's a shining example of how mediation can succeed. But it is a small effort by one High Court. I think other places also must follow the same. Therefore, my message, you see, to the legal fraternity and even to the business community is that try to go for mediation, but for that you need trained mediators who inspire confidence, you see, in the parties, that yes, here is someone who will not misguide us or take sides with the other party, but he will try to give us some advice, whether factually and legally what we are saying is correct in terms of our claims or counterclaims or whatever the dispute may be. Therefore, that is the way forward. The new horizons, as I said, I don't see, particularly after COVID. Legal profession has suffered considerably. There has been no effort by the government, no effort by the Bar Council of India, which is the regulatory body, to help those. I'm not, you see, seeking help for the established law firms or these counsel who appear in courts. I am seeking help, you see, and some introspection on the part of the government and the regulatory bodies. What about the lawyers who are dependent upon their professional fee every day? It is like a daily earning. They have been deprived of, you see, because what we have today is the virtual hearings. Have virtual hearings, you see, done that service which was expected? I say no. The glaring example is, you see, the matters which come up in the Supreme Court and the High Court. Only urgent matters are taken up, and the urgency is decided by the registry of the courts, whether this is urgent, this is important, this is not important. What about those cases which have been pending for decades now? Why those cannot be given priority? And these urgent matters are taken up, so-called urgent matters are taken up through virtual hearing. A common citizen does not have approach, you see. Access, you see, to the courts is denied to him, which is against, you see, his fundamental rights. And what could have helped was these young lawyers, emerging law firms, small law firms, they will be virtually wiped out of existence if no assistance comes from the authorities and from the regulators. They are a struggling lot. They were struggling even pre-COVID, but COVID will simply make them disappear from the scene. And that would be, I think, a very disastrous consequence of the failure on the part of our regulators and on the failure of the part of government, because that would be a failure of our system of administration of justice, that people will not have access to justice because these lawyers who appear for them, they will be no longer there, and they will have to take recourse to the bigger ones, and but they won't be able to pay their fee and all that. Therefore, to end up, because I hate, you see, going beyond the time allotted to me, even though 10 minutes were cut short, uh, because it is already so. I end up this with a hope, you see, that something could be done to save the legal profession. Of course, something can be done by the legal professionals themselves. The big law firms can help the small ones. This senior counsel can help the junior struggling counsel who appear in the courts. That can be done. But the best thing would be that try to encourage and promote and involve the young professionals in the field of mediation. Actually, that should be one subject which should be introduced in the law schools so as to train our young budding students who will become lawyers one day to know the significance and importance of mediation in a country like India, where adversarial form of the system was not at all suitable, but it was imposed on us. We had our system of consensual form of administration of justice, not adversarial, and that was highly successful. The gram panchayats, the zilla parishads, all you see are examples of the consensual form of administration of justice, because the emphasis was on justice, not on the legal technicalities as represented by law. Therefore, we have to come out of this. Don't pay a lip service to the cause of justice, and that may be the only way to save the legal profession. As I said, the horizon, I can't see any new horizon, and even the existing horizons you see are, as I said, dimmed and fogged, and they are quite dark and bleak. So please try to keep this motto in mind. A bad settlement is better than successful litigation. That will help the profession in the long run, because a client will be impressed by this approach, even if it means less fees for you, because settlement of dispute means, you see, no court hearing, nothing like that. So, but in the long run, you are gaining the confidence of your client, and he will be a lasting client for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhasin, Dr. Lalit Bhasin, for being so eloquent and so honest. You know, you have seen everything, so you can be honest, and you already shared what needs to change. You talk about dependency. You talk about mediation being introduced in the legal curricula. And recently, I would like to tell the audiences, the viewers, that about 2,000 audiences across all our platforms, that recently there was a coffee table book dedicated to Mr. Lalit Bhasin. Just called Mr. Lalit Bhasin, A Life Dedicated to Law, came out. It is a compendium of articles in 70 years of Constitution of India, 50 articles by eminent people. This is a 600-page book which was presented to the Honorable President of India by Dr. Lalit Bhasin on 31st August. So you may want to read that. I'm sure it will echo the sentiments that he has kind of shared with us. My only question before I let you go is, while you talk to the policymakers and the legal ecosystem about what needs to be done for the young lawyers and the young legal influencers, but if you had to tell them what should be their playbook for success so that they are able to make a mark on the legal profession, what would be your advice to these legal minds who are young?
Yeah, my advice, you see, whenever I go to the law schools, and I visit at least 2 law schools every month to have an exchange of ideas, is always that don't confine yourself just to study of law. You have to learn and know what is happening contemporaneously in the other parts of country and in the world. Therefore, study literature, study economics, study history, go into those aspects, only then you can become a complete lawyer. You will not become a good or a complete lawyer if you read only the Contract Act, you see, or the Constitution of India or the Indian Evidence Act. You must have, because the business now, particularly for business lawyers, they expect remedies and answers from the lawyers because they already know the legal position. They want to know more about it, you see. Therefore, a lawyer need to know much more than law in the traditional form. Therefore, expand your horizons, and that is the new horizon, Dr. Batra, which you have very rightly chosen. The new horizon is that expand, you see, your vision, expand your study, expand your inputs and approach.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lalit Bhasin. We wish you abundance, great health, and continue to guide us in the legal fraternity. Congratulations on the coffee table book, and thank you for talking to BW Business World and BW Legal World. For those of you who want to follow Dr. Lalit Bhasin's advice, you can also read Business World, because while Legal World is about only legal, Business World is about environment, the business environment, and larger issues. So you can read www.businessworld.in, or of course you can read bwlegalworld.com, and Dr. Lalit Bhasin's video will be on the site in the week if you want to revisit what he said and learn from it, and learn from all the legal luminaries that have given us their time pro bono to talk to you. You could revisit their talks, and also this will be in the October issue of BW Legal World. So all the best. Thank you, Dr. Bhasin, for talking to us. We look forward to a conversation soon again. Thank you so much. Thank you. Back to you, Khyati.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bhasin, for your time, and Dr. Batra, thank you for this fireside chat. And yes, for all of you, the magnificent interviews of the leaders that are here on this event will also be available for you to read. So please go ahead and check out bwlegalworld.com. Also, join our online conversation using our hashtag BWLegalDialogues. Moving forward, we have with us another luminary who I'd like to invite on stage, or rather screen again, Mr. Mukesh Bhutani, founder BMR Legal. He will discuss on new horizons for legal services, trade wars, where is India heading with respect to its non-tariff barriers policy, China and India. And I would once again like to invite Dr. Batra back again on the screen to introduce Mr. Bhutani one more time.
Can we have Mr. Bhutani on the screen? Can we get him in the center stage where Khyati is? Because this session is his session. So I will briefly introduce and get off the screen. I also don't want to scare people beyond. I don't have Mr. Bhutani's good looks. But let me introduce Mr. Bhutani again. He really doesn't need an introduction to this fraternity or the business fraternity. But he's a chartered accountant who turned into a top international and transfer pricing lawyer. He became the transfer pricing leader at two of the big four firms without naming them. And then he became an entrepreneur. He co-founded the BMR Advisor and founded the BMR Legal Advocates. So he's a tax practice leader at the BMR Advisor, and he's a go-to person for advice in this very technical subject. Not only that, he understands the nuances of all aspects of business with law. So he is somebody who gets you holistic view when you go to him. So without further ado, let me get Mr. Mukesh Bhutani. Mr. Bhutani, the screen is all yours.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you for inviting me to speak at the BW World Legal Conclave. The topic on trade wars, where India is heading with respect to its non-tariff barriers policy, did strike to me because as a tax lawyer, we do a lot of work in the area of indirect taxes. And when we advise clients on a host of indirect tax issues, whether it's got to do with GST or customs, I realized that alongside the indirect tax advisory services, lawyers ought to have knowledge of the trade policies, and trade policies are different than investment policies. And I will try and share some of my experiences, which I hope will be helpful to the legal fraternity. I also wanted to state that once you get deeper into familiarizing yourself with the nuances of trade policies, including active engagements with clients, you will realize that many aspects that a commercial lawyer or corporate lawyer do deal with, whether it's got to do with the insolvency and bankruptcy or it's got to do with transaction work that you do, this knowledge will be very helpful to you. This is particularly important because the theme of today's conference is New Horizon. Dr. Batra and the organizers, I know you're running out of time, so do ping me. I will speak for 15-20 minutes, but if I'm exceeding my time limit, don't hesitate to stop me. Now, let me just give you a little bit of context to it. We all have seen and heard about the big dead, headline news on India banning over 100 Chinese apps and for security reasons, including video sharing platforms, WeChat, which is not very popular in India, but nevertheless, and more importantly, also banning telecommunication equipment manufacturers such as Huawei and ZTE, Huawei in particular, because India was basing a fair bit of its 5G rollout on the Huawei technology. Now, all of this under the garb of security has obviously gathered political ramifications for this. But the debate doesn't stop over there. So, continuing with the context, we hear in the newspapers every day about the embargo potentially on the Chinese products. But it has a lot of impact on products which are not really Chinese products. So just to give you some illustration, 90% of solar panels are made in China, 70% of smartphones are made in China, and 60% of the raw materials for the pharmaceutical industry, which is what we call it as active pharmaceutical ingredient, also come from China. Some of the important quotes that have been in the headline include what I liked the chairman of L&T, Mr. Nayak, mentioned about. He said the anti China sentiments could be a game changer for India in terms of fast tracking and giving new impetus to the government's initiatives on Make in India. But more importantly, he also warned that in the short term, you're looking at enhanced costs because of the raw material supply disruption that could happen. Now, what is the reality? The reality is something that will pan out in the next few months or rather years as we recover from the COVID pandemic. Well, let's accept it that the Chinese standing, and this may be a perception, has got hugely impacted because of the pandemic. And this certainly gives an opportunity for India to stand up and replace with what the Prime Minister calls it as acting as a workshop of the world. Now, there are some initial reactions to this, and then there are some initial actions also to it. So, last week, Bloomberg reported that as a result of the policies pursued by India, insofar as granting incentives are concerned to entice manufacturing, it is really showing up. The two notable examples that are being talked about are Samsung Electronics and Apple. And more importantly, we are also seeing a lot of traction in the pharmaceutical industry as well. So, whether it's the Samsung's assembly part, where it intends shifting the base from many of the South Asian nations to India, not entirely, but largely, or it's got to do with what the government has offering them to pay 4 to 5% of incremental sales as incentives. All of these are grabbing the news. Let's try and look at some of the figures to set a stronger context. India's trade deficit in the recent past with China has been increasing, which means that India imports less than what it exports. So if you look at just the last two financial years figures, it clearly suggests that over a period of time the deficit figures are moving. For example, in in financial year 1920, the deficit with China was $48 billion, and financial year 1718, it was $63 billion. Clearly, much before the COVID set in, there were a host of regulations that India put in, which under the WTO regulations, we call it as non tariff barriers. Now, a tariff barrier being imposition of customs duty or imposition of anti dumping duties. Non tariff barriers would mean all forms of situations, whether it's got to do with putting in place checks and balances for quality controls, technical specifications, or looking at non essential imports such as toys and air conditioners and washing machines differently. All of these are non tariff barriers. Now, why do I talk about this context so passionately? I talk about it is because this, in my view, poses an opportunity for the legal fraternity in the wider space of trade policies and, more importantly, for full service law firms. And I don't practice beyond tax and tariff and regulatory matters. For full service law firms, opportunities in other areas of corporate law, particularly the M&A transactions and the trade laws as well. Whilst I'm on the context, I also wanted to make one more important mention, which is of the FTAs, or what we call it as a free trade agreement. Because for any trade lawyer, an understanding of the FTA is very, very critical. Now, let me just give you a little bit context insofar as India is concerned. India and ASEAN recently, after India withdrew from the famous RCEP, Regional Cooperation Economic Agreement, as it was popularly called, and most of the politicians in India labeled that as not being in the interest of India, is now becoming more and more visible as to what is the larger plan for India. So let's look at India ASEAN. We've agreed to review the free trade agreement to make it more user friendly, simple, facilitative. What does that mean? This means that India will sit with the ASEAN, looked at the trade in goods agreement, look at imposing a set of modern and contemporary trade facilitative practices and streamline the regulatory practices. A statement to this effect was also made by the Union Commerce Minister last year. Interestingly, the US has reacted to this positively. What the US is trying to say is that, and again, they are bringing out the China angle, which is the topic of our discussion, that as China gets assertive in its posture, it is going to result in a flurry of meetings which it has amongst what is called Quad countries. So, a recent conference which the trade representatives of the Quad countries had included some interesting observations. Besides the players from the Asia Pacific region, we had observations from New Zealand, South Korea, Vietnam, and interestingly, New Zealand, which has decided to take on a not anyone's side and not to look at overt anti Chinese positions, for the first time spoke out in the trade context. So, as the world settles down in the post pandemic period, all of these aspects are going to play out and they are going to be very, very relevant for any trade lawyer and insofar as commercial law is concerned. Now, let's look at some of the other trends that are emerging. Some of the trends include the ones with Africa. Now, what's happening with Africa is very, very interesting. India's expansive plan for a free trade agreement with Africa. This would mean that there would be what the Ministry of Commerce calls it as no bars held trading relationship with the African continent. And high level 34 member diplomatic visits are really playing out, wherein the Prime Minister, the President, and the Vice Presidents have been actively participating, though a major part of the trade that will be looked at with the African continent will be different. So, all of these changes, what do they really mean for an Indian trade lawyer or an Indian lawyer? Firstly, historically, India's imports have been subjected to strenuous anti trade measures. Now, these anti trade measures historically were in the nature of anti dumping duties, countervailing duties like uh, like the additional duty that is imposed along with the custom duty. This has traditionally generated a lot of work for lawyers. However, with the number of new trade agreements that are coming up, which are no longer multilateral but bilateral, and the notable examples could be Australia, New Zealand, United States, EU, United Kingdom, all of this would mean that the shift for the lawyers has to be there. So you're really moving away from your traditional work where you were advising the clients on anti dumping duty measures or safeguards or countervailing duties into dealing with non tariff barriers. Now, where does the legal profession coming in the non-tariff barriers? If you really look at international law firms, the foreign trade practices and the international trade practices, as some law firms call it, play a very, very important role because that is where you have to advise client on a host of business issues, particularly with respect to non-tariff measures. The non-tariff measures could be a host of things. Go slow on custom duties, legal remedies may be explored by trade lawyers. There are trade related investment measures where countries may want to put in investment measures, which is what we classically called it as the TRIP measures. There are additional testing measures that could be imposed by countries, which is what is popularly under the WTO regime called as sanitary and phytosanitary measures. There could be measures imposed as non-tariff barriers on involvement of higher local content for manufacturing. And there are other forms of non-tariff barriers which are imposed on the garb of security measures. So, for example, you may have Ministry of Home Affairs seeking extra clearances under the guard of security for detecting if there are any other issues aspect to it. You'll be amazed to know that this shift from tariff to non-tariff barriers would mean a whole lot of expertise for lawyers. The issues are very complex. It could range between simple Ministry of Commerce seeking increased interface of security considerations and mandating Ministry of Home clears. It could also mean there would be legal implications under the Foreign Exchange Management Act and under the foreign trade policy of the country. Given all of these trends, I have no doubt in my mind lawyers will stay far more active when it comes to the FDI regime. I have no doubt in my mind that many of you would already be dealing with situations where the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion initiated a press note confirming that all Chinese investments into India will require a clearance. What does all of this mean? These are other forms of non tariff barriers. There is no ban, by the way, mind you. There is an approval process, which means that lawyers will have to be now sharpening their skills on the FDI law to be able to deal with this important non tariff barrier that we see. One can also expect that the Indian industry will be put in an increased effort to recoup from the COVID effect, leading to increase in the overall M&A activity because of the trade wars that we are seeing. And it's not just about Chinese, it's about the new relationship and the new trade agreements that India will build with other nations as well, which means that transactional lawyers will have to be positioned to be able to reap an opportunity from an unenviable space. Finally, on the tax front, one can expect significant changes in the near future by the government that would look at seeking to invigorate economic sentiments. One change which occurred by way of the August 2019 presidential ordinance was on reducing the corporate rate of tax or the headline rate of tax for manufacturing, particularly if the manufacturing started. You will see a lot of these changes that which where the regime could become much more liberal insofar as the rates are concerned, encouraging more manufacturing, which will be propelled because of the changes that we are seeing in the change policy. You could very well expect a set of sector specific exemptions that the government will grant as a part of the income tax statute. A classic example could be the mobile phone manufacturers. Who would have thought 5 years back that the neighborhood of Delhi in Greater Noida would emerge as the largest manufacturing hub? And who knows what is next? It could be pharmaceutical, it could be other forms of electronics. That will all depend on how the government focuses in those strategic industries in this new global age. So, with that, let me pause over here and see if there are any questions. I wanted to keep it very brief. This is a very, very vast subject. I did not want to bore you with technical nuances, but just to be able to wake you up for this important opportunity that is presented for the legal profession. Thank you very much, Dr. Batra.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhutani, for keeping to the time and still making it so detailed and so simplified for our viewers. You can watch this on bwlegalworld.com. I have only two questions. One is you talked about China in your address, right? Are there any positives of the trade war with China in the short term? I know in the long term what are the positives in the short term?
Well, I think when you use the word trade war, really, before India got embroiled into it, we heard the famous trade wars between United States and China, triggered obviously by the United States trade representative. But thereafter, we realized that it is not just for India. So if you take the emotive part and the political part of the Doklam, dispute or conflict that happened, which led India to put in a set of measures, which has in a way snowballed into an India-China trade war. I think the opportunities are there in the medium to long term, and the opportunities will translate into tangible investments, tangible opportunities for employment, depending on how the policies play out. But in the short term, I see a challenge because any carte blanche form of tariff and non tariff barriers on Chinese goods could disrupt the supply chain. Because bear in mind, it's not just about manufactured goods, Chinese goods that come into the country, it's sort of all about the raw materials as well. That's why I gave you an opportunity of the solar panel and of the pharmaceutical industry. So if we put a ban, the larger public policy initiative of non-conventional energy, which comes through the import of solar panel, will get impaired and impacted. If you put barriers on imports for active pharmaceutical ingredients, it will impact adversely the pharmaceutical industry. So these are the short-term measures that I can think of. But in the long term, if the states and the centers, and I use the word state because we'd forget that in the process of attracting domestic and foreign investment, how important is the role of state with respect to land, environmental clearances, labor issues, electricity issues. If the state and the center play it very well, if states get more competitive or some states get more competitive over the others, I have no doubt in my mind that this is a win-win position for India arising out of the trade wars, or if you label it as a trade war between China and India.
Thank you, Mr. Bhutani. Just before you let you go, your piece of advice to you were in the jury of the BW Legal World 40 Under 40 as the first year. Still, the jury's quality of deliberations and approach was outstanding. What is your advice to the young leaders to excel? What should they do? Is there a playbook to excel? Can you give them your insights?
I wish I had, Dr. Batra, as you correctly pointed out, I'm only 10 years in the legal profession, so I may actually be very junior to many of the people who are your viewers. But yes, there's only one bit of advice I can give based on my over 3 decades of professional services experience, first as a chartered accountant and then as a lawyer, is choose your area of focus, build deep expertise, build good public speaking skills, and hone your skills on written and verbal communication. I think it will help you a lot as a lawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Bhutani, for talking to BW Business World and BW Legal World. We're delighted with your presence and your comments and insights that you've shared. We look forward to doing more conversations with you, more dialogues with you, and I'm sure the business and the legal fraternity will benefit from it. Khyati, over to you. Thank you, Mr. Bhutani.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Bhatani and Dr. Batra. Thank you so much for this conversation. And let me inform all our viewers there is an exciting interview on topical issues by Mr. Bhatani with BW Legal World. It is available on our website. So don't forget to log on to bwlegalworld.com to read that interview, get insights from it, and learn from it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving forward to our next dialogue. Taking the conference forward, I would like to welcome on screen Mr. Ryan Karanjwala, Managing Partner Karanjwala and Company. His topic for the session is the role of law firms in the post-pandemic world, challenges, changes, and the road ahead. And to introduce him further, may I please invite Dr. Batra back again on the screen.
Can we have Mr. Karanjawala on the screen?
Am I audible?
Yes, Mr. Karanjawala, you're visible and audible.
Thank you.
The business world and legal world, you are very audible. So first of all, let me introduce Mr. Karanjawala. He really doesn't need an introduction, but as it is customary to put a context, let me tell you he's had 40 plus years of experience as a legal eagle. I think the last 30 years he's been super established. So he's the go-to lawyer for very prominent people. He is known to be the advisor to the prominent figures in the business and government. He's a renowned litigation lawyer with a great legal acumen and is an excellent strategist. He is rated amongst the top lawyers in arbitration and dispute resolution matters. He also representing Rupert Murdoch. I can only say that he's a role model for a lot of successful lawyers, not just budding lawyers. So over to you, Mr. Ryan Karanjawala. Look forward to your comments and your insights.
Thank you, Anurag. And thank you, Business World. When I got the topic of today's discussion for me, which is the role of law firms in the post-pandemic era, what stays, what changes, what are the challenges ahead, I quite enjoyed the thought that I would speak on something like this. And whilst preparing, I realized that you can't really speak about the future unless you also dwell in detail on the past. And therefore, in the course of this conversation, I'm going to touch upon and deal with three separate topics. One is the old normal in the legal profession, and especially in the context of litigation. The other is the new normal. And the third is what we will call the next normal. How will that be? When will it come upon us? What challenges will we face? So first, let me deal with the old normal, especially in the context in which I understand it. For me, the old normal began somewhere in the year 1979. And it continues all the way till the year 2019, because that was the 40 years of experience in the practice of law, in the practice of litigation that I have had. And I will then later on contrast the beginning of the old normal with the ending of the old normal, because between 1979 and 2019, there was almost a 180-degree turn. And let me start and explain to you what I mean. When I joined the bar in 1979, the first and most important thing to remember was that lawyers were fewer in number. Law in those days, you will recollect, was not a very coveted profession. Most people didn't go towards law. They took upon it as a sort of an abode of last refuge. In those days, I still remember when we used to go to the Supreme Court. That's where I started my practice under Praveen Parekh. When we were in the Supreme Court at 10:30, when we'd be at the corridor, looking down at the car park before the court began, you would find at best 10, 15, 20 cars parked over there. Today, if you seek to go, and even if they have car parking for 5,000 cars, they'll still be all jam-packed. That's the difference in the number of people who participate today in the practice of law between 79 and 19. The second thing to remember was that the practice of law in those days was largely individual-centric. For example, the firms were few and far between. The kind of practice that you saw in those days was as follows. You would have an individual lawyer. If he had a little extra practice, then he'd have one or two juniors functioning from a chamber or functioning from his home office. He'd get a client or two, deal with it, deal with the whole case himself, do the research, do the drafting, file it, go to court, argue it, obtain whatever order he did, and so on and so forth, and get on to the next case. The firms in those days were very few and far between. And just to rattle off a few names, there was Praveen Parekh, where I was there. There was Bachu Shroff's old firm, Iron Shroff and Company. When Bachu Shroff died, Shardul purchased the firm. Amachal Mangaldas purchased the firm, and Shardul shifted to Delhi. And that's how Amachal Mangaldas came to Delhi. There was a branch office of the old Bombay firm called Gagrat and Company. There were branch offices of the Calcutta firms, Khaitans, and the branch office of the other Calcutta firm, Ordignam. There was the old Rajendra Narayan and Company. There was, of course, there was Lalit Bhasin. And right at the top, there was Jimmy Dadachandji's firm. It was called JB Dadachandji and Company. And that, in fact, was a firm that could match any of the big firms of Bombay, whether it was Crawford Bailey or whether it was Mullah Mullah. But apart from these firms, and then perhaps Remfree Sagar was there at that time too, apart from these firms, the practice of law was largely in the hands of individuals. And the other thing to remember about the practice of law was that it was a very A versus B practice. For example, in the Supreme Court, when we practiced in those days, the practice would be landlord-tenant dispute, labor management dispute. In the High Court, there would be original side, money suits, things like that, matrimonial disputes. As far as the criminal work was concerned, what they call the Fauzdari lawyers would be practicing on the criminal side. But this was the kind of litigation there was, and this is how it stayed. Today, when you look upon the practice of law, you find that it is intensely specialized. Today, when you look upon the practice of law, you find that there are hundreds of lawyers practicing. In fact, in Delhi alone, 1 out of every 300 people is a lawyer. 60,000 lawyers practice in Delhi alone. And today, if you were to look at the firms, and supposing you were to bring out a booklet, we've got ourselves a Society of Indian Law Firms. If you were to bring out a directory of just the law firms, you would have quite a mid-sized booklet available today itself. And this, and of course, the most important contrast is the fee. When I began my practice at the bar, in the Supreme Court, you could get a senior counsel, whether it was a Fali Nariman or a Sori Surabhi or an Anil Diwan or an Ashok Desai or anyone you wanted, at a fixed fee of 1,040 rupees for an admission and 1,650 rupees for a final hearing. Last year, in one particular matter, to take a counsel out of town, my firm had to pay over 1 crore of rupees for 1 day's out-of-town appearance. So that is the sheer contrast you see between the profession when I joined it in 79 and the profession when we see it in the year 2019. In fact, yesterday I was in a talk show with Manu Singhvi and Rajiv Nair, and one of the first things that Manu himself mentioned was that while in the old days, law was the profession of the sort of last refuge, today, children of doctors, children of businessmen, children of architects leave and don't step into their father's profession, but in fact join the law, because law has suddenly become coveted. What happened? What changed it? Is it just a normal incremental growth that happens year to year as you go on? Or did something happen? Well, in my mind, two separate things happened which brought about the change. The first, in fact, happened before my very own eyes. And I can't be sure that that was the very first incident of its kind, but it was certainly one of the earlier incidents of its kind. The year was 1981. I was sitting in courtroom number 2, Justice Bhagwati's court, waiting for Justice Bhagwati to come in at 10:30. Somewhere in 81 this was. Justice Bhagwati walked in, suddenly took out from his pocket a piece of paper and said in his own way, he says, "Yesterday I got this postcard and it is from so-and-so, and he has set out these several grievances. So what I am going to do is, I'm going to request the registry to convert it into a writ petition. Then he passed a detailed order. He converted the postcard into a writ petition. He appointed Kapil Sibal as an amicus curiae. And with that, the court started on what the court began on what is a very, very long road and a very, very well-traveled one today, namely the public interest litigation road. That itself fundamentally changed. That is one of the two fundamental changes to the practice of law. And the reason for it is this, as I told you earlier, till then, everything was individualistic. The case was A versus B, C versus D, and so on. PILs changed all that. Suddenly, the impact of the court order could be felt reverberating across the board. Everyone was affected. Everyone was impacted. And let me give you 2-3 examples to just describe what I mean. For example, the first case which felt its impact was in the year 1982, Antule. In one stroke, Justice Bommy Lenton's judgment in the Bombay High Court unseated a chief minister. And the court suddenly, and the people and the country suddenly started feeling the impact of what can happen when a court exercises its powers. The other case, and this is again a personalized example, I remember was the case of, this was somewhere in the year 85, 86, I'm not quite sure. It was the case of the building Pratibha. In the old days, as far as Bombay was concerned, the builders were ruling the roost. They built, if they deviated from the norm or they built ahead of sanction, by and large, the authorities turned a Nelson eye. People didn't sort of make too much of it, and if they did, then the builder went to court, got some kind of injunction. The building continued, tenants occupied it, owners occupied it, and things went on. And in that year, a group called the Bombay Environmental Action Group filed a writ petition in the Bombay High Court, it's the PIL, and said 3 floors of Pratibha or 2 floors of Pratibha have been built without sanction. They should be demolished. It was something quite unheard of in those days. Suddenly, the Bombay High Court passed an order and said, these 3 floors have to be demolished. That impact was felt all across the board among the builder community in the whole of Bombay, and they all rushed to the Supreme Court. In those days, I was appearing on behalf of the Bombay Environmental Action Group. It was a case which came up before courtroom number 3. Justice Shabashi Mukherjee was, I think, the presiding judge. On our side, we had briefed solely. His daughter Zia, who was at that time practicing actively on our side of the bar, came down to brief and instruct on behalf of the Bombay Environmental Action Group. On the other side was Fali Nariman. And it must be remembered that up to that point of time, it was generally felt by people, and common parlance was, that if Fali appeared, a well-prepared Nariman appeared, he was at his peak at that time. If a well-prepared Nariman appeared in a court for an admission matter, which was an important matter, then there was almost no chance that it would be rejected. That particular case was bitterly fought out, I remember, for almost an hour, hour and a half at the stage of admission alone. And suddenly, Zia was there just harassing her dad all the time. Dad, point this out, dad, point this out, dad, point this out, dad. And Sori was arguing away on our side. Fali was thundering away on the other. It went on for an hour, hour and a half. And suddenly, Justice Shabashi Mukherjee just picked up the brief, thunked it on the table, and said, dismissed. And that thud in that public interest litigation was felt across the whole builder community in Bombay. And that was for the first time that a part of a building had actually to be demolished. That was the kind of impact that public interest litigation started having. Then I remember years later, there was a case of MC Mehta. There was a very active public interest litigant called MC Mehta. So MC Mehta, whenever he had his cases, they used to come up in the Chief's Court, which is the larger court in the Supreme Court. And suddenly there would be about 400, 300, 400 lawyers appearing in those very cases alone. Because the kind of cases he filed impacted so many different industries, so many different clients. And The impact of PIL was that suddenly the courts came into everyone's house. Earlier, where a dispute used to be between one person A and person B, became a dispute that affected large parts of the community, lots of people in the country who were adversely affected. This is one of the things that propelled people towards the courts, propelled lawyers, not because they wanted to be public interest lawyers, no, but because suddenly law itself achieved such an important position in India that people suddenly started feeling that, oh, this is the profession to go to. It's an important profession. It makes an impact. On the flip side of the coin, years later, again, Zia and I found ourselves on another PIL. This time we were on the other side of the coin. We were against the Bombay Environmental Action Group, where the Bombay Mill Land, it was called the Bombay Mill Land Matters. There, the challenge before everyone was that when the mills were allowed to redevelop their land, they had to hand over a certain portion back to government for public utility. The question was, what was the portion to be handed over? And the Bombay Environmental Action Group filed a case saying, no, they have to hand back much more than they actually have. The impact of that case, had we lost in terms of monetary value on the builder community, has been computed between 20 to 30,000 crores. And I'm just, fortunately, we lost in the High Court, we won in the Supreme Court. Zia and I were both on for different mill owners on that side. So the point I'm making is this gives you some example of the kind of impact that today a court has. Today, if you open a newspaper, in the old days, if you opened a newspaper, the courts would be mentioned once in 20 days, if at all. Today, if you open a newspaper, without doubt, you will find that almost 15 to 20% of the daily news in any newspaper pertains to what is being stated by the courts. So, this was the first thing that changed the profession of law. The second thing that changed the profession of law, and this was for everyone to see, was when Dr. Manmohan Singh gave his first budget and liberalized the Indian economy. That aspect of liberalization is something that has just forever changed the way and the manner in which law is practiced. There were many fields of law which in those days, just never existed. Today, you have SEBI, you have IBC, you have IP, you have MRTP, you have the Competition Commission, you have the Consumer Forum, you have capital markets, you have M&A practices. All these are practices which were spawned by that aspect of liberalization. So these two things actually drove the profession in such a manner that it changed. It changed completely in the course of 40 years, not necessarily at the same pace, but slowly, inexorably. There was no doubt about the fact that things were going to change and have changed. Today, law is a coveted profession. Today, if somebody says, Mama, I want to be a lawyer, they won't say, don't be silly, yaar. Go and study medicine. Everyone will say, haan, beta, zarur jana, because there's a lot of money in it. And it's also a profession that gives us a lot of value. So that is what I have to say about what we call the old normal. Now, what does the new normal bring to us? The new normal has fundamentally, it's been there only for about the last 5 to 6 months, and I hope it goes away as soon as it can. The new normal brings about two different things. Two things have happened in the new normal. I don't know, some of you may recollect, when the first satellite phone was advertised, it was a phone called Iridium. And it came out, the advertisement came out in the paper, full scale, full page ad, photograph of the phone. And on top, there were 3 words. Geography becomes history. That is what virtual hearing has done for advocacy in the courts. Today, I was speaking yesterday again at some this thing between Manu, Rajiv Nair and myself, and I gave an example. I said in the old days, the legendary counsel of our time was a man called Ashok Sen. And Ashok Sen was also quite a sort of, he was a counsel who almost never said no to a matter. The rumor goes that on one particular day in a private plane, he finished a matter in the Simla High Court early in the morning, flew to Chandigarh, did a matter by afternoon, flew to Delhi and finished the matter before the court rose. So he did 3 high courts in one day. Today, with the concept of virtual hearing, our well-known counsels are doing it on an average once a day. You can address one high court, and 2 minutes later address another, and an hour later be speaking in the Supreme Court or whichever other court you want to speak in. So that's the first important change that has happened, which is that client interaction and lawyer-judge interaction have completely changed so that you can virtually, just as I am speaking to you from my own house, you can address the courts at any court. And therefore, today you have Salve coming in periodically from London to address the Supreme Court or any other high court in India. Something that could have never happened had it not been for the pandemic. So that is one takeaway that we will have to keep in mind when we look at what is going to happen in the future. The second thing that has happened as a result in this, what they call the new norm or the new normal, is that clients have suddenly started becoming very, very cost conscious. There's just a, when businesses are going as badly as they are, when the economy has contracted by 29%, when all this is staring before you, every client comes forward and says, listen, give me a rebate. I mean, some firms like us have sort of evolved a way by which we charge out a flat monthly retainer fee. So in that monthly retainer, we do any amount of work you want us to do. So it makes it easier for the client. It has some advantages for us and so on. So these are the 2 takeaways of the new normal. And when you extrapolate this and look at the next normal, which is the real topic of conversation today, the question is, what are we going to see? And I see the following things. 1, as far as firms are concerned, I see an increasing number of people forming groups, and the practice of the individual practitioner is slowly going to start dwindling down. It can't dwindle away, but it will definitely dwindle down. The future is in firms for 2 reasons. 1, litigation itself, and not just litigation, the practice of law itself has become increasingly complex. You have to be a group of people sometimes who are experts in different fields have to get together to come to a legal solution. That can't happen if you're an individual practitioner. So there will first be a safety in numbers kind of thing. Clients also will find that there is a greater safety in going towards the firms, a greater safety in going to a one-stop shop. So the first prediction I have is that the future of firms is bright in sense that more and more individual practitioners will be turning towards either joining a firm or grouping together with a group of people and starting a firm. That is one. The second is, and this is again what I feel, that in keeping with the complexities that the law brings forward, several firms will start becoming specialist firms. Today, a lot of the IP firms are itself just that, an IP firm. We ourselves are a litigating firm, and we are just that, a litigating firm. We do nothing else. There will, I feel, be an increased amount of speculation. Increased amount of specialization in the future progress and process of law. That's the second thing I predict. And the third thing I predict is that a lot of the forward-looking firms are going to start doing what they call back-ending. So you realize that it's much cheaper to run an establishment somewhere in the interiors of India, in some of the smaller towns, rather than have an establishment in the city. So you have a smaller establishment in the city and do a lot of your back-end research from the other place. And today, since the one thing that will stay, whether virtual, I was just seeing a parliamentary report which recommended that virtual hearing should remain, even post-pandemic, a part of the court proceedings. And whether they do or not is one aspect. But certainly one thing that will happen is that conferences will become virtual. Clients will no longer have to trudge up all the time to the lawyer's office and then go with the lawyer to the senior's office and things like that. It'll all be done on Zoom. It'll be all be done on video. And that will not only save time and money, but will also allow firms to back end. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Karanjawala. I think, I could have the kind of perspective you brought, the kind of background you brought. You rightly said you have to understand the past and history to be able to make sense of the future. That's so true. And you beautifully laid out how the journey for the legal fraternity, the legal services, and the legal professionals has been. And it's a fantastic lesson for every. We have about more than 2,000 people watching, combined on all platforms. So it's a fantastic learning for them. And I learned a lot. One thing I've learned is that, we will need to reinvent ourselves in any business, in not only in legal services. But let me keep to the time and ask you two questions. You talked about that 1 crore fee, right? That the senior counsel charged. Post-COVID, do you see the fee structures changing?
Yes and no.
Okay, please explain.
Why? Okay, the answer is why. Why have they changed? Why have they changed in COVID, and why have they this thing? The answer is obvious, because if the client doesn't have money and if the client is doing badly, then certainly the fee structure has to change. And everyone that, in fact, yesterday we were having a discussion, Rajiv Nair, Manu Singhvi, and myself on a particular TV show which is going to come. It's my friend Tarun Nangya's show coming up. So the first thing Manu Singhvi said was that he said, look, there is first tier, second tier, third tier, fourth tier. But this affects all of us, because at every different level, the client feels a pinch in his pocket and the client comes forward and says, look, give me a rebate. And look, we are all, after all, human. I mean, in fact, Tarun started off by reading a quotation from Salve, who said that Salve just gave a recent interview in which he gave a quotation, and he said, look, normally, if anyone ever asked me to give a discount, I would have thrown a tantrum. But in today's day and age, I look at it seeing what the client's plight is. So he said, Ryan, what about you? So I said, look, I've never been fortunate enough to find myself in a position where I could ever throw a tantrum if a client asks for a discount. I have to give discounts almost every day, because that's the normal rule as far as the solicitor's firm is concerned. Clients always ask you to give a rebate. And so rebates will be given, keeping in mind the economic sort of environment in the country. But that's not going to be there permanently. As things go up, things will go back to normal. That's not going to be there. I mean, today nobody's there in a hotel. That's not going to remain forever. 1.5 years later, the hotels will be full again. So yes, this is the next normal for the next 6 months. May see, or next 1 year, may well see a shrinking of revenue. But in times to come, that will be made up for.
Ryan, I also want to ask you, what is your advice to young legal leaders who are watching it? People who can benefit from your advice, and like me, when I grow up, I want to be like you. How do they become like you when they grow up?
First of all, you can't be like me, because I'm a byproduct of one basic thing. I always say this in every interview that is given. Is that I have that one quality that Napoleon looked for in every general. Before he made a man a general, he'd ask one last question. He said, is he lucky? So I've just been a byproduct of a lot of good fortune. Unfortunately, I don't think everyone gets it in the same measure, though they may well deserve it. So I don't think you should look to be like me. What you should look to be is, what is the best that I can do for myself? And I feel, and this is something I genuinely feel, that the time has come, unless you're supposing like my children who will inherit my practice. So then it's different. The firm is there to look after them. But otherwise, the time has come for you to seriously look at, and this is what Mukesh Bhutani also said in the earlier this thing, the time has come for you to seriously look at a specialization. When we joined the bar in 79, it was a general practice. Everyone was here, everyone was there, everyone did whatever he could lay his hands on. Today, clients are looking for quick and assured solutions. And that can't happen
And
if you
holistic.
go to a...
And if I may say holistic, I may say
Yes,
holistic.
but they want some certainty when they sit across the table with somebody and ask him a question. Now, you can't be that as a general practitioner because then you have to go back to the books. But if you're a specialist, then you can answer quickly, you can answer with authority. I can tell you, for example, somewhere in the 90s, when the telecom thing started, people who specialized in telecom law, suddenly, and I mean, Rajan Mittal has always said that. He said, you know how it was ran in the old days. We were all driving Mercs and the lawyers were all coming on scooters, all our telecom lawyers. Today, they're all driving Mercs. And I mean, he couldn't say that he's coming on a scooter, but nevertheless, his point was that people who have specialized, for example, all the lawyers who wrote the back of the telecom wave, have suddenly done extremely well because they took a specialty and they ran with it, and they got the advantage of what specialization brings you. So I would say that for most people who want to be everything, I want to be the next Salve, I want to be the next Mukul, I want to be the next Singhvi, I want to be the next Rajiv Nair, or I want to be the next whoever. Don't. Get to a specialist field, because then you have more chances of maximizing your own potential. Don't try to be what you may never be. Just try to do the best for yourself that you can.
Thank you, Mr. Karanjawala, for talking to BW Legal World and BW Business World.
Thank you.
I enjoyed my interview with you in the past. I've enjoyed your, delivery today, the content you brought in, the perspective. I'm sure all of our audiences have. For those of you who want to revisit the content that Mr. Karanjawala shared, visit our website, bwlegalworld.com, for the video interview. And the 1st October issue of BW Legal World will have the transcript of what Mr. Karanjawala just spoke. I still believe in the written world more than the kind of audio-visual world. Maybe I'm old, but thank you, Mr. Karanjawala. Your advice of being the best version of yourself, being lucky. But let me tell you, Mr. Karanjawala, you can play humble and gracious, but the harder you work, the luckier you get. So clearly what you profess in terms of being specialized, get into detailing, make yourself known for something, while Mr. Karanjawala understands everything. His firm is known for litigation. That's what they are best at. I mean, they know every aspect of law. So really, today when you order food, you order sushi food from a sushi restaurant. You order Thai food from a Thai restaurant. You don't just order, so it's an era of super specialization, while you have to understand all aspects, be a super specialist, so that you can make a mark in your profession. Thank you, Mr. Karanjawala. We look forward to seeing you again at 6:30 for the BW Legal World 40 Under 40 Awards, of which you were an integral part of the jury and really helped us make the choices. Thank you.
Anurag, I must say one thing. I'm very glad you started this 40 Under 40 Legal World. It's a great encouragement to the youngsters, and this is your first venture into that particular thing. But there should be many more, and they should be larger and larger as the years go by, because this is something that a lot of youngsters who are working hard and will look forward as one of the ways to be recognized, one of the ways to get peer recognition, one of the ways to get accolades in their profession. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karanjawala. And you, through your deliberations, added to that. So my gratitude. Over to you, Kathy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Karanjawala and Dr. Patra, for that wonderful conversation and insights. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have Dr. Karanjawala's journey into law as an interview on our website. So please go ahead and read that on bwlegalworld.com. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you are sharing the word across with our hashtag BW Legal Dialogues. We'd be really excited to hear from all of you. Well, the insights are getting better and better with each dialogue. Where else will you find such visionary speakers on one common platform? It's never happened before. Hope you all are spreading the word once again on BW Legal Dialogues hashtag. I would now like to present before you renowned senior advocate Siddharth Luthra, Supreme Court of India, for his dialogue on the business world has changed, impact on litigation. We've just been speaking about it, and he'll be deliberating more on the topic. I would once again like to invite Dr. Batra back on the screen to introduce and invite Siddharth Luthra.
Can we have Mr. Luthra on the screen? Mr. Siddharth Luthra.
Hi, Dr. Batra. How are you?
Good, Mr. Luthra. Good afternoon. We're broadly keeping to the time, but we're 7 minutes late, so our apologies to you. Let me, again, Mr. Siddharth Luthra doesn't really need an introduction to this August gathering. He's very well known in the Indian business fraternity and in the legal community. But let me introduce him very briefly. First of all, he's a senior advocate in the Supreme Court of India. He's very well respected. And I start by saying he's a proponent for fair trial and adequate legal aid. I think that's the thing that stands about him. Of course, he's a stalwart in his domain. His clientele, keep talking about the digital economy. His clientele include the likes of Facebook, and I can go and give you his big list. But I just want to tell you that he understands contemporary legal issues. To come to his historical achievements, he famously represented Talca magazine before the Justice Venkat Swamy Commission. That's a high point in his career. And in the last few years, he's been involved with a lot of high-profile judgments where he's argued, and he's known to be meticulous and very prepared when he argues. So let me bring in Mr. Siddharth Luthra, who will talk to us about the business world has changed. What will be its impact on litigation? Mr. Luthra. All yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. First of all, it's a pleasure being here and pleasure being part of the awards process in part. You know, the epidemic has brought a great degree of change to the world of legal practice. Most areas of litigation, of commercial practice are impacted. And the only lawyers who are doing well are those concerned with policy matters which have arisen out of the epidemic. They're very busy, obviously. When the epidemic began in March 2020, the first 2 months court were closed, and the impact on the litigating lawyers was immense. Courts took hesitant steps to reopen, and we have seen a pattern where courts open, close, reopen, but there is an attempt, at least in certain areas, to reopen courts, especially at the trial court level. Some of the high courts like Calcutta opened and then went for a shutdown, Allahabad, others. Delhi High Court had opened, and now finally they want to shut that down as well, because yesterday I was amongst the lawyers who have written and said that you can't have it because 14 people were detected with COVID. The fact is that courts took their time. There were budgets allocated, and they've spent in the last 5 years not more than 40% of their budgets to wrap up infrastructure, and still we are working at it. Now, the great impact that has happened with COVID is that lawyers and litigating lawyers who were high revenue generators, HNIs is the word I believe it's called, high net worth individuals, may have a net worth, but there was very little income for 2 months. And the impact that was felt was immense. Apart from the financial impact, there was a social impact, because suddenly litigating lawyers who were rather busy and had very limited time for their families were sitting at their homes and possibly irritating and troubling the families a lot. Lawyers and litigators normally have it good, whether businesses go on, whether businesses fail. Things don't necessarily change for them, because there is a large volume of work that will emerge, or a volume of work that will emerge either way. But the change that we have seen now is that the volume of business for lawyers that was generated by ongoing industries, in functioning industries, is drying up. And there is, as the business world takes time to recoup, there is going to be a great change in revenue generation. On the flip side, and the advantages, Today, lawyers are available to attend to more than one jurisdictions, and if you have had a glance at the reportage about the parliamentary subcommittee, that's what they say, that today lawyers can access more courts. I've personally done cases in Amravati, in Chandigarh, and in Shimla, and in the Supreme Court on the same day. But that's at the mid to senior level. The problem that is faced even at the mid to senior level is a client is not going to pay you the fee that you would have demanded earlier, because you're not traveling overnight, you're not traveling outstation, you're not inconvenienced in that sense. And the client is not taking your exclusive time for those 18, 24 hours. So at one level, there has been a recalibration of the revenue generation, which I personally believe was long overdue, because litigating lawyers had litigators, senior litigators, especially the kind of fees we were charging perhaps was not necessarily commensurate with what ought to have been charged. But as we recalibrate our fees for online hearings, the impact is going to be felt in the high courts by senior counsel in the high court and across the board to junior lawyers, because everybody is going to be impacted and there will have to be a recalibration of fee. The other problem that troubles me, and I must say this, is for younger lawyers. A lot of our younger colleagues who have graduated this year will not have the advantage of entering an open courtroom and visualizing not just their immediate senior doing a matter, but they will not be able to visualize the galaxy of senior and efficient lawyers, competent lawyers practicing in that court. Simultaneously, the younger lawyers now will operate in a closed courtroom. And the moment you operate in a closed courtroom, which litigant, who will see your talent? In the early parts of my career, I remember distinctly, I found that there were clients who would see me in court, and if I'd done a good job, they would come to me and say, "We saw you arguing a matter." Or a junior lawyer would come and say, "Sir, you did this matter, can you do mine as well?" And that is how relationships got built, and that is how work went on. Speaking for myself, lawyers are a little like actors. They're on a stage, and that is the place they perform. But today in the visual court hearing, barring courts such as the Uttarakhand High Court, where anybody can enter the courtroom and watch the proceedings, who will see the proceeding, who will see the effort but the client? So for the established lot, things will be different because they are already established and known for their work. But for the new generation who are seeking to establish themselves, the intermediate generation, as I would call them, the junior upcoming lawyers, how will they showcase their talent? And that is becoming a very serious concern, because the profession is becoming very insular and opportunities for litigators are being limited. I've already talked about the rationalization of fee structures, which, as I said, were scaled too high and needed recalibration. So in order to maintain revenue, litigators are now seeking to, of course, streamline their fee structure and also work in different jurisdictions, which is possible. But the downstream effect of that is being felt. There is another issue, and that's a matter of some concern which has happened. And this is, businesses would be willing to litigate if they felt there was a need to litigate. But today, most people find that matters in courts are not proceeding. Pending matters are being adjourned because the trial court infrastructure, and even in some cases, the high court infrastructure is just not in place to support trials and audiovisual hearings. And if that's not happening, work is not going to come up from the trial courts to the high court to the Supreme Court, and that is going to have a great impact on the amount of work that is available to lawyers. I must not forget, when we started this process out, I was speaking to a friend of mine who's a judge in the Delhi High Court, and I asked him what his experience of VC was. And he told me, he says, the problem with VCs is going to be much slower. I could not understand it because we were doing very tentative steps at that stage. There were few matters. But I have now realized that the speed with which files used to move in physical courts, the speed with which lawyers would hand over available documents or call for a judgment or upload a judgment or tender a case compilation or draw the attention to the judge of certain specific pages and documents in a large voluminous file used to be much faster because we were much more adept at it in physical courts. And therefore, VC courts are slower, and of course, there are always technological constraints. For practitioners of corporate commercial law, because that's where a lot of litigation arises from, business volumes have gone down, and as Ryan said in the previous session, I was privy to hear part of it. Corporates are being very sensitive to cost. So there is going to be an impact two ways. The first impact has already happened on the fee senior counsel charge. The second impact is, why do you necessarily want a large law firm and why not a boutique law firm? The rationale behind large law firms spanning offices across the country, across the world, was necessary when you needed that manpower in every city. With a greater reluctance to meet physically and a greater desire to have video conference even with clients unless there are very, very confidential matters. And of course, for that, there is enough technology to secure confidentiality. If lawyers don't have to travel, clients will choose lawyers and specialists, as Ryan had said in the previous section, wherever they're available, and that can be pan-India. So I must tell you, I had last argued a matter in Simla about 20 years ago. Somehow, that court eluded me. But I've gone back to Simla. I've gone back to courts which I'm not normally going because of cost constraints, because of time constraints, and we are being able to do that. Similarly, if I can do that, boutique lawyers, boutique law firms are going to be very important, and there is going to be a blossoming of their practice. Today, what the client wants is quality, cost, efficiency, and standardization of service. Litigators will have to provide all four. And normally, it is found that smaller boutique law firms handling a client's needs on a direct basis are attractive to the client in all four manners. The only thing was large corporates needed larger law firms. They needed access to larger law firms. They needed access to larger numbers because litigation spanned different jurisdictions. But today, physical jurisdictions have become meaningless. So therefore, the way of functioning of the larger law firms will have to change, and they will also have to tweak the kind of practice and quite a service they're going to provide. India produces about 3 lakh odd lawyers a year. My concern is there going to be work enough for them? And then the paralegals. We have large number of paralegals, court clerks, munshis, peons, assisting staff, people who just compile paper books. But with physical filing, you just need people who are technology educated. And if you have technologically educated people, you don't need those numbers. So like in all areas, technology is going to impact the employability of not just lawyers, but also it's going to impact the employability of supporting staff. And the supporting staff is also a great employer, it provides great employment opportunities. So while lawyers of my generation have continued with our supporting staff, a lot of the younger generation find that they don't need numerous clerks because there's no physical filing. They don't need to have people, runners, to deliver files because files are being delivered online. So that entire area is going to be impacted. And whether it is lawyers litigating or otherwise, or it is paralegals, the answer for them is how to make yourself adept at technology and understand how things work. Traditionally, corporate lawyers used to be handlers of work. They used to be handlers of the egos of litigating lawyers and lawyers. Today, with no travel, With the ability to work from your home, you're saving a lot of time. And with clients being conscious to cost and efficiency, I see a lot more exploitation of in-house talent to prepare briefs, to do work, to execute work. And in-house lawyers will not necessarily just be managers of legal work. I remember when I started my career, Hindustan Levers used to have the strongest in-house legal team. In fact, a lot of the heads of most corporates, the directors law of most corporates are products of Hindustan Lever. Hindustan Lever, Unilever as it has now become, it was earlier Hindustan Lever. And they were unique in their capacity to do most of their research and work in-house and then deliver it because that was the culture they had. Over a period, that culture was lost to the other corporates. But in this changed era, it is my belief that all of this is going to be the new normal, and that is going to be the change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Luthra. Dr. Batra here to do a fireside chat with you.
Sure, I'm looking forward to that. So I kept it brief so I can have the pleasure of learning from Dr. Batra.
Definitely. You will learn what you should not do. I'm sure you don't want to learn how to lose hair.
Dr. Batra, I am getting there. It's a question of genetics. As I said, lawyers are actors, so we hide our flaws better. That's all.
You're very kind and gracious. The question, you beautifully laid out, that you have learned from watching other lawyers when you were younger, arguing in court, how business enablement happens when somebody sees you arguing and then requests you to work with them, collaborate with them. And now with the virtual courts, that aspect is lost. Tell us, I want to ask you a philosophical question. Technology is of course an enabler. If this technology wasn't there, you and me wouldn't be talking today. But going forward, today we are doing it with compulsion. If there is a choice tomorrow, do you think we'll go back to 100% physical courts or we'll do a combination of virtual and physical courts? When we have a complete choice, there is no corona.
Okay. I'll tell you this. When we started off virtual courts, it was a belief that the virtual court experience would never match the real court experience, but then we didn't know any better. Today, I've done final hearings across the board, not only in Delhi, I've done it in other jurisdictions as well. And I find that the virtual court can be equivalent to the real physical courts. And there are a lot of other benefits in virtual courts. The problem happens, and I must tell you, is with the large volumes of documents we deal with. So I'll give you a small example. I have a matter where I am dealing with about 50,000 pages. So you can imagine how many volumes there are if there are 200 pages per volume. The normal process used to be that I would hand over the documents, or I'll give you a closer example. In the Nirbhay case, I had about 14 volumes of about 200 cases, forget the original record. Now, I have two problems when it comes to a VC hearing in such matters. The original record is lying in court. I first need to get access to it because I need to verify it myself. So that is something which in appellate matters or in matters where there's an original record which has come up from the courts below to the Supreme Court has to be seen. And I must tell you, I'm essentially a Mufassal lawyer. I started my career in the trial courts and I've gone up the ladder to the Supreme Court. But in my heart, I'm still a trial court lawyer. So I believe that the original record needs to be seen. So that part of accessing and verifying the original record is not going to go away. The second part is the on-the-spot instructions that you need from your client sometime, which is a little complicated when you are in a VC hearing, because the client's also on the VC, you're also on the VC, the judge is on the VC, and the client can't whisper in your ear. So all of that preparation and the eventualities that you have to prepare for, and in litigation there are always unforeseen eventualities, have to be prepared for in advance, and sometimes you do miss out issues. The third problem which I find is the speed with large volumes, cases which involve large volumes and reams of paper. The speed in VC is not enough, and sometimes explaining the nuance to the judge who may not have the physical record before him or her is also a problem. Having said that, as I see it, there will possibly be an amalgamation of physical and virtual court hearings, because the cost benefit analysis of a virtual court hearing as against a physical court hearing is immense. In a virtual court hearing, lawyers have to be, they don't tend to be, they have to be thorough, because you have a very short slot. You're fighting not only to grab the attention of the judge, but to make sure that you can get your point across before there is a technological disruption. And that often still happens. So you have to be crisper and on the ball, so to speak. Speaking for myself, I miss the humdrum of visiting the court, the interaction with hundreds of people, the physical interaction, the quips and the jokes with the lawyer, with the judges, the exchange of pleasantries and often not such pleasant comments. But having said that, I don't see how we will ever go back completely to the physical world, because this is the future. And this, I believe, is the only path forward. What I have been recommending at various public fora is that, like we have in the Uttarakhand High Court, where we have an open court mechanism where anybody can access the link in the court and be present and watch, we have to have all our courts like that. So that you, Dr. Batra, sitting in the studio, if you want to visit a matter which is of your interest, you can't be debarred from that, because the principle of justice is embodied in the open court principle also. And that is part of our rights, which are part of the fairness of a system. And that's been tested and accepted in India.
Thank you, Mr. Luthra. You make it very coherent and very comprehensive in how you explain. And in just you are saying that the physical way of arguing and being present in the court has its advantages. The virtual world has its, and the virtual conferencing has its advantages. There will be a balance or an equilibrium going forward, and that will depend on how long the COVID stays. And there is also an opportunity for a lot of young professionals, legal tech firms, for digitizing all records and being able to get them on the click of a button. Once that is available, maybe it saves your time to travel to the court. I know you live not far, but still it takes time to get in, get out, travel, traffic jams. Maybe you miss the canteen, Mr. Luthra. I've been to the canteen a couple of times.
I miss the Ronak. I miss the Ronak, the camaraderie, the friends. I miss all of that.
Absolutely. And I think I keep saying the more there is digital involvement, the more screen time, the value of physical human touch goes up. We crave for it even more. Anything that is in less supply, human beings crave for that. So I get where you're going. Let me bring in our editorial lead at BW Legal World, Ms. Ashma Ori, into the conversation. Ashma, your question.
Good afternoon, Mr. Luthra. So we heard your comments about all the VC hearings and your concerns. That begs one question: that how do you think, or how long do you think it will take for this infrastructure to percolate to, let's say, the last mile in the country, like
smallest courts, the district courts?
Yes, to the roots
I'm glad for that. I'm very glad you asked this question. There are two problems that we face at the subordinate court level, and that is the quality of bandwidth that is available, especially in remote areas and mountainous areas. Having said that, when I was on the BW Jury Awards, I don't know if you recall, but you're aware, Dr. Batra would be. I was in a place in the hills where I had a direct line, and my connectivity was more seamless than it is in Delhi. But for that, you need to have the infrastructure in place. The problem that we have faced is, as I touched upon this, in post 2013, the court system got substantial budgets to bring in technology. The maximum expenditure of that budget has been 40% till now. So the ramping up of infrastructure is drastically needed. Can it be done? Absolutely so. Will it be done? Question mark. You have paid softwares, courts use Blue Jeans, WebEx, Google Meet, video, and a open source called Jitsi, GITSI, which Madhya Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Allahabad are using. According to me, Jitsi is outstanding, and it's open source, it's free. Why can't we provide it? The problem that arises is a little more fundamental. Is original courts, trial courts deal with trials. So you need to have witnesses present in a secure location. You need to have lawyers cross-examining them. The sanctity of the witness has to be secured so that the witness is not being tutored or prompted. And the judge is to be able to monitor all of this. In England, and I can tell you this, I'm telling you from, it was in the month of May, I had attended a seminar at the University of Cambridge where they talked about the first trial that was successfully concluded in the 2 months of COVID time. Trials take much faster there. So instead of using one courtroom, they used 3 courtrooms. In one, you had the judge, in another, the lawyer, and in the third, the witnesses. In Delhi, what we have done is, in Delhi High Court, the Delhi High Court has come out with rules where they propose to provide for secure places where witnesses can be brought in and the bandwidth exists and they can be examined. So there is the requirement at 2 levels. One is the infrastructure facility. Secondly, the bar councils and the bar associations, which are sitting on pots of money and which will not be entertaining now, as they do with their lavish parties, need to reach out and provide technological tools, mobile phones, laptops, iPads, or tablets to their members and train them. That is the reason for creation of the bar councils and bar associations, and that's an area which has not been looked at adequately. The third part, which is going to be very important, is ensuring that there is access to justice, in that the last mile connectivity of the courts exists, and India has the capability and the technology. I would say if we were to work at it cohesively, there is no reason we should not be up and running in 6 months. But we can't have a situation where courts which are technologically enabled are doing 1/3 the strength of their cases on a day, or judges sit at noon or post noon. If you have the technological capability, then we must, lawyers and judges, because you find there are judges in certain courtrooms in different courts working from 10 till 4. And there are others who choose to sit late. We must all realize, whether it is lawyers, whether it is judges, that this is not a vacation time. This is a time to recalibrate and meet the challenges of the future. We have the money, and I must say one more important thing which troubles me. We need to have a standardization of technology. We can't have different courts in different parts of the country using different technology. That's not how things are going to work. We have to take the benefit of the private sector, ensure a secured communication system, but upgrade now. And when I mean upgrade now, means upgrade now. We do not have the luxury of time. There are people who are languishing for their rights for 6 months. There are people who are languishing in custody. There are people whose trials are not going on. How will we answer them for the loss of their lives, liberty, and their rights? That's a question we need to pose to ourselves as responsible members of the profession. And the moment we kickstart this, and the bar council and bar association step in, I believe, and this is my strong belief, it'll be beneficial to the litigating public. So regulation, legal changes, administration changes, a combination, and 6 months you'll be up and running. And the will to do it.
Thank you so much, sir. That's actually quite motivating to know. I hope our lawyers are viewing this now and they don't, they feel pepped up enough to be ready in 6 months to be raring and going into the courts or their virtual hearings.
Thank you, Mr. Luthra. My last question before we let you go. You know, you were part of the jury of the BW Legal World, 40 under 40. You're very involved. You're very gracious in the way you made your comments and specific. I want to know, what is your advice to young legal leaders who want to excel and emulate the best practices that either you or some of the other speakers who are themselves very accomplished have? So what is your advice to these young leaders?
I think it's a question of priorities which young leaders need to see. As we need to showcase our talents more, and the opportunity to do that is lesser in the new world, in the post-COVID world, we need to be conscious of opportunities and not, except, I mean, we all need to earn money, but not just run after revenue, but look at performance. Whether it's a free matter, whether it's a paid matter, we must give the same level of performance. And I'll tell you a little story about my own career. When I got the Tehelka Commission brief, and I've spoken about this in the past, also my understanding with the client was, with Tarun Tejpal, was that he would pay me a certain fee per month because I said I will not be doing anything else. So I accepted the brief, and they could pay me for about a month and a half. And after a month and a half, they actually paid me for almost 2 months, but they couldn't pay beyond that. I then continued to do that brief for about 2 years. Initially, the clients would take us out for a meal to a hotel, 5-star hotel. We reached a point when we would drop from a 5-star to a 3-star. And on one occasion, we stopped going there because the client's credit cards had a problem and I paid the bill. And finally, Anirudh Behl used to get food from his house to feed us when we were working long hours. But I stuck that out for 2 years. As Dr. Batra said, that was a landmark moment in my life and my career because I was on national TV almost every second day, if not thrice a week at least. And for a young lawyer with 9 or 10 years practice, the recognition that gave me was unmatched. Lady Luck, Ryan talked about luck. Luck is opportunities utilized, nothing else. A lot of people get opportunities. It is up to you to open that door and walk in, or ignore that door or close the door. And that is, call it luck, kismat, good sense, but that is what turns the professional. Today, and I must say this to all my young friends, and especially those 40 under 40, there are a lot of successful young people. There are people who I believe in my field are far more talented than me. But today I've reached a level of comfort or reached a level of success. And the reason I've reached that is, of course, I mean, I can say that I've worked very hard. I'm not bragging, but it's a matter of joy that I can say that with confidence. But more than that, I was able to utilize opportunities that came my way and build upon them. And at that point, my consideration was not money. It was not publicity. It was that this is something I must give my best to this brief. And that is what helped me slowly come up as a professional. So when your considerations are either publicity or revenue, you will miss a lot of open doors. Don't do that.
Thank you, Mr. Luthra. What resonates with us. I keep saying life is about trade-offs. You talked about priorities, because you have the same time either you can excel in the profession you've chosen by putting more time, effort, sincerity in it, or you can watch a movie. Both, that's good. I mean, that's a choice that one makes. Second, you rightly said that you have to go for excellence. I can only think of Sachin Tendulkar. I mean, he said, "Don't make me the captain. I'll play. Because that's what I just want to score runs for my country." And he was only about batting well and giving best on the field. Everything else followed. So clearly, if you improve your craft, and I said to Ryan, and I repeat, the harder you work, the luckier you get. It sounds cliched, old world, but it's absolutely true. Dare I also say, I keep saying growth is not a function of just talent. It's a function of how you utilize the opportunity. It is a function of opportunities utilized, which is what exactly you said. So I'm grateful to you for making time for us. And yes, Mr. Luthra.
I just want to say one more thing, and that's something I learned from one of the greatest criminal lawyers practicing criminal law, Mr. Ram Jethmalani. Learn to be adaptable. Learn to evolve. You see, Mr. Jethmalani was one of the most versatile people I have ever worked with. Mr. Jethmalani, Mr. Nariman, these are people who are wanting to learn even today. It is a privilege to sit with them, because when you sit with them, with Mr. Fali Nariman, you are still learning because he wants to learn and he wants to adapt at 90 plus. And that is something. So growth and success is the ability to evolve and learn. And the moment we become stagnant, the moment we will start lying still, and our development as professionals and individuals will end. And that is one of the takeaways I want to share with my young friends.
Absolutely. In fact, on Monday, there'll be a special series dedicated to Mr. Jethmalani, as it would be his birthday. So on bwlegalworld.com, we will have lots of legal luminaries and their views on Mr. Jethmalani. Thank you, Mr. Luthra, for talking to BW Legal World. We're grateful to you for your time and your contributions in inspiring all of us, especially the young legal leaders and legal influencers who will join in. Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you at the awards. Thank you, Mr. Luthra.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Luthra, Dr. Batra, and Ashima. Thank you so much for your time and insights. Yes, I'm sure all of you are taking notes. There is so much insights, information, a wealth of knowledge being shared on this forum. I know time is running out. We are running late. So I'm going to quickly move on to our next dialogue. Again, a legendary luminary here with us. I would like to introduce to all of you. We have for our next session, Ms. Dia Modi, founder and managing partner, AZB and Partners, and she will be discussing on the attributes that drive success. Now, I'd once again like to invite Dr. Batra back on stage, on the screen, in fact, to introduce and invite Ms. Modi.
Ms. Dia Modi doesn't really need an introduction to a August gathering like this. Ms. Modi, welcome. Apologies for the delay. Just to make it contextual, she's worked for more than 4 decades and made a huge impact. She is India's foremost attorney, amongst the top foremost attorneys of India. She's featured in every major powerful women in business list, including Businessworld. She's been number 1 on another business media products list. She's been inducted into the Hall of Fame for corporate and M&A by Legal 500 Asia Pacific. She's authored a book, 10 Judgments That Change India. I've not had the good pleasure of having a conversation with her. My colleagues Abhinav Trivedi and Rachit interviewed her a couple of months when Mohinika Behura put her in touch with them. But I've spoken to Mr. Behl and Mr. Behram Vakil, and I can only tell you that they look up to her. They said, the kind of respect she got from her partners on screen and off screen when I was speaking to them showed the kind of drive she has. She truly has a PhD, passion, hunger, and desire, not a PhD in a classic sense. So she is the best person to talk to all of us about attributes that drive success. Ms. Zia Modi for you.
Thank you so much, Anurag. How do you want me to play this? Do you want me to talk for about 15 minutes and then are there questions, or what's the format that you want to be following?
Absolutely. Yes, you're right. You talk about 15 minutes and then we'll do a Q&A, me and Ashima.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, hi everybody. And to the winners that are the 40 under 40 for this year, congratulations. It's a wonderful recognition, and by BW, which is very prestigious. And I'm sure that, family will be proud, you should be proud. So congratulations again. So I thought I'll just give sort of a non-legal set of thoughts on really what will drive success. Some are personal to me, some are obvious to many of you. But I think that at this age, which is 40, with your career actually just about starting to grow and peak in the next 10 years or so, it's very important that you understand what has got you to this place and how you can sustain the curve of success and do even better in the decades to come. So the first thing, of course, that I think all of you winners and other lawyers who are listening in will obviously know, and what I've said time and time again, that you can't be successful in what you do unless you are passionate about what you do. It can't just be a job. It just can't be employment. It can't be, taking another year with adding a little more money to the piggy bank. It has to be something that almost consumes you in a professional way. I have often been asked by clients, colleagues, husband, children, why do you work like a maniac every day? And why don't you just take it easy? You have achieved success, etc., etc. And I think the simple answer that I give, which is the truth, is I simply love what I do. Sometimes, some days are not so good, but I think that, I waltz into the office, absent COVID times, always excited to some extent about what the day will bring, whether it's going to be a new deal, whether it's a fire that has to be fought out, whether it's a legal view that the firm has to take, trying to mediate a settlement between families, trying to get the new next deal and pitch for it. So ultimately, do you love what you do enough that all the struggles and challenges that life gives you will allow you to sustain that passion? And that is really key, especially for the women, as I always say. Our passion is diluted by children, by family, by in-laws, sometimes by husbands. Can you still keep that flame burning such that even if you have to take a step back, even if you have to take a couple of deep breaths, sometimes a year, what brings you back is your love for what you do. So passion. What's the next thing? Hard work, right? Theoretical passion gets you nowhere. No point in saying I love the law, but I can't bring myself to research, or I can't bring myself to deep dive, or I can't bring myself to spend the hours to get me to the perfect proposition that I need to get. So why is hard work so important for us lawyers in particular? Because we deal with the law, but not law in isolation. It has to be in relation to the facts of your present case. If you're a litigating counsel, I remember I was once with Mr. Nariman in a matter, and I started giving him all the Supreme Court judgments, and telling him what was for us, what was against us. And after about 5 minutes of a patient hearing, he stopped me and he said, Dikra, which means my dear in Gujarati. First the facts, then the law. First the facts, then the law. Luckily, I had my list of dates. I thought he would want to look at the Supreme Court judgments first, but he didn't. He needed to know what were the facts, and then his mind would start ticking as to how he would use the law to basically further the facts and how to take care of the negative facts and how to dilute them in the overall scale of things. So, how does that happen? It happens only with hard work. You miss one detail, you could miss the plot. You don't have the full set of facts, you could miss the overall issues that are otherwise just shouting at you if you have a list of dates that works. So I had a senior who basically, when I came back from America to start practicing in the High Court, he trained me and trained me and trained me into making what was a perfect list of dates. There was not one fact for or against that he would allow to be missed. And if I did miss it, he was at pains to point out how I ought not to have missed it. And it was staring at me in the face right there and right there and right there. So now when I look at any matter, even if it's a transactional matter, I'm like a Rottweiler for my list of dates. Where are my list of dates? Why is this not mentioned? Where is it referenced? Who gave this list of dates? Who wrote this letter? Where did this get referred to? Hard work again. What else has to drive real success and not temporary success? And that is integrity. You can never be truly successful in the long run if you are not trustworthy. If people don't trust you, your team doesn't trust you, the other side doesn't trust you, the judges are not very clear as to whether they ought to accept anything that falls from your mouth as truthful, you have a problem. And therefore, true success is driven by this one very important characteristic. I say this story often, but my father, who's a lawyer, he gave me a couple of very basic lessons when I came back to Bombay after New York to get married and then to practice at the bar. And he said that when you argue, if anything that you say is wrong or slippery or a half truth, you can be smart, you can be nuanced, but if you try to pull one over the judge, remember that it is not only that judge who will remember that, because they will all talk about you when they have lunch. And so if you are an officer of the court, you have to make sure that whilst doing your duty by your client, you never sacrifice your duty to the court. And people say, when you're litigating, are all bets off? Is it, full game for all? My answer is, you don't need to have that mental state. You need to make sure that the proposition that you keep advocating and the fight that you keep wanting to win is within the boundaries of what you're supposed to do as an officer of the court. Even when you transact, if you are an M&A lawyer, what is your duty to your client to get the best deal? But remember, the other side is not always as stupid as you think it is, and you're not always as smart as you think you are. And ultimately, at the end of the transaction, you will be remembered for those unmarked riders you tried to slip in, for the new points you tried to introduce in a way that was not transparent. And these characteristics get remembered. On the other hand, if you say, look, this is the 85th draft, I'm so sorry, I'm bringing up a new point. You can beat me up, but it's a new point, we need to discuss it. Very different proposition. So again, it comes back to hard work, competence, and trustworthiness. I always tell my juniors that the biggest smile on my face is when they finished a matter and then on an unrelated transaction, the other side approaches them because they saw the quality and the integrity of their work. And that's how you attract new business, new clients, new work, and ultimately is an attribute that drives success. What else is important? What is important is how you are as a player in a team. And whether you're counsel or a lawyer who's transactional, I don't think the lessons change. You know, all of you who are the winners, you're obviously proud peacocks today. You should be. But don't forget, your success has not been coming to you because of only you. There are so many things that have woven into it. So, for example, when I talk about why did I actually start in the right way and built up my building blocks, and I always attribute it to the training that I got, to the mentorship that I got, to the person who spent hours patiently when he could have been with his family, training me, correcting me, gently guiding me, sometimes scolding me. But all this went into the human being that I was supposed to become as a professional. So I think that what is very important is you recognize the stakeholders in your success, be it family, be it professional colleagues. It has to be something where your ego does not fly beyond what it should. Are you collegial when you are in a litigation? Are you wanting to just downbeat the other side simply to win a case? Are you willing to share judgments with each other so you're better prepared and nobody is taken by surprise? Are you willing to stand up to the court and say, I made a mistake, I got this fact wrong, and even though the other side hasn't figured it out, I want to correct myself so the correct facts are before you? How are you really shaping yourself at this age as a human being who is going to be training others in time to come? If you've been a good mentee and you've had the benefit and the joy of a good mentor, are you willing to spend that time again in putting back into the youngsters what people gave you for themselves, their time? All right? So, collegiality leads to lesser politics, lesser, being the guy who wants to pull people who are doing well to come down. I think that all this goes into how you are judged by society, your clients, and therefore your professional colleagues. Are you conscious of the fact that you will not be as successful as you are today without the team that helped get you there, seniors and juniors? Do you recognize that there is a wind beneath your wings that somebody has helped blow to push you along? And so it boils down to a lack of arrogance. Ego is good up to a certain point. Ego gives you self-confidence. But when it becomes arrogance, nobody after a point likes dealing with you. The pain in the neck, oh God, I've got to go and meet him again. I'll have to listen to what he says for half an hour first before I get a word in. So be approachable, be collegial, give praise to the people that deserve the praise. Small words mean so much. And very often we just take it for granted that we don't have to thank the people that assisted us, whether it's a matter or in a larger context. Again, I think at 40, you're raring to go. You should be raring to go. God, I can't remember when I was 40. It seems so long ago. But one more guidance again. Don't overreach. Don't basically grudge the people who got you there. And in that way, it's, maybe it's a bit of a lecture. But everyone should know their place. What does that mean? There is a time for everything to be achieved. Because you are successful, you will be getting double promotions in life. But you can't go into promotions in 1 year 8 times. Everything has a time by which you learn, and that is called experience and wisdom. And at the age of 40, think back. How different are you when you were 30? You were different, right? More impulsive, maybe less focused. You are now at 40. Good. Now, what do you want to be when you are 50? And what are the changes that you want to have in your career and your mind space which is going to make you even more successful in these more holistic ways. Ultimately, you got to get people to want to be with you, to have a joke, to smile, to make sure that, mistakes are not beaten up for, but appreciated because they've been pointed out to you. You've had the ability to correct them. And basically, understand what you learned from your mentors. Not treat your mentors as glass ceilings or somebody that you have to race and overcome. What you do is your own path. And your mentor, if it is a kind and generous mentor, will never be prouder than to see their mentees flourish and go even beyond them. It has always been the joy of every senior that their junior does as well, if not better than them. So be generous to your juniors. Don't think that if somebody wants to go to them directly, it's an insecurity for you. It's a matter of pride. It's a matter of joy that you've been able to inculcate legal talent, and you should continue to do that. And as Sid said last, it's constant learning, isn't it? Who knows everything every day, every time? None of us. And therefore, keep your mind open to accepting, God forbid, you could be wrong. Open your mind to being able to say, oh God, I think I'm sorry, I made a mistake out here. I didn't read that properly. It's fine. Being successful doesn't mean having to prove you're right all the time. I'll give a very small example. There was a very large private equity fund who had come to India about 15 years ago for the first time. And they were meeting all the law firms, and they met us. And then they chose us. And then, out of curiosity, after saying thank you, I said, but why did you choose us? Tell me, what made us stand out? And he said that I was with you as the managing partner. And when I asked 10 questions, out of that, for 2 questions, you said, I don't know. I don't know the answer. I'll have to check. And it was very important for him that I was able to say that when I don't know, I'll have to figure it out. So I think, these are the things that if you start in your own character building and keep on reinforcing them, everyone assumes all of you are bright, all of us are bright. That's a given, right? Intelligence hardly comes at a certain level with mediocrity. So, given that you have that DNA in place and the God given capability, how do you hone it? How do you slice it? How do you refine it such that you then become recognized not just as a good lawyer, but what I say is the ultimate gift, a trusted advisor? Are you a trusted advisor for clients in court, for solicitors, for M&A matters, for anything that somebody approaches you for guidance? And also, are you accessible? Do you switch off the phone at 5? Do you have too much of a work-life balance? Are you accessible in emergencies, even if it irritates you? That's again what successful leaders are, accessible, always, always accessible, because we are service providers as lawyers. We don't run the balance sheets of companies. We are there to give them decision making processes and risk assessments on goes, no goes to them, which has an impact of sometimes thousands of crores. And so, to be able to listen quietly, not to interrupt, not to be impatient, to understand the many factors that are coming into play for their decision making, means you have to be open. You don't have to think that you have to interrupt somebody in 2 seconds and say, I know the answer, because then you are overreaching your brief. As a successful professional, your duty is to absorb every single little fact, which then allows you to make, in your best judgment, with hand on heart, the correct decision. Openness of mind, therefore, and patience. So I think that, there is so much to learn for all of us and for you. But I think the good part is that you've already reached a stage where you have achieved recognition and excellence. It feels good. It feels great. I'm sure you're feeling really rightly pleased with yourself. Now, how do you take yourselves to the next level? and how do you continue to achieve true success in the next decade at least to come is really something you've got to introspect, make your own SWOT analysis, and stick to it. And frankly, be able to look at yourself in the mirror and talk to yourself about your weaknesses, applaud your strengths, but make sure that every year that passes by, you grow in your profession and for society and clients around you a much more successful human being. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Modi. While this is a legal conference, it is about the young legal leaders. I think business world, to all our communities, we have 17 different communities. And of course, we have the B2C business world, which is the 40th year of business world. Anybody could have benefited from it. And, really what you said resonated with me. I'm first generation and I've just got lucky with what I do. But I subconsciously, with all humility, I say, I subconsciously follow all you say and practice what you say. A lot of my friends tell me, oh, money is important. I said, of course it's important. It's not the most important. I enjoy my work. And you reminded me of this saying, Confucius said, if you make your work your hobby and your profession, you don't have to work. And life is a blessing. So you're one of those who's made your ikigai is in your work. That's your sweet spot. That's your calling. That's your purpose. You enjoy what you do. And to give again a cricket analogy, Sachin Tendulkar likes batting, playing cricket. What happens after that is additional, accidental, serendipitous. That's not what he chose. Now, let me ask you two, three important questions. And you're so right. You said the lawyer has to be a trusted advisor, right? You said that. And I remember once Mr. Ambani, couple of years back, he was asked about you. And he said, she's much more than just a lawyer. He said, she has the ability to distill a business issue and offer an integrated global, social, and sustainable view. Also, Mr. Cyrus Mistry once said about a huge value add and something that no one should ever take for granted from their lawyers. And he also talked about your accessibility around the clock. So this is your clients who are some of the biggest names of corporate India saying what they said. And you work with GE, Tata, Reliance, Aditya Birla Group, Vedanta. You work with KKR, Bain Capital, Robert Pincus. I don't want to talk about a client, but let me ask you two personal questions. One, you had very big shoes to fill. Your father is a giant, right? He is a giant. There is no question. And he embodies a lot of things that you said. Integrity, don't judge other people's success, so on and so forth. And you studied in the best places, Now tell us, what did you learn from Mr. Sorabji, both as a daughter and as a professional?
So, few things. When I was in New York and I was taking the decision to come back or not come back, my father came to see me in my New York office. And he saw I had a very swanky room of the river, and I had a secretary, and I had my cabin. And he told me, he says, do you know what you're coming back to? So I said, what do you mean? He said, there's no swanky secretary or swanky office or swanky view. Are you ready for the downsizing of what you're used to in New York? And I said, well, I better be. I want to come home. So what do we do? So he was a little worried as to whether I would be able to adapt, and kept telling me that, the only way to succeed is to make sure that you are never caught short in the work and the research as you do as your junior. Because who really builds your reputation when you come back? Your seniors. If they like you, they will recommend you. And if they don't like you, you just won't get briefed again, right? Because they don't want the headache of having to redo a product that they were relying on you for to argue the next morning. The first thing, of course, was what Dad said was, you should make sure that you will have a lot of free time when you come back. You are not going to be briefed and flooded with matters to argue. So sit in every court from time to time and watch the judge. So from my father, I learned as a junior counsel, know thy judge. Is he pro landlord? Is he pro tenant? Is he employer friendly? Is he employee friendly? What are his views on family settlements? How does a particular judge drive his decision making? And for hours, I used to just sit in the court and try and observe. No work in that court, but just trying to get a bit of the sense of every judge or most judges. The next thing he told me was, you don't have to worry about making money. You need to be worried about getting recognition and visibility. And so, whatever brief you get, you mark 50% of what your peers are marking so that you will get more work and you'll be able to be more visible. So, these are the two things that I followed at the early stage with what Dad said. And the other thing I learned very quickly was there was no point in even trying to compete with my father. And I remember an incident which I mentioned to a lot of my juniors. I was once driving to court and I was going to be appearing before a division bench. And I knew there was this judgment which was bang in my favor, just bang in my favor. And those were not the days of computers. So you had to physically look it up, and I was, as usual, running late. And I wouldn't have time to do that half an hour of research in the chambers before I went to court. So I phoned my father and I said, Papa, there's this judgment. I need it. What is the citation? So first he said, since when did I become your secretary? So I said, come on, just give me the citation. So we had Dad's library in the chamber in Bombay. So he said, okay, get the peon to bring 1974 Supreme Court so and so. Open it up. You will see para 43. That's the para you're looking for. There will be one small pencil dot on the fourth line from the top of the beginning of the para. That's what you need to read out to the court. After that, I came home and I told my husband, I said, in what world am I going to compete with this giant of a man? So the wonderful thing, Anurag, I think, was having the safety net, if you like, of a man who could easily teach you both how jurisprudence should be developed in arguments and how important it was to be a fine human being. And also, I think the good thing was he was in Delhi. I never really lived in the same city as him after I came back. So the shadow was there, but it was a glorious shadow. It was not a overwhelming or a stifling shadow. And so I got the benefit of, having Papa to talk to. I remember when I started my law firm, he was quite upset that I gave up the court and didn't appreciate my decision at all and complained indirectly through my mother about how disappointed he was. But you learn. And even then, I remember in the early stages, I said, Dad, all these conflict checks that keep coming from these foreign law firms and internal conflict checks. I mean, how do you deal with them? What sort of process should I put in place? And he said, a conflict check is a conflict when you feel uncomfortable. And that's the instinct that has to drive you. Forget the technicalities of it. And so even today, I think, of course, he's older now. But if there's a good judgment or he writes a good article, ultimately, he is what he is. He's a giant in his field, and we are all so very proud of him. I think not just my
He's in his
family, but
91st
the
year.
entire community.
He's in his 91st year, right? He's March
Exactly.
19,
March 9.
1930 born, right? That's right.
That's right.
So he's in his, God give him long life and God bless your family.
Thank you.
My last question before I know Mr. Behram Vakil is next, and I'm going to embarrass him because I know it's his birthday today. So He's been kind enough. But this is a
I must
AZB
tell
next.
him if he's in the guest room that Behram, you've not replied to my birthday message yet.
Okay, we'll get him with you in a sec. But this is the AZB session. This is the AZB. We have you, we have Behram, and then we have Mr. Behl. So really, we're privileged to have all of you. But my last question, and there's a colleague of mine, Srirupa, she wants to ask you a question. Can we have Srirupa on screen quickly? And I'll ask you my last question, and Srirupa will ask her question. Ms. Modi, you achieved so much. You have, first of all, respect. Okay, I don't think there is anything bigger than respect. You're on the top of your game, and it seems like you just started, huh? From what I hear from my friends in the legal profession, what I learned from Mr. Bell's interview, from Mr. Vakil's interview, what you achieved everything. Are you planning to retire now? If yes, tell us when. If not, what is your bucket list? What is left to do?
I think that you better ask my dearest colleagues and partners, Ajay and Behram, when they want me to retire. I will accept.
No, I have no brief from them. What I want to know is that you have a bucket list. What more do you want to achieve?
So, well, on the legal side, I think what I would love to achieve sooner rather than later is really all of us, Ajay, Behram, and I. What we would love to achieve is the institutionalization, further institutionalization of the firm. I think all of us, three of us, when we talk, one of the things we believe that we are blessed with, truly blessed with, is a fantastic rung of senior partners who have been with the firm for 15, 20 years, committed to the DNA of the firm, and are now, poised to basically take on future leadership. That is one. On a just a competitive professional psyche, I would want to position ourselves and continue to try and position ourselves as, the clear number one. Cyril should not be listening to this, Shardul should not be listening to this. But of course, every managing partner's ambition is to make sure that there's blue water between their firm and the next one. So how do we do that? We continue to have to drive excellence within. Is it easy? Not always. But is that the ambition? Yes. On a personal level, I think trying to spend more time with my two grandsons and hopefully many more on the way. I am a Baha'i by religion, so giving more time to what the Baha'i faith requires me to do, which has been in short shift for so many decades, and then spending more time with my husband, who I don't know if he's willing to spend any more time with me now. He's been so used to spending so little time with me, and to traveling together and just unwinding. So that's my bucket list.
Thank you, Ms. Modi, for being so, as my children, young adults would say, fantabulous. It's a word I learned from my young children. It's good to use these words. Dr. Tharoor shouldn't be the only person using these words.
Yes.
People like you and me should also use. Srirupa, your question. And Mr. Behram Vakil is after Mr. Behl. I made a mistake. Immediately after you is Mr. Ajay Behl. So I made that mistake. I correct that. It's Mr. Behl and then Mr. Vakil. Srirupa, your question.
Yeah. Ma'am, first of all, a big fan of your work. And, there are so many youngsters and women who are navigating between personal and professional lives who look up to you as a role model. So, what would be your message to all of them who want to succeed in life?
Well, a couple of messages. One is that, being a woman, you have added challenges in the legal profession, and you must be prepared to face them. It is not always an equal playing field because God has given you certain responsibilities that they haven't given these men, right? And so we have to accept them, navigate them, deal with them, create our own infrastructure, and to be able to accept that there may be some setbacks, but it's fine. You can come back, and you can come back with a big bang because you're passionate about what you want to do, and you want to have as much as you can of everything, right? But I think that For women, the real hard struggle is to be practical, to be realistic. It's not a perfect world. You win small victories. Those are all victories that add up. And I think as women, we should be asking our organizations, our mentors, our teams to stand by us when we need some help for a little period of time. It's nothing to be ashamed of. It is what life is. And as a senior in a professional firm, I always say that why would we not want to do everything we can to let the young women who have trained with us, worked with us, spent hours with us, given us everything, and to let them go for some stupid, silly reason that could be sorted out with a conversation. So, to the young women, I say keep at it, don't give up the struggle. Don't think life is ideal. There are pitfalls, but always be ready to vocalize your concerns, not over aggressively, but rationally. And organizations, I think, are beginning to value you much more than you realize.
Thank you so much. I love this part about being accessible. I loved about, I mean, if you have too much of work-life balance, it doesn't work out. If your work is not your love, you won't excel in it. Of course, you got to look after your family. But, I love what you said. Thank you so much, Ms. Modi, and we look forward to more conversations with you. And you truly
I
inspired.
congratulate the winners yet again. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hopefully, we can have you on the jury next year. That'd be nice, and we'll approach you closer to that. Thank you so much, Ms. Modi.
All the best.
God bless you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Modi, Dr. Batra, and Shri Rupa. Thank you so much. Definitely, Ms. Modi's inspiring talk has resonated with all of us. We all are raring to go out there and prove what we can do. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to our next enlightening session, which is by Mr. Ajay Behel, founder and managing partner at AZB and Partners. He will be throwing light on becoming an integral part of the society, the larger role law firms can play in nation building. I think a very pertinent topic, and I would once again invite Dr. Batra to come back on screen and introduce Mr. Bell once again.
Mr. Bahal, good afternoon. Sorry for being delayed. We got carried with our conversation with Ms. Modi. But this is the AZB afternoon. Ms. Zia Modi, Mr. Ajay Bahal, and then we have the birthday man, Mr. Yeah, thank you.
I spend the time updating my music library, don't worry.
Okay, I'm glad you did. Again, Mr. Bahal doesn't really need an introduction to a business gathering or to a legal gathering. But just to put the context, he's the A in the AZB, and his father was a doctor. And I remember my conversation with him a couple of weeks back, where he said, while we need the super specialists, we need the equivalent to the GPs. I hope you remember that people who understand law holistically. And he's a rare amalgamation of being a chartered accountant and a lawyer. And he got into this profession because he was persuaded by Sri N.K.P. Salveji to study law. Then Mr. Salve also recommended him to intern with Mr. Soli Sorabji. After the internship, Mr. Bell began practicing from his garage in Malchamang in Delhi. And in about 20 years, he started having a conversation with Mr. Sorabji's daughter, Ms. Zia Modi, to work together. And he said in his interview to us that it was an instinct that brought them together. I can go on about his professional accolades. He has a lot, but really he's well known and he'll talk to you about it. But I can tell you, I briefly met him in 2001, when I just started my first company, and I'd be sitting in the reception of a large media company. He was an advisor to that large media company. And I hand it over to Mr. Bell to inspire all of you. Over to you, Mr. Bell.
Good afternoon, everybody, and congratulations to all of you who have won these accolades. I actually do remember when I was 40 and I had this party for some friend of mine hosted a 40th birthday party for me. So it's time flies. Of course, at that time we were all struggling to get the profession on the track that we wanted it to. It was just a few years after India liberalized, and many of us who have practiced in the unliberalized India see the dramatic change over the years and the opportunities it's actually presented to not only just the lawyers who have joined since, even people like us, in order to be able to grow our practices and expand the areas of practice into areas which were hitherto considered almost unknown. I remember when I spoke to Mr. Salve when I decided to quit the accounting profession finally and practice as a lawyer. And I said, I'd like to be a corporate lawyer. And I remember him saying, what is a corporate lawyer? You better go and start working with Soli and start back in court. And I chose not to because I had an accounting practice and I sort of stayed with that and built. I was convinced that there is room for corporate law, and so we continue to plug at it. And post liberalization, of course, we got a great opportunity to get that business. But the differences between what you see today as people where the practices have grown, you walk into an office knowing that there is work available. We are all part of a generation where getting work and having work on your table was itself fairly novel, fairly exciting. And I tell my partners and colleagues that very often that you haven't felt that situation where you think you have talent, but you have nothing to apply your talent to. In any event, I think that today what I wanted to speak to you about, I know you heard a lot of my friends, colleagues, my partner, Zia has spoken to you, and I'm sure it was a very inspiring session. I thought I'd give you a slightly different perspective. I know there's a lot of conversation about the changing landscape, how law firms will respond, and so on and so forth. In reality, actually, if you ask yourself the question very quickly, I'll deal with that. Not that much has changed. What has really changed? The means of communication has changed, and the fact that internally also we have to learn now to think through ideas, align our own thinking within the organization electronically rather than doing it when we used to be in office. But principally, we're still providing the same advice to clients who have the same legal issues. It's just that the kind of legal issues that they're dealing with may have got extended or a bit more novel in the context of the pandemic. But essentially, they're still the same. So I don't want to overplay this issue that the profession is changing and things are changing dramatically. The fact is, whatever change has to happen, obviously law firms will be at the cutting edge of wanting to support clients as we are doing through this entire pandemic. But what I think has happened in this period of time, there has also been a reset for all of us, not just law firms. I think for all of us, personally, professionally, a reset and a rethinking. It's also driven by, I think, the fragility, the recognition of how fragile we are. We tend, in all the excitement that surrounds us, we tend to sometimes forget that. And the pandemic has actually shown us how equal or how equal we are on all in the context of the exposure to what can go wrong, which again we tend to forget from time to time. And as we've seen some of the elements of this pan out, you can't help but look back and ask yourselves at the advantages and the luxuries we've had in comparison to lots of people. We talk about work from home, we talk about social distancing. You have to remember that work from home and social distancing is in many ways a luxury for many of us. For many people, they can't manage from this. So that reality of social distancing and work from home doesn't exist for a lot of people. So it is truly something that we are fortunate to be able to continue with. And so that's, when you look at that, that's one element that gives you room for pause. Then you look around you and you see what people have gone through in this period. And for us, and I'm sure for most of you, seeing the positive and the negative, the positive as to how people got together, how we have other professions. We talk about ourselves as a very noble profession, but frankly, I think that the people who work the hardest for the least amount of money are frankly the doctors. And I'm not saying this because my father was a doctor, he was a very successful doctor, but a lot of my friends are doctors. And they have had to actually stand up, and I know many of them who are frontline. There are doctors who are married to lawyers in our office who are frontline doctors, who are exposed, who are working with COVID patients. And so that also gives you, some reflection on how advantaged we are. And what is it that we can do? Can we just sit and watch, or should we be doing more? Then we saw the position of the migrants, which was, I know it was something that made everybody feel very upset. But we decided that we would look a little more deeply into it, and we've actually done a study on what we think went wrong in that period. And then the question that we saw with all of this was that if we are connected, if we have friends who are doctors, if we have friends in industry who have capabilities of being able to contribute, if we have friends in the government who we have been working with, what should we do and can we do to be a part of society and demonstrate that, yes, I can't be a doctor and be treating a patient, but can I try and create a dialogue around things that need to get better, and get doctors to speak to administrators, get doctors to speak to people who are in power, and understand the kind of issues that are being faced, and can we do things better. And I'm very happy that during this period we did a fair amount of that. I mean, as a start, people came as a surprise to lots of people when we did this, that, what is a law firm got to do with organizing a medical conclave. But we actually organized a conclave between 7 doctors, including a frontline doctor at a hospital which she was treating one of the most important political figures in this country later. And we got people who were running testing clinics and the kind of issues that were being faced. And this was in end May, early June, when things were really difficult in Delhi. And we got a conclave organized with a very important person in the AAP party, who I knew from my chartered accountancy days. And we had a 2-hour Zoom call with the 7 doctors and with him, and made a note of the meeting. And some of them were in the context of home isolation, creating an awareness that people could be treated at home. And we made notes of that meeting. And after that, a major announcement was made by the Chief Minister in terms of many of the initiatives that we took. We then followed that up with actually a video which one of our lawyers participated in. She interviewed this doctor and interviewed 3 patients who had actually recovered. One of them was the mother of an associate in our office. One was actually a doctor himself, and one was a friend of ours. And we did this interview in 2 parts. One was with the doctor who gave all the do's and don'ts about symptoms, why you should stay at home, how you should treat yourself, the oximeter, the readings, the sort of food you should have, etc., etc. And we did these 3 interviews, and we circulated that video across our friends, our colleagues in office, people in the government. And it was very well responded to, because at that time everybody was struggling to try and understand more about this particular thing and what this meant. There was a panic every time somebody was infected. Should that person go to a hospital? So we felt good, because people asked the question, of course, that, how come you got into it? And I said, well, why shouldn't we get into it? We know people. And isn't it something that we can contribute to? Yeah, we're not doctors, but we put doctors together with administrators, and we got great ideas. We were the moderator. I moderated the session, and we were able to draw things out and raise a lot of questions, just as Anurag he's not a lawyer, but he will draw questions from lawyers which will make the conversation more meaningful, which will bring out more aspects that need to be reflected upon. So that was one issue. Then this whole, if you remember, this whole issue of essential services, how goods were being transported across the country. There were different states, but had different, there was a chaos. There were different regulations coming up, and we have some friends who were in very serious positions in state governments, and we were interacting with them to understand the problems on the ground. One of our lawyers, her husband, is in the administrative services in Himachal, who's doing a fantastic job in terms of contract tracing. So again, we use that as a means to continue to build a dialogue around things that could be done, sharing ideas with the government, receiving ideas from some people in the government, sharing with other people in the government. And of course, there were lots of legal issues at that point of time as well. If you remember, around whether you can ask people to leave during the lockdown. And those issues were also being faced in the government in some places in terms of, the government organizations. What should we do about people? How should they deal with private sector when private sector is asking people to leave, or are they following the rules? What should the government's reaction be? There was an overreaction in some parts of the government where some states came out with very onerous sounding circulars, which we then reached out to people and asked them to retract because we thought it was sending the wrong message. So the point I'm making is that we believed that we had the capability, we had the capacity, we had lawyers in the firm across all our offices available. And why not use that resource and our knowledge and our experience to share interactively with people, even though it's not our first line of practice. And we did the same with the government. We were, participated in a number of the initiatives concerning changes that had to be made to deal with how meetings are held, and many other aspects. Because you have to remember, at a time like this, everybody is struggling. Nobody has anticipated something like this. So it's not as if, they have all the ideas and we have none, and we should just sit back and constantly blame them and do nothing to contribute. And so that was impossible. I spent some time in Goa where Anurag interviewed me. Even there, we worked with the local authorities because we felt that while cases were under control, at some point they're going to increase. And we were able to continue our initiative and introduced home quarantine there as well. Because earlier in Goa, if you fell sick, everybody wanted to be in a hospital. And sooner or later, the hospitals are going to run out of beds. So we used that as an opportunity to, our experience in Delhi as an opportunity to introduce that there. And today, the number of cases has gone up, but large number of the people are actually staying at home because the symptoms are mild and a lot of them are asymptomatic. Obviously, legal work was going on, but we also felt the need then to apply our legal skills to this whole issue about the migrant labor. And just to understand what precisely went wrong, we thought it's an important issue, an issue which is not focused on. Most people were just sitting back and criticizing the government. And on the other hand, we felt that's another thing that we should reflect on. For the government, they have been going to work while we've been working from home. Government, especially senior officers, have been going to work from literally the middle of April, early May. And the fact is we are getting essential services, we are getting food. Somebody is running the country and somebody is making that effort. So we felt that, that needs to be recognized. And we spent a lot of time in sort of talking to people about that don't just sit back and be critical, be a part of the process of change, be a part of the solution, not the problem. So we analyzed in detail, we put a team together of 10 lawyers, and I headed the initiative, and we came up with a study which we have published on our website and on our LinkedIn page. And we've actually analyzed various laws which applied and tried to pinpoint the issue. And actually, what we found was pretty startling, that the blame lies actually with almost all of us, because none of us have ever bothered. For example, when you engage a contractor, how many of us have bothered to ask him whether the labor he employs has actually got a bank account? Have they got the proper Aadhaar? Have they got linkages? Are they in a position to open a bank account? Are their smartphones linked with their Aadhaar card? So There were macro issues we identified and also micro issues we identified. And we are in dialogue with the government right now in trying to address some of them. We are also trying to talk to some NGOs to see why some of them, which are very practical on the ground issues, have not been addressed so far, and how this labor can be actually helped in getting to understand their rights, get a little more awareness of what their actual rights and entitlements are, and also figure out how they can come into the part of the formal process by getting themselves registered, getting themselves able to receive the benefits. In fact, one of the other startling features we found was that a number of the initiatives that were announced by the government, possibly unwittingly, were not going to make it to these people for reasons that we've identified in our report, by the bank accounts, or they're not registered here, or they're not registered under a particular scheme of the government of India. And the fact, therefore, would be that a lot of them who were supposed to be the beneficiaries would never see those benefits. So we felt very happy, to be honest with you, when that report finally came out and the reactions we got from people, from the government. We got clients reaching out, we got lawyers, people like you who read that and came back and said that this is really a great initiative and it's very good that somebody's worked at it. The other thing, I don't know how many of you are aware, but the law fraternity, especially the law colleges, and I know for a fact Bangalore Law College has been absolutely superb in their initiative in dealing with helping migrants, identifying them. Even today, many of them are running programs where we are distributing phones to children in order for them to be able to participate in online classes. They have been rounding up migrants from around cities, putting them onto flights, putting them onto trains, getting food distributed. So I was very pleased to see the way the legal fraternity has actually, at least some of them, have truly stood behind this whole process, being out in the field often in terms of meeting people, helping them get their bearings on the ground, organizing, using their connections to get the states where they flew in transport to get them to their villages from the airports or from the railway station. So truly supplemented the efforts made by the government. So the point I'm making is that we can sit back and say, yeah, we're lawyers, our business is to advise clients when our clients ask us a question. But on the other hand, don't we have a role in society? In fact, I think we are a great connect between issues that affect clients, and through them you see issues that affect people who clients engage. Today, if a client gets rid of somebody who works for him, or he has a problem with that person, you get a sense of what the problem is, and therefore you can see it from the point of view of the other person as well. So there's a lot of information we get live through our connection with our clients, through connections with the people we work with in the government. And there is no reason why we should not be using that for the national good, for greater amount of picking up issues which otherwise we think somebody else ought to pick up. So why not do it ourselves? Why not become the profession that can bring about the change? And I think in some ways we have that capability, because we are organized as, a lot of us are organized as firms. We have resources, we have infrastructure, we have people. A lot of other professions can't do that. You can't expect an architect, even though an architect is actually very well positioned, and I've engaged some of my architect friends when we were making our report. They are very well positioned to understand the problem because they're interfacing with contractors and labor, and a lot of them give us ideas as well. But not all of them are organized the way we are. So there are certain advantages we have, and at least our view was that should those advantages be only focused on doing work for our clients and for ourselves, which enable us to bill them for it, or should we spend some time and use this opportunity based on what we have seen? Should we use this opportunity to do something which is a much broader, has a broader impact and is much more society oriented? And we did that, and I'm very pleased about that particular thing. And not only am I pleased, I can see the happiness on my colleagues, on our associates who have participated, when they've seen the comments that have come from people, when they've seen the reaction we've got from friends, or their own friends who have seen the initiatives, and they are pleased about the fact that they've had this opportunity to play a part. So I think truly this time of thinking has at least made me feel that there is far more we should do. We are in a better spot than most other most other professions at least, and we should look around us and see how many other professions are doing so much better work, like the doctors, as I said. I know, I know how hard they're working, and the initial stages, as you might recall, even PPE equipment was not available, and we actually participated in that process as well, of trying to work with the government, with some clients who were garment exporters, and saw the transition that they made from garments to PPE equipment, and organizing, there was a gum organized by DRDO. I mean, this may sound all bizarre to you because you're expecting conversations about law and the legal profession, but I'm sure you've heard enough of that. But and you didn't expect that I'd be talking to you about glue that was developed by DRDO to try and make the initial PPE suits seamless, because one of the problems is the whole purpose of a PPE is that it should be seal proof. I mean, there should be no leakage. So if you stitch, the stitches leak micro leaks, and that's why in India very few people were able to make PPE equipment, because you need something called heat sealing for that. So based on that, there was not too much capacity to build these particular plants around PPE equipment or convert equipment, but some of them were able to do that, and that's how you've seen over a period of time, because of the enormous effort made by people in the system, garment exporters, you become PPE. Actually, we have a surplus of PPE equipment. So bottom line is, I think beyond your own personal needs, your own professional aspirations. Think about what else you can do. Look at society, look at people who are not as advantaged, and try and contribute a little bit beyond that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Bell. Indeed, I mean, lawyers are social change makers. Thank you so much for sharing this with us. And kudos to the entire initiative and the entire team who worked on it. Thank you so much, sir. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, for the day is none other than Mr. Behram Vakil, founder and managing partner, ACB and Partners. I'd like to welcome him on the screen, and I'd like to invite Dr. Batra to come and introduce him, please.
Mr. Vakil, first of all, our apologies for being a little delayed, but both Ms. Modi and Mr. Bahl was outstanding, and we spent a little more time with them than we should have. But I can only say happy birthday to you to start with. Happy, we just wanted to embarrass you, but joke apart, thank you for making time on a day when you have to spend time with your family. Mr. Behram Vakil really doesn't need an introduction. I'm not going to give his age away. He's just got 26 he's done today. So, but I can tell you that, when I was talking to Mr. Bahl, he said, Mr. Vakil is the one, if there are disagreements, mostly there are not, but we speak our mind, there are different routes to a solution. Mr. Vakil is typically the one who says, let's sleep it over, let's discuss it tomorrow, let's give it a pause. He's the calmest of all three. That's what Mr. Bahl said in an interview to me. So, I mean, I can read out his professional achievements, but just being that positive glue, that being that positive person, and being a soothsayer helps. When I think that's a great quality anybody can imbibe. But he's known as a restructuring specialist amongst everything. He's worked on infrastructure, project finance, and I can go on. He's worked on everything. But he is the B in AZB Partners. Without much ado, let me welcome Mr. Bahl. Let me bid adieu to Mr. Bahl and welcome Mr. Vakil. Mr. Vakil, we are looking forward to getting inspired by you, and also you inspiring the young lawyers and legal influencers that are going to be winning the inaugural BW Legal World 40 Under 40 Awards. Over to you, Mr. Vakil.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Anurag, for that very warm and generous introduction. And I'll help you make up time. As I told you, I mean that's very kind of Ajay to say. But as I mentioned to you in our interview, that they are the real superstars of AZB. Like I said, if you look at the Beatles, Lennon and McCartney, and I'm more the Om Shanti Om Harrison guy, who's been very lucky to be part of the team. So with that, I think I'll also, continue in the same vein. My opening remarks, I'll just break them into general and then a little bit specific on the professional side. So, like I had the benefit of hearing Ajay for the last few minutes, and I think some of the, my topic was the changes from COVID that stay with us for a long time and those that are just in the passing. So, on the general side, I really do hope that there are three changes that stay with us for as long as possible. And the first one is, of course, these are all my personal views, but I think we've reached a stage across the world where people have got fed up of the capitalist system that we have right now because it is not fair to the majority. It is skewed. Some people may say it's rigged. And one of the reasons is I think the pendulum has shifted way too much to capital and the returns and appreciation capital gets, and not enough to what labor. So the head and not enough about the heart and hands. And we have realized through COVID that the people on the front line, whether it's in health services or those that deal with your basic necessities every single day, they are so crucial. And all the appreciation we have shown across the world for this, I hope that that stays with people and we learn to value and appreciate people who work with their hands and heart as much as the so-called intellectuals. So that's the first one, and I think that as I said, we need to have, of course, in an ideal world, all three: mind, head, and hearts. But let's get some balance. And but more specifically, the second one is that I feel that there will be a swing, and we will have to in terms of financial appreciation and return, there will be a swing back towards labor because the pendulum is way too much focused on capital today. And I think that will make a more equitable and fair and inclusive world. And we have to achieve that. Otherwise, we are going to have more and more chaos and unhappiness. The second one was, I believe that this focus on health and environment, and especially in our country, I think it's a very important one. I hope that all the lessons we've learned through COVID, the essential needs of keeping a cleanliness, sanitation, healthcare. We are in such a dire situation, and I do hope that month on month things get better here on. But we all know that our healthcare systems, both in the cities and even more in rural India, are under tremendous strain. And therefore, if we do focus all of us together, I think, as Ajay said, both we can't just keep on blaming government. We should also take that upon ourselves. And if each one of us achieves a truly Swachh Bharat and truly helps towards a better health and nutrition, and of course, the government will have to do the heavy lifting in terms of healthcare, then that would be a fantastic benefit, some kind for all the suffering that has been caused. At least you get something out of the crisis. Coming to the professional side, I think some of the changes that I feel are going to stay with us for quite a long time. One is, this whole argument you hear now about work from home versus office. And I think, like everything in life, there has to be a blended uh, solution. I don't think anyone is suggesting that you can just work from home. I think each of us are social beings, and it is important for us, both as human beings and certainly in the professional sense, to have a blend of being in the office. And I think there will be more and more flexibility for people to work from home across all industries, and of course in the professional space as well. I mean, just to highlight, for training a young lawyer, I think very, very difficult remotely. It makes a huge difference when you're actually there in the office. And I think, in fairness, all our lawyers too would be very, very keen to return as soon as it's safe to return, because there are a lot of benefits. Of course, in a large firm, you have discussions, even just by sheer osmosis, there is a lot to learn. You have your fabulous support teams, which is what makes you look good. So without all this, it makes life quite difficult. But on the flip side, we have seen through this crisis, and certainly AZB has been very blessed that between IT and our administrative staff, it has been really amazingly seamless. And therefore, you have seen how much you can achieve even remotely, and even from home through all the Zoom and Microsoft Teams and all the rest. So therefore, I think that a blend would be ideal, because bottom line, at least for lawyers, it is that you have to keep the client happy, you have to do quality work, and you have to be prompt in the work you do. You have to deliver on timelines. And if you can do it, then I don't think the client really cares much about whether you're doing it from home or whether you're doing it from office. There are some meetings, again, which are crucial face to face, unfortunately cannot be had just now. But for the vast majority of meetings, I think this crisis has showed us that it can be done through the VC. And and therefore, my, again, personal view is that there will be this blend, there will be this flexibility, and it will not be either or. There will be both more work from home than it was before, but there will, of course, continue to be a lot of office time too. The second one, which is a direct relationship to the first one, is IT and digital. I think that that whole space across all sectors, as we can see, all the companies that are really doing well through this crisis, and certainly for the law firms as well, they are going to focus on extremely robust IT and digital tools to make sure that wherever you do it remotely, it is seamless and it gives a good experience to everybody concerned. So I think the growth in that area, even in the professional space and of course in all other corporate spaces, will grow tremendously, and that is here to stay. I think people have figured that out, and I don't think there's much going back on that, which in some ways brings me to my last point, and that is in terms of meetings, which I touched upon, but business travel, which I believe is close to 70% of the revenues of the travel industry as a whole. And I think their difficult times, I fear, will continue for a long while, because we've all figured out that a lot of those meetings, if they were very short meetings, or not, the issues are not that significant that you need a face to face, I think all of us will travel less, and there will be more and more done by VC, as we have had to do over the last 6 months. And therefore, business travel, I really doubt if it will come back to the pre-COVID figures for some years to come. And in some ways, that's a good thing because once again, in terms of the environment, it's certainly a very good thing. In terms of people in the travel business, I fear it's not such a great thing. So, with those opening comments, I'd like to hand back to you, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vakil, for being precise. Uh, Mr. Jyoti Sagar said in the morning, brevity matters in legal. It was a lovely session. We'll send you a recording someday. It was a little different than other sessions. You'll enjoy. Uh, I just want to ask you one question, and I want to let you go because I don't want to delay the next panel. Is what have you learned from Mr. Ajay Bell and what have you learned from Ms. Zia Modi? And what do you think they have learned from you?
Yeah, so I think both are brilliant lawyers. So definitely, just in terms of pure legal thinking and analysis, I've learned tremendously by working with both of them. Both of them have a crazy work ethic. Zia, of course, everyone knows is a workaholic. I don't think there's anyone in the working space who doesn't know that. Ajay burns the candles at both ends. So sometimes you get this idea because he's also fantastically fit. He parties hard, but he is also, extremely strong work ethic. So that's another thing I've certainly learned from both of them. And terrific human beings, very big hearts.
You were saying, Mr. Vakil, terrific human beings, very big heart. That's when we got connected, disconnected. You were saying that both Mr. Bell and Ms. Modi are terrific human beings and big heart, and that's where it got disconnected.
That's right. Yeah, no, I mean that's I think that was it. That's my.
What do you think they've learned from you? I should have asked them, but in your assessment.
No, I think the point you made very kindly that I usually, I always tease Zia that deep breathe, don't react immediately, take it a little calmly. I think both of them have a slightly quicker temper than me, and so I think just to be a little more patient and calm, that I think that's probably what I may have helped with.
My last question, what is your 3-point advice to all the young leaders who will be awarded today in the night? What can they do to make an impact?
Yeah, well, I guess they already given that they've been awarded, they definitely must have the passion, they must have the work ethic. So what I would like to say is that please do consider the point I made right in the beginning, that we need to, something is not working well in the capitalist world today or in the countries which are following a different system. So I think some kind of balance, some way of making it more inclusive. They should really give their time and mind space to this. I think Ajay had also mentioned it. So, let's stop blaming the government for everything. We have to also lend a helping hand. We are in this together. And without that, it's a lose-lose. This is not that, I make everything wonderful for myself and I give a damn about others. I think that's a lose-lose. We are all in this together. That's just not just a nice phrase, it's the ground reality. So I would really earnestly request them to look at that side of life carefully too.
Thank you, Mr. Vakil. Extra gratitude to you for being who you are, and second, making time on your birthday. God bless you. God give you long life, and may we
Thank you so
continue
much.
to have more conversation with you. Thank you, Mr. Vakil. Over to you.
Thanks so much. Thanks a lot. Very kind. Thank you. Bye.
Over
Thank
to
you,
you.
Mr. Vakil. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be shifting gears now and moving on to panel discussion. But before we do that, I'd once again like to ask all of you if you've joined our online conversation using our hashtag BW Legal Dialogues. If you haven't yet, then please do so. On Twitter, we are at the tag LegalBW. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us throughout this day. We have some amazing panel discussions lined up for you. But before we move over there, I would like to showcase our BW legacy and BW legal introduction audiovisual to all of you while we prep the screen for the panel discussion. Let's take a look.
BW Businessworld presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Businessworld events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Businessworld events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Businessworld is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for staying with us through the day. And now, as I said, we are shifting the focus on the changing role of general counsels in these changing times. And now moving on to our first panel discussion, I'd like to invite our panelists on the screen. One by one, I'd be inviting them, and I'd want all of you to stick around and ask them a lot of questions because they're here only and only for this forum. So, ladies and gentlemen, our first panel discussion is on new horizons for legal services, the evolving role of the General Counsel. And I'd like to welcome Ms. Manjari Chaudhary, Executive Director and General Counsel at Maruti Suzuki India Limited, Ms. Rakhi Biswas, Strategic Consultant, former General Counsel, ITC Infotech, Mr. Sanjay Gulati, Group Head, Corporate Tax, GST and Litigation, GMR Group, Mr. Navodit Mehra, Senior Vice President, Legal at Sterlite Power, Ms. Debolina Partap, General Counsel, Wockhardt, Ms. Shivli Katayan, Associate Director, Legal Policy Bazaar Group of Companies. And this session will be chaired by Mr. Sudhir Mishra, Founder and Managing Partner, Trust Legal. And welcome all our dignitaries on the screen. Very warm welcome to all of you. And I'd like our session chair to take the proceedings forward. Mr. Mishra, yeah.
Is it okay? Can you hear me, everybody?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I request everyone to please unmute your mic so that there is no problem later.
Okay, great. So I can see that this is an amazing opportunity to have the best of the general counsels of the country at one platform. And some of the people with whom I have worked, Mr. Gulati, we missed you in the initial discussion when we were just planning the session, but you guided us to do this. And Shivli, we also missed you. But this is a little difficult. It's still, after 5 months, it's not easy to relate to this kind of platform and feel that there is an audience which is watching you, and especially for lawyers who are so used to body language. It's so difficult, but we are getting used to it. And I'll introduce you, each one of the speakers for a purpose, because when we'll go to them, we will also ask them about their sectoral rise, their sectoral challenges, their own experiences. So it's very important, you know, that this kind of panel we have set up, what is the reason for that? So Manjari has an experience of automobile law, but she is a person who has done great work in healthcare as well. Navodit is working for almost 2 decades on infrastructure. Devolina is a healthcare wizard. She not only understands healthcare, she has a great idea about IPR. She's equally good in IPR. And Shivli is into insurance. It's a very important sector in pandemic. A lot of agreements are being challenged. Gulati Saab is into aviation and infrastructure. So he will have a lot of stuff to say with regard to that. Rakhi is into IT and also into aviation legal space. So it's a mix of the best for us in this panel. And general counsel in legal fraternity are the mirror for what is happening in the business, because they interface between the legal world and the business. So they are the perfect guardians. They are the guards who actually filter this entire thing. So I will come one by one. First, I'll come to Manjari, and I'll ask all the speakers one common question. What happened after the lockdown? What happened? How did you start working from the very next day? And how much time it took you to adjust to the new normal? And how did you make a new plan, a plan B as they call? And is it exciting? Manjari?
Yeah, thank you, Sudhir, for this wonderful sort of introduction and to get us all together and moderate us on this panel. I'm privileged to be in this company. You know, when the pandemic, actually the lockdown came, but, you know, we started getting the feel a couple of weeks before the actual lockdown happened. So, you know, the company already and all of us had started moving to, you know, video conferencing and a little more of those things rather than having too many physical meetings, etc. So that was all kind of coming up. And then one fine day, of course, it got announced. And I think more from a business standpoint, for a company as large as ours, which has so many plants cranking, and then you have to just bring them to a grinding halt on one fine day. It's challenging, as anyone who's in a business that has large manufacturing outfits would absolutely resonate with what I'm trying to say. But it was a government order and therefore requires you to implement it almost instantly. Of course, everything did get shut down, and we had to, and there are certain processes which are continuous processes. You get time to shut them off, so we've followed all of those. And in about a week or 10 days time, everything was sort of it was shut completely. Then I think immediately and parallelly, what happened was that we, as a management team, we all got together, and the first thing that was that, okay, this is a crisis, and let's get down to crisis management. And suddenly everyday morning, the management meeting with our CEO and everyone getting together. I think one of the biggest challenges, I would say, was the host of regulations that started and directives that started coming at you. They were almost like 3 a day, 4 a day. And then if you are spread across the entire nation, then different states, different localized jurisdictions as to how. So the Ministry of Home Affairs gives you one, and then every state does something different. The district does something a little more different. So you are just trying your best to keep up with that. Obviously, 6 months down the line, you are a little more used to it now, and you know exactly what to look for and not look for. But I think when this came in the beginning, you were very anxious about the fact that you shouldn't be missing out on anything which could land your company into any kind of a liability. Because the issues, the Disaster Management Act was being invoked for the first time, and nobody, there's no precedent on something like on this act. How's liability going to be looked at? There were penal provisions, there were other things. So as a management, we began to get our arms around that. And coming to how the legal team, I was particularly I'm a little proud about this fact, and without sounding terribly modest, but for the last year or two, I had tried to put in a lot of legal technology into our processes and systems, and we were almost we just kind of closed down on that. So our contract management system, our litigation system, and a few of the other processes, I'd already brought them to a digitized level. That paid off. I mean, it was just so timely that, when the pandemic came, I'm quite certain all of us had laptops, and it was just a matter of working with the IT for a year or two to get access to all the shared drives, etc., because the basic systems were there. And I have to say that the team has really been very productive. I think we got productive within 3 to 4 days. And I've had business teams come back and tell me that, we've not seen any difference in how your team has been supporting us as it was doing earlier. So I think it just reinforces, and I continue to state this, maybe because I had some legacy from GE, which we were very technologically, we had tried to become more savvy. And I tried to bring that in, and I continue to make a case for the fact that, you must digitize and you must become more efficient and productive. And I think in today's new world, I think agility and working smart, and your business needs efficient, cost-effective, smart, quick decisions from you. And for doing that, you need to have your tools around you. And there is enough and more in the technology space, in the legal technology space, that can give you a whole host of tools that you can use to get yourself and your teams up to speed. And you can absolutely, manage and support your businesses much better. Thank you. That's my little comment.
Why I wanted to you to start, because when we were reading newspapers, when we were first 1 week, we were scared of touching the newspaper. Then we started reading the newspaper. At least I was reading all of them. And then
there was onto the e-newspaper. Yeah.
Then I think Veer Sanghvi wrote in a column, and he said, "You can read the newspaper. I am reading the newspaper." But the first sector was automobile, which we wanted to see for the signals of any kind of clawback, which we wanted to see. But the other sector, which is the shining arm, is the healthcare sector. The way whatever criticism may come, but how healthcare of India has responded, how many challenges they have taken up. I think Devolina will share some of her thoughts about them.
Yeah, hi, Sudhir, thanks. And good evening, everybody, whoever is watching the panel. Sudhir, just to answer your first question, what was the reaction immediately the next day, and in Maharashtra, and I think globally and especially in India, it was 22nd of March, 2020. So my immediate thing, which I was thrust upon on 23rd of March was, extra cooking at home and a lot of deep cleaning besides the work, which, we had to manage. Uh, though a little different from Manjari's experience, what we were grappling is, we were in those exceptional sectors where despite the lockdown, despite the pandemic, despite, all the notifications, we had to deliver. So be it the hospitals or the pharma, the medicines or devices, we had to deliver. So, as far as the legal team was concerned, the first thing which we did is, we just got all the departmental heads and the business stakeholders, and we got together to find how do we take this situation forward. Because, we cannot work independently. So we did have processes laid down. We did have our best practices, but, they are never sufficient in such conditions. But Sudhir, I must tell you, I remember one very good quote of Mr. Winston Churchill, who said, never let a disaster go waste. You know,
Yes.
never, let a disaster time go waste. So that's what we, took. We converted our last minute disruptions into goals.
Wow.
And we, despite we didn't have support, especially what was affected the most was the supply chain, the transportation, because you manufacture medicines, you have your hospitals, but then how do you reach out to you reach out to the villages, you reach out to the people who need the services? How do you get the people who have the services to the hospitals, or how do you handle telemedicine? In fact, the telemedicine, as all of us know, they got
Yes.
notified after the pandemic. So
Absolutely.
so as you rightly said, being a sunshine sectors, we had to deal with a lot of sunshine areas, and that's where, of course, we had very good partnering with law firms, and we were all learning. Actually, we were unlearning and learning. So we had to redo all our best practices for the
Yes.
challenging times. We had to
Wonderful.
set up new SOPs. We had to have new sets of compliances, deviations of existing compliances. And yes, we had, the general counsel, especially, if I can share this, we had to be good despite a lot of bad things happening around. So there is a difficulty of being good, as Gusharan Das says. How do you be good despite all the bad things? Because at the end of the day, everybody comes to you in difficult times. There's no one else who can help you but the GC, because you are already at the razor's edge and you're going to drop off the cliff. So your
Yes.
business is at, your business is at rock bottom. Even if you are able to do business, how do you, convert them into your, cash receivables is a big challenge. And how do you save all your contractual obligations from a breach?
Yes.
How do you, get all your consents and waivers from counterparties? These were the things, which we were grappling in the first 15 days to a month before we set up the pandemic specific COVID-19 protocols.
Okay.
So, that's been
Very
our experience in the healthcare and pharma. And I think in many industry, they will be following the same situation.
same. And
The same
especially
way.
because you were doing a 24/7 kind of industry.
Yes.
You were the first port of call and you were expected to be there. Rest all
Yes.
of us were told to hide while
Yes.
while you were there.
Yes.
All the courts and the government, they all went home.
Yeah.
So Navadip, you were supplying power all through this, and you are a general counsel who has been working in infrastructure sector for almost 2 decades. I had a privilege of working with you on many occasions. You are somebody who who is always hopeful. But how did you motivate your team as a general counsel? Because I think a lot of young lawyers want to know that what is going to happen to them. Because here is an opportunity to see the best of GCs. It's not only about recruitment. I'm saying what motivation you will give. Know that you are my senior in law school. I'm not saying that just to show that you are elder to me, but it's more on on an important serious note. That what is the motivation you'll give to the present generation? Because we get a lot of such calls now, and we try to give them that this is an absolute opportunity, like Devalina said, it can't be wasted. What are your thoughts?
Thank you, Sudhir, for asking this question, which is a little difficult to answer. But the very fact when you join a legal fraternity, I believe these are the people who are motivated in themselves. And when I would say that you join corporate side of the law, which is the other side of the table where you are sitting, it is more motivational to do, because we have clients all the time. So we are surrounded by the clients all the time. So unless we have a motivational team, we can't really execute whatever business really wants. Now, as far as motivation is concerned, let me tell you one very recent incident which I have. There is one lady junior colleague of mine who worked relentlessly during these pandemic times, although this never came as a shock to us. The reason being, we are a project-based organization, and the project-based organization works on a different projects in various places in different jurisdiction of the states. Now, if your office is combined at one particular location, perhaps you will sort out the situation faster. You can implement whatever is to be done from the compliance side faster. But when you are working on a different jurisdiction and transboundary, because we have projects in Brazil as well, so how do you manage that? And unless we don't have a very dedicated team, which we fortunately have, we really can't do it. And motivation comes from within. Certainly, leadership works has a role, but it comes from within. And as I said earlier, when you join the corporate side of the law, you are motivated itself, you are baptized there.
Very well. Good initial thoughts. Shivli, I will come to you. And I will ask you, you're muted. You can. So I will ask you, how much impact is there on the insurance sector? And as a general counsel in the insurance sector, are you burdened with a lot of clauses of breaches or asking for money, all the force majeure and other stuff? How are you dealing with counsel?
Okay. First up, good evening, everyone. And I'm so honored to share the panel with you. And thank you for this opportunity. It is a very interesting time, this lockdown, because it brought many things to the foray. First up, unlike Maruti or Wockhardt, which is, a product-based, entity, we are in the services because we facilitate the service. And in addition to like what Manjari ma'am said and what Debalina ma'am said, it was not just work from home, it was work for home also. So, suddenly everything exploded, literally, And the first thing I think was mentally setting it in your own head, where you realize that you need to strike a balance and you also need to achieve the objectives which your organization is looking at you to achieve. It was also the time when suddenly a whole host of people woke up and realized that they need insurance. So you see, it was not just about a situation where the office is shutting down and you have to work from home. It's a major, like a major business opportunity which has to be converted. You cannot let it go. So you had to be on your toes and you had to make sure. The legacy that Policy Bazaar has as an entity is, I think, what came to our rescue, which is the fact that we are essentially digital. So somewhere there has always been that theme that we do not want it to be based on a building or people. It should be possible to work from wherever you are, as long as you're working, as long as you're able to achieve what you need to achieve, that's fine. So for us, Touchwood, our transition from an actual building to working out of our houses was very seamless. We had actually been trying to implement it for some time, not necessarily for non-ops. It was essentially for the ops, but it just so happened that it got implemented across. So we had to make sure that the business requirements were met. And of course, needless to say, the team has to be motivated. And as Navodit sir mentioned, it's extremely important because in a law firm where I have worked previously, you have trial by fire because you have a timesheet to fill. You need to justify what you're putting in. But on a council side, you might not have a timesheet, but as soon as you realize as a team, it's you're part of a machine. And if your team doesn't work and is not motivated to deliver, you have to make business happen. That, on one hand, to be balanced with the fact that there are compliances to be fulfilled. You have to ensure that there is no force measure that comes in where you're not able to do that, because you also have to have the sight, the long sight to see that you don't want to end up with a whole bunch of consumer cases where, you're not being able to perform your services. So that was essentially the motivating factor. One was that you cannot let your business miss out on a huge business opportunity. The second is that you need to change the way you think. You have to be crisp. You have to give practical solutions. And of course, it is in the umbrella of making sure that you don't end up, not being non-compliant. So that was essentially our takeaway. And fortunately, our DNA as a digital startup really, really helped us in achieving that. So yeah, that's what
Very
it
good.
was.
Very good. Very well, Shivli. Sanjay ji, I'll come to you. And you had a airport, you have infrastructure projects, plus you also specialize on tax issues. So as a general counsel, I also want you to tell us a little bit about what actually on the ground, so far as the tax thing is concerned, all these stimulus which was given, will that translate on the ground? That is question number one. Second thing, as
Yeah,
a
yeah,
GMR general counsel, what kind of litigations are happening around you?
right, right. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for bringing me here. Uh, I think this particular time, the emergence which has come up and the way things have emerged across, and the evolution of whether it's a work-life balance or that definition of work-life balance got corrected. And the next thing which we had seen that the level of anxiety which all business enterprises started having due to lockdown is what kind of the exposures the group or the companies can have or businesses can have. I think people started making a list of those exposures and high level exposures, and whether it is force majeure clause or whether it is performance clauses and invocation of guarantees or pledging of shares, etc., wherever lenders were ready to invoke those shares for sale, etc. So I think couple of challenges which emerged from this side, and then the statutory obligation, and you need to have sufficient cash flow to meet those statutory obligation. How do we handle it? A lot of policy representation, government representation that these are the relaxation or reliefs which we need to really sustain ourselves in this difficult time. And fortunately, with a lot of communication back and forth with the government did come out with certain policies which were at least first aid or symptomatic, for that matter, I can say, from a tax policy point of view, where certain relaxations in your compliance timelines and deferment of your taxation, tax payments, etc., that was introduced, and that helped on the ground to a greater extent than filing timelines were extended, and so on and so forth. So those were a couple of symptomatic relief, which I would call it, or a very short-term relief, I would call it. But largely, if you see whether enterprises got any support in terms of long tax deferrals, that didn't happen. Statutory obligation, long deferrals, that didn't happen. Interest obligations were not waived, but they were reduced. So to that extent, I can say that it's a mixed bag of support from the government in terms of putting things in perspective in difficult times. That is one aspect. And the second aspect, as what the group or had felt at that time what kind of possible litigations it could face and what kind of exposures it could face. And I just mentioned that we immediately started uh, identifying those exposure areas, and we started to work on quickly with lawyers and to see that we send appropriate communications to our stakeholders and to the our customers, or whether our clients or bankers or lenders, etc. To everybody. I think there was a lot of back and forth on this particular aspect, and a lot of strategy to address those challenges and to avoid and mitigate the business continuity aspect, or to avoid mitigate the closure of our a particular business due to all these things. So these are the areas where the organization focused quickly, and we started working together as a team, and we developed, and we had almost every alternate day we had our chairman meetings where all strategies were formalized and things were brought into perspective.
Thank you, Sanjay. Very well said. Raki, I'll come to you at the end because I think Raki, you are muted. Raki, you are muted. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Hello.
I'm saying
Yes.
that I came to you at the end. The one reason is that you are the luckiest because you are not into any crisis situation where either you are a GC or you are a law firm managing partner like me. So you are studying. The best time to study. This is the best time when you are thinking about going for such an amazing educational thing
Yes.
which you have just taken a journey. But your mind on IT and technology laws is very sharp. You're very bullish about it, and you're very
Right.
bullish about aviation in general. So, how do you see the whole crisis
Yes.
after a year or so unfolding? And how do you think this will lead us to something
Sure.
else, which will be, as Devalina said, that it will be a huge
Sure.
opportunity which is awaiting us?
Sure. Sure. Good evening, everyone, and thanks for having me on the panel. As you said, it's been a lucky year for me, and I was in Europe when all this started. And I would say that as I see things unfolding globally, I think one thing which is very clear is intimacy. And you would say, why am I quoting intimacy in this forum? I would say intimacy with technology. Like for lawyers, the intimacy with technology has really increased in this period because everybody has got a hand on technology to use technology for doing our daily work. So I would say an affair with technology has already begun amongst the lawyers, and that is a very, very positive sign because that's the only way forward in which we can deliver our work effectively in generations to come. So the intimacy with technology is one clear takeaway which has happened. And the second I would say is human factors, as we call in aviation, right? And human factors is basically the human element that you bring into every interaction that you do. And there is a study which says that for every face-to-face meeting, which the level of a comfort that you develop with a person in two meetings, you need to do 5 of those online meetings to get to the same level of comfort with each other. So I would say that the human factors, we have made a start towards establishing that human factor in an online communication. So this would probably be, a couple of months back, nobody would have thought that this is an effort that each one of us as lawyers needed to do in order to manage teams or to manage other stakeholders. But there is a certain investment in making relationships work in online communication methodology. So there's a lot that is happening there. People are, not aware of the things that they are bringing to the table, but every one of us is doing that effort to make sure that we deliver effectively and we build relationships. So two major takeaways and two different things which I noticed. As far as technology, wearing a hat of a technology lawyer, I would say that it is the best time for being a technology lawyer because there is so much happening in the technology space, so many innovations happening which are future focused actually. And I will not be surprised if someday there is a technology which also brings in tax tactile communication. And tactile communication is like when I see you, I hear you and I can, listen to your voice. But tactile communication is something which is, I can possibly even shake hands with you. It is seems to be in the realm of fiction at the moment, but I think tactile communication, given the disruption that has happened now, is not far off. And in aviation, and sadly, it was a very bad year for aviation. And if we go by the projections of ICAO in a report on the economic impact of aviation, the projected losses globally are about $260 billion. And the general counsels of aviation industry are faced with choices of knowing whether the company will remain solvent or not. So for general counsels in aviation, it is an absolutely painful time, and they are all holding their breath and waiting for the things to clear out. And globally, aviation is in a very sad situation. But the way I see is that certain changes in human behavior will lead to certain other developments in aviation. For example, the low-cost carriers will become more prominent because the business travel is likely to go down, and with substitution by technology, it will have an impact on aviation. And as the low-cost carriers gain more market, maybe it will be the only model that will survive in the future. And everything around low-cost carrier will be an additional frill, which will be charged. So the way we fly and the way we expect future of flying will be different. There is a lot of focus now on cost reduction in aviation. And one of the ways to reduce cost is to reduce the fuel consumption. And you have Airbus, because I live in the town of Airbus, I know what's happening here. So you have Airbus developing really fuel efficient aircrafts, which will bring down the cost of fuel by about 20 to 25% and the carbon reductions by about 18 to 20%. So that will be the future of aviation. The demands of airplanes has certainly gone down. So that also gives companies and airframers, and by airframers we mean Airbus and Boeing, a lot of time to do R&D and divert the attention from manufacturing to R&D for the future. And if I look at it, I think aviation will recover. It will probably take 5 years to recover, and certain changes in policy. And I think a lot of changes are needed in the Indian policy scenario to make it globally competitive and make India a hub of certain activities related to aviation. And overall, I think there is a learning for each sector in this, and we will come out stronger. That's my
Wonderful,
summary of the
Raki.
situation.
Thanks a lot. Very well said. And very good picture on the aviation. Till they don't reduce one engine, I'm fine with all the cost cutting. If we have 2 engines there, then I'm okay with traveling with them. Because our senior
You will
counsels
have pilotless aircrafts in future, actually.
when we engage senior counsels for chartered flights, Navodit will agree with this. The first question which is asked, is it a twin engine or a single engine? So if it's not a twin engine, they don't fly those planes. So till then, we have no problem. Before I go to the final round, I'll just, we'll have one minute about something very interesting. I'll ask you, I'll tell you that pandemic, after 1 month, literally my office, at least, I have 2-3 women partners, and I was all the time paranoid that when they go from my office, sometimes at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock to Noida, I will have a fight. I'll say, why don't you wrap up, go home and do it? This is last year. So they'll say, no, I'll finish, then only I'll go. In the pandemic, they were working from home. I was sleeping on time. I was very happy that I have no worry that they have to go from office to home. So at least that was one thing which I'll remember. The second thing I will remember, that in May 2nd week, most of my lawyers actually were begging me that, sir, kuch bhi karke office khulwa do. Because like Shivli said, that people were tired of being at home. So they said, either we'll go to some third place if the hotels are open, we are not going to stay home, whatever happens. So that was the most hilarious thing. And I was one of the front runner who never wanted to be home. So we are open from 18th May and we haven't closed down. Thankfully, we have managed to work from 18th May till now. So these are my thoughts about how we are dealing with pandemic. But I have an interesting question with all the GCs. And I'll say that, what is the most interesting one thing which anybody under you have done, which you want to share with us, which you feel is a brilliant example to follow? Youngsters can get inspiration from that, or even anybody can get inspiration from that, Manjari. any one or two instances which is shining example in the pandemic. I just want examples to be shared by all the panelists now, and then we'll wrap up.
Okay. No, I think I do have a very good example to share in this. When the pandemic came on, and I got my team together to see how are we going to go about functioning. I think they set the tone more than me trying to tell them exactly how we are going to run this. In Maruti, we are a little more, we are very process driven, so we like to have things done in that. They came up with this thing that, look, we are going to let each one of us, I have 4 departments under me, so each departmental head said, we will have a morning meeting, because you see, in Maruti, there's a punch in time and a punch out time. So the habit doesn't die, even when you are sitting and working from home. So they said, exactly 9 o'clock, we are going to have meetings with our teams, and we are going to set the agenda for the day. And and then at about 5:30 or 6 in the evening, we will have another meeting, and then we will go about saying, what did you do today? And eventually, before the day ends, each of the departmental heads said that we will send you out what we did today. And and I just thought to myself, I said, that's a huge amount of work. Getting us together. I mean, this is a huge discipline that is required. And I actually said that you might want to take it easy, think of how you want to do it. But I have to tell you that they have done it diligently all these 6 months, every single day. And it is so amazing that and I do, and that brought in another discipline, that I do a daily meeting with my departmental heads every single day. And every 2 weeks, I do it with my extended team, which is actually more like happy hours. There's nothing more than that. I try and keep that as a very, interactive session where I just give them a few things which, the management has been looking at. And then it's an open house where people are sharing their experiences, how it's been for them. Some want to come back, others say it's still fine. Mothers with very young children are perfectly happy working from home. And some of the men want to come back. So it's quite a mixed bag. And like Debolena mentioned, I mean, for me personally, just to add that little flavor of how it's personally impacted all of us, I think the first thing was that you had to get down to brass tacks. Your house help stopped coming, and you had this morning meeting sharp at 9:30, and you started timing yourself so much better because you got up at 6. And then you said, okay, now within this next 3 hours, I have to get the house done. I have to get my breakfast done. I have to shower and get dressed and look nice and sit in front of the WebEx to go down to this thing. And it interestingly, because in Maruti we took it, we were more a physical meeting kind of a team, and that's the way it had always been. And suddenly everyone had to go down to learn the ropes of doing this. So some people took a while. We even did a dry run for some of the people in the management. People are not used to this. And then suddenly they would forget to put themselves on mute, and then it would be so interesting. So we had those little faux pas in between. So now eventually everyone's gotten into it. But it was certainly work from home, but it was equally working for home. And at times it got terribly exhausting. And you really, and your day life work, sort of merged into your personal life. You were working far longer hours. And it took time and discipline. After a while, when you thought you're going to burn out, then you took a back seat and said that, look, this is not going to happen. So let's try and, retweak this and get my life a little more into some sort of a balance. But those have been very interesting, anecdotes. Yeah.
Manjari, so wonderful. I would have heard it more and more on this, but I'm so stressed on time. Debolena, one shining example, one thing which can bring a smile to all of us, the way Manjari narrated.
Okay, great. I'll not take much time. I know you're getting the chats from the organizers. Yeah. So I think the best thing what my juniors did, that was your question, if I'm not mistaken, Sudhir. They divided themselves into 2 groups. So one worked, one set worked for the first 12 hours, and the other set worked for the next 12 hours. So we had a 24/7 legal department, and I'm not saying how many hours I have been working, And surprisingly, the guys
Wow.
worked the night. So
Wow.
I don't know what they were doing during the day. So I really pity the guys who are in my department under me. So they took the night shift
Wow.
and the ladies took the day shift. And the most important thing, which we as a team, which we discovered that, we really got to know critical
Yeah.
business implications. And, mini business critical leaders we became. So that was very helpful as an individual
Yes.
growth as lawyers, all of us in the team. And I think today also, as we all GCs have been speaking, I think we've been speaking
Absolutely.
more of business and less of law. So I think
Changeover.
that's been the
Changeover.
real learning we
Wonderful.
have
Now there's
taken in the
one shining
pandemic.
example
Yes.
for learning in 5 months. One remarkable learning. An example.
My team has flipped two of the assets, which was like 800 crore asset was flipped this time. And everybody was so happy about it, doing it, and they had luxury of time sitting at home. So I think that is what they got immense
Wow.
confidence in doing the deal now. So I'm
Wonderful.
really glad about the
Shivli?
team.
Two words actually: discipline and independence. Not to rely so much on your senior and be in charge of what you're doing. And in all of that, we were able to raise, close a fundraise, which just speaks for itself. You don't really have to be face to face to do everything. So, and discipline, I think that is the key driving,
And discipline also
tenet
because the other
across.
family members are watching you and seeing you, how productive you are. You're also doing that by them.
Oh, for the first time they see, yeah, for the first time they see what is this office version of this spouse or mother that I have, and do you
Absolutely.
really want to deal with that version?
Yeah,
That-
Sanjay sir?
Yeah, I think one of the thing which I noticed was the passion the team carried all through, and the passion was not lost even a single day, and they were willing to work, 24/7, and they were very happy that that we could come out, and there was a kind of bonding which developed, a better bonding, I would say, as against the face to face, when we were in office. And so that was really good, and during this time we did a lot of good work. We resolved litigations which were, I can tell you, what 150 crores. We got several tax refunds got unlocked during that time, of significant value. And then we did strategic planning for a lot of projects during this time. I think that kind of cohesion and the kind of bonding we had during this time across many business verticals, including my team, I think it was fantastic. And the
Very
kind of
good.
bonding we developed with all vertical CEOs and all of them, I think that was a great
Thank you.
learning
Rakhi,
in this
your
process.
shining example you want to share of last 5 months? Muted.
Muted.
You're muted. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I have learned a lot about essentially that people everywhere are similar in their needs of be it company, be it knowledge, or be it empowerment and ability. And the reason why I say that is because I have spent quite many lonely months here, and I have seen a lot of people from different age groups spending lonely time and dealing with the things on their own. So I think the ability to have confidence to deal with any kind of catastrophe, that has been one big takeaway, and that every human being is capable of achieving that empowerment within, has been my biggest learning from this.
Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. We are absolutely out of time because I just got another reminder. But what a discussion we had, what a time we had. And I'm so happy that we got so much of motivation. We could tell so many stories to the youngsters who are hearing us. And I believe we should meet more often and share more ideas. With these thoughts, I close my panel. Thanks a lot, everybody. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you to all our panelists, and thank you, Mr. Mishra, for steering the conversation. Thank you so much. It was in a time-constrained space, but I think we power-packed a conversation that was so intriguing and interesting. So thank you so much to all of you. Thank you very much.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward to our next panel discussion. But before we do that, here is a quick audiovisual about BW Legal World. Let's take a look.
It was an amazing experience interacting with so many luminaries and interacting with the nominees who had presented their case. Candidates that we spoke with was attempting to make a mark in the society in some way or the other and leave a trace on the legal developments to which they contributed. And the kind of work that is being done in terms of quality is really good. And the jury selection was one indication of how substantive and how in-depth assessment you had done of the members who could be selected as the jury, and your nominations and selections for the candidates was also very good. So I would say it is overall a great brand which is maintaining a very high level of quality.
Jury panel. I was really honored to be a part of such a group of really excellent lawyers of high reputation and high competency, and I found the interactions to be very fulfilling, even in spite of the inability to get together in person, which would have been even better. I thought the use of technology made it as good a situation of it as possible, and I thought it was a very effective panel that worked very hard, very difficult, but was super impressed with the overall quality and enthusiasm of all the candidates. Really nice to see young lawyers coming up who have passion in their careers and are driven to increasing levels of excellence. All of these were very, very good things. Legal World and BW Businessworld, as both brand generally and as publications individually, I find the articles to be well-researched, thorough, well-written, informative. It's a publication that I read with regularity, and I really feel like it gives a good balance of not just legal news, but the business trends that affect law firms, lawyers, and the law industry as a whole.
I think the experience was wonderful. I would only say that I wish it hadn't been in the circumstances that we are in currently, because doing it virtually wasn't as easy as, I guess, having done this in a physical meet where you can actually see the person, when you can discuss it. The future is bright. If you have such talented lawyers and influencers amongst the younger lot, you can only to a very bright future, both for them and the legal fraternity. But having seen how you did it, what you did, the number of applications which came, I can only say that congratulations, you've done a good job, and I wish you all the very best. There are a lot more things that you need to do, and a lot more recognition that you deserve and you will. So it's a long way, but congratulations to you as well.
Enjoyed it a lot. I was on the judging panel with some friends who were from the legal fraternity who I've worked with and known for many years, so it was a lot of fun. And what I really enjoyed was the diversity of the talent who had put themselves forward or nominated by others. What stood out for me is at this difficult time for India and the whole world, at large was the optimism and the energy and the sheer dynamism of these young lawyers who were talking from their homes in difficult conditions and putting themselves forward and their best foot forward. They did exceptionally well. Doing an exceptional job with promoting such initiatives. They're very important to help younger lawyers who have no stepping stone to get a leg up in the legal world and to celebrate their achievements. It's an important initiative. Congratulations, and please keep innovating because there's a lot more to be done in promoting such great diverse talent.
For a variety of reasons. Number one, this was the first time I was invited for a jury. That too for in a particular situation where you have to choose the best of under 40. I think the second reason it was unique was because I found that the interactions amongst the jury members was fairly open, candid. We had our agreements, disagreements, yes, no's, maybes. So I think the entire environment, which we had at the time of the jury debate, was fairly conducive, productive, and we certainly got to gain greater insights into the candidates. Hopefully, the jury collectively, with its wisdom, came out with really the top 40 and under 40 legal brains in the country. But one thing that clearly stood out was greater awareness amongst the younger generation of lawyers for pro bono work. Having said that, it doesn't mean that lawyers who are senior in the profession don't believe in the pro bono work. But I think that was also a very common theme that ran through most, if not all, of the candidates, that there is a real desire, there is a commitment, there is a passion about getting into pro bono work. BW Legal is unique in the sense that I really compliment the Businessworld and Anurag Batra for creating these smaller brands which are very relevant, because it's one thing to say that I look at BW as a business magazine, but within the business area, there are many, many elements. And for you to be able to create a brand specifically that caters to the legal profession by way of BW Legal, in my view, is a very unique proposition by a business magazine.
But possibly the first time I've been in the 40 under 40 jury for legal and for legal influencers. I think it was actually very fascinating, and believe me, I didn't know that we would take so much time in the entire process. But the entire process was extremely fascinating from the perspective of meeting the people, the young people, and it's amazing to see how much excellence is found in this youth. And they're able to transform it, particularly when you transform it to your taste, it took quite a while. I mean, legal profession is a delayed process by nature. So you need white hair before you actually become influencers or you become important legal personnel, so to say. So to that extent, I found it very fascinating to interact with these young professionals. What was diversity? If I identify possibly the three factors that impressed me, I think the first was diversity. The diversity of within the profession and the manner in which the young professionals have been able to take several new ideas. And as I mentioned, what I found even more worthwhile was within the regularized, so to say, the fields, there was this further niche that was carved out by these youngsters in an attempt to take the matter forward. And this not only for the field of law, but even the management of that. So you had new forms of management, of setting of legal firms or partnerships or structuring, but an amazing outflow of people and an amazing outreach. I think it took the entire field into account, and it's impressive to see that people think they are worthy, and indeed they are. What we need to do is, I think even Swami Vivekananda always said, it's good to commend somebody for what they deserve. Confidence and the desire to go forward is something that we all need to have. And to recognize such young people, I think this is an esteemed exercise that BW Legal has done. I have an inherent bias for BW World and BW Legal. I think BW Legal is one of the few legal publications, and indeed, I was talking about legal education the other day, just about a couple of days back, and we were talking about how legal education had also changed because of the legal platforms and the legal publications. So BW Legal forms part of that process. BW Legal hats off for having organized this 40 under 40, one of the first ever programs that has been organized in this direction. And we hope that we will take this subject even more forward, and of course, we look forward to being part of this ecosystem.
This has been an excellent experience of connecting with so many legal professionals across the country and internationally. And the selection of the jury panel was excellent and well thought of, where it was a good combination and mix of specialist legal professionals from the law firms and the senior counsels, including the former Attorney General. It was a very good interaction and connecting with the young 40 under 40 and knowing the young legal professionals from different domains of with their domains of experience and coming from different backgrounds and across the geography, whether it is within India and outside of India. BW is a highly professional, I would say they're journalists, and they're journalists in multiple domains, carrying very high professional integrity and professional commitment, and they have connected legal professionals both from the practice area and from the industry and from legal journalists, or have also become part of this domain. I think this is coming up very well.
Jury duties are sometimes difficult but always interesting, especially when the competition is neck and neck. Considering that there were so many good nominations for the coveted awards, the day witnessed some crackling and fascinating conversations. While most decisions were unanimous and resounding yeses, some required a longer conversation to pick the best and the brightest in the legal fraternity. I want to congratulate all the winners and good luck to all the other nominees.
The candidates who have been selected, they had really some good talent, and it was good to know that how much I felt that in the practice of law, some of the young lawyers are working in areas which were never heard earlier, particularly in the information technology area and also in privacy. And also to see that how young lawyers are equally aware about the pro bono activity and also the concern for environment, which is very important. For India being a developing country, we have to protect our environment not only for us but for our future generation also. And in the field of law, I think there is a good future for the young lawyers. With regard to business world and business legal world, I think this is a very good initiative by Dr. Anurag Batra. Particularly, I like business world because they are taking directly India's industry experience and bringing out journals specifically to one particular industry.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be hearing from our jury chair live today as well. But I first want to thank all of you for being with us throughout the day at the Business Confluence and Legal Dialogues Conference 2020 in its virtual format. So thank you so much for being with us here. And don't forget, we have very interesting conversation coming forward. It's a panel discussion, which I'm going to introduce you to in a bit. Before that, I want to check with all of you. If you are engaging with us, then we are really happy. If you are not, then I would urge all of you to please do so using our hashtag BW Legal Dialogues. Yes, you can use Twitter or any other platform to engage with us. We are on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. Ladies and gentlemen, to make the discussion even more holistic, let me introduce you to the topic for our next discussion: legal tech and legal management systems. How are company law departments staying futuristic? Now, the panel for this session consists of these members who I'm going to introduce to all of you. Mr. Ajay De Cruz, General Counsel, ISS Facilities India. Dr. Subir Bikas Mitra, Executive Director, Law and HR at GAIL India Limited and Director, GAIL Gas Limited. Ms. Sheetal Sawni Kapoor, Director, Legal, Netflix. Ms. Pooja Segal Mehtani, Director, General Counsel, Asia Service Centers and Company Secretary, ASCI Sun Life. Mr. Krishan Singhania, Managing Partner, Singhania and Company, and chairing this session is Ashima Ohri, Editor, BW Legal World. A very warm welcome to all our panelists, and Ashima, I'm going to leave the screen to take the conversation forward.
Thank you so much, Kathy. And dear all, welcome to the second panel discussion. Good evening, panelists. Today we have with us Dr. Subir Vikas Mitra, Executive Director, Law and HR at GAIL, and Director, GAIL Gas Limited. He has an overall experience of more than 36 years that towers a few years over my years on earth. And he has featured in top general counsel power lists and is a person par excellence. We also have with us Ms. Sheetal Sani Kapoor, Director Legal, Netflix. She's an experienced professional with knowledge in corporate and commercial drafting and legal advisory across sectors. She's among top 30 women GCs in India. Speaking of GCs, we also have Ms. Pooja Segal Mehtani, Director General Counsel, Asia Service Centers and Company Secretary, Sun Life. She has an illustrious career of over 18 years as an in-house counsel and company secretary. She has a keen eye for law and not only a keen eye for detail in law, but also in arts and aesthetics, as we have heard from her in one of her interviews before. Then we have Mr. Ajay D. Cruz, Vice President, Legal and Secretarial, ISS India. The words that describe him the best are lawyer and an IT enthusiast. He has been a crusader for legal tech in many ways, which we will get to learn about later in this discussion. Also, we are joined by Mr. Krishan Singhania, Managing Partner, Singhania & Co. He is a seasoned professional with comprehensive experience covering more than 25 years in law. We are grateful to Sir for also having been on our jury panel for BW Legal World 40 Under 40 Awards for Best Lawyers and Legal Influencers. And dear viewers, I'm Ashima Ohri, a lawyer turned writer and editorial lead for BW Legal World. I am extremely overwhelmed to be moderating this session today on legal tech and legal management systems, how our company law departments staying futuristic. Well, I certainly can't measure up in experience of this August panel, but I do hope to make up for it by asking the right questions to make this a power and information-packed discussion for everybody. So I'll quickly get this going, and I'd like to begin by requesting Mr. Ajay D. Cruz to tell us about the current tech tools in use and the change management processes that legal teams across companies and industries can emulate to stay futuristic.
Thanks, Ashima. Thanks for having us all. So, Ashima, currently we see a lot of tech tools which center around automation, AI, etc., especially in the fields of contract management, where contract processes, the drafting review processes are automated. We have litigation management software, which automatically pick up dates from the different courts and dates updated. Besides that, you have board and entity management software, you've got record management, knowledge management software. So the software options which we've got, they are depending upon the maturity of the organization. I think there has to be a cost and a benefit ratio which needs to be achieved by every organization, and different organizations differ in different levels of maturity. However, with the current pandemic, I think one area which has not been focused or not been paid attention to by a lot of companies is that the workplace is shifting to the home. So what is the tech that you're using at home? So for example, today as lawyers, we end up in attending meetings with our stakeholders. We have meetings with counterparts. We've got video conferences, etc. So what tech do you have at home which enables you to do? So if you find that your video is lagging, if you find voice is not clear, is it that it's a pattern where you find that you're facing difficulties? Today we've got arbitrations, we've got different important discussions which keep happening. If you have the wrong technology at your home, if you are not enabled, this is your new workplace, right? You need to ensure that your network is of that quality, your routers are of that quality, because there are a lot of factors which impact it. So there is network delays, etc. So these are few things, whether whether as a department, every company law department, has it ensured that their teams are also equipped with this technology? This is an immediate disruption which has happened, which I think is essential that all of us as professionals need to ensure.
Hello.
Yes, Ashima.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. D. Cruz. And at this point, speaking of all this, I'd like to bring in Dr. Mitra to the conversation for his expert insights on the robust legal management system and legal compliance systems in place at GAIL. So sorry, you're on mute, Dr. Mitra.
Sorry. Yeah. Good evening, everybody. In fact, thanks to Mr. Batra and Hasina for this opportunity. Yes, in fact, the people have started talking about the digital journey or the preparedness on the part of the legal fraternity arising out of this, COVID, pandemic. But fact remains, that, any progressive organization, they have already undertaken this journey way back in early 2000 or so. And if in fact, if you look at the growth of the IT industry, the mid 90s, and then when their contribution to GDP was only limited to 2%, less than 2% rather, suddenly got up to around 8 to 10% in 2012 with the emergence of TCS, Wipro, Infosys, HCL or so. In fact, with the technology, Information Technology Act in 2000, people have started considering how to organize their activities. And in fact, with that perspective, GAIL, when they had implemented ERP in 2005, started thinking seriously how to, bring the legal, the documentations through a, digitization mode. And the legal department, by and large, they're quite averse to this kind of arrangement, because they are very comfortable with the kind of the what do I call it, the hard copy kind of arrangement. But in the new the young law officers, things have become easier. So in fact, in the very beginning, what we started thinking of, let's have a kind of the documentation cell. And in the documentation cell, let us decide the documentation retention policy. Which are the documents you are expected to have, on permanent basis or on periodical basis, and which are the documents which can be destroyed, without waiting for the for a year or so. So that kind of segregation we have started, and in the process we created a software, we call it EDMS, electronic documentation management system, and where we took a very conscious call that only documents which are required on permanent basis, say the orders of the awards of the arbitrator, orders of the high court or the Supreme Court, those documentations and the pleadings, let's go for the digitization. This is the first step we had undertaken. Then we could realize that that we have to gradually move into the proper litigation management system. As Mr. Ajay said, that we decided that we must have a proper software, because we are already mapped with the ERP, the SAP and other things. We thought, let us have at least a software meeting the requirements of the arbitrators, conciliators, advocates, senior advocate, government law officers, and also the in-house, the corporate counsel. So we decided that each case should be treated as a vendor. And once we have treated the case as vendor, we have mapped them against the in-house law officers, or along with the law firms, the advocates and advocates, and we managed to create a reminder whenever the case is to be before the court, through that cause list and other arrangement, that trigger has to come to the concerned, the what do you call it, the in-house counsel, the concerned, the dealing advocate of the law firm, and also the senior advocates. And on the previous day, I used to get the notification. So it helps in decision making process, because by that time we could come to know whether the case is likely to be adjourned or likely to have a effective hearing, because you can make out from the from the law firms. And then we used to take a call depending upon the complexity and the stake involved, whether to engage a senior advocate or not. So it has really facilitated in decision making process. Today all our cases are duly mapped, be it the court cases, high courts or Supreme Court cases, be it even the ROU cases. Or ROU means, we are basically a pipeliner. So we are required to, go for a right of use kind of arrangement to lay the pipelines. So there are n numbers of, the ROU cases before the district courts also. So all such cases are duly mapped with
So
the
to
advocate
just
and the
understand this better, sorry, sir, sorry to cut you
hello.
short, but to understand this better, could we have a little numbers there to understand the magnitude of the case management that you're
Yeah,
speaking of?
in fact, that's yeah. Let me tell you. In fact, I'm very passionate about dispute resolution kind of mechanism. So the one part is that more than 10,000, more than 10,000 RU cases are pending before the different district courts across the country. And more than 50 cases. Earlier it used to be more than 150 arbitration cases. Now it is has come down to 52 or 53 arbitration cases now. And we have got the categorization. For example, we treat them in high stake cases if the claim is more than 15 crores or so. So that cases is around less than 20% of the 52 the arbitration cases. And there are many the regulatory cases pending before different courts, even aptel or the PNGRB or the Supreme Court as well. So there are the high stake cases are pending with. So what we do, we have got all such cases. And generally I being the general counsel and the head of law department, I generally focus on only those critical cases, high stake cases. So the very morning, my first responsibility is to speak to the senior advocate or the government law officer who are associated with that particular case, to understand the merits and demerits associated with the case, whether there are any gaps with reference to providing inputs for us to argue the case appropriately and befittingly before the forum or not. So, these are the, kind of, so what we have a complete litigation management system where the individual law officer is the who's holding the brief is responsible to make necessary entry into the software, the status of the case. Soon after the hearing, he has to update and that becomes, available before everybody. So this is one part, that litigation management system. But I say that, before this COVID, so this has become very handy for us. Now we are thinking one step further to get it, although, the messages are available, with the mobile itself, but we are going for more and more applications, mobile applications. The second part, that, any company, any commercial entity, particularly when they are listed with the stock exchange. So, there are some listing arrangement also with the SEBI. So, earlier it was mentioned that clause 49, for the ethical corporate governance. Now it has, they have brought out a regulations, they call it LODR, listing obligation disclosure requirement. So under that requirement, the law department is required to make sure that all the legal compliances are in order, because we are required to submit a compliance report before the board of directors. And today, the board is a very, very jumbo kind of board. For example, in GAIL, We are having 6 functional directors, 2 government nominee directors, and additionally 8 independent directors. And as you understand, they always look for the kind of immunity, because anything goes wrong, they should not get impacted adversely. So therefore,
that's a very fair point, Dr. Mitra. That's true. And if I can just quickly bring in Ms. Mehtani for her thoughts right now, and we'll come back to you, Dr. Mitra, on more. But because you mentioned digitalization and taking care of accountability, I'd like to speak to Ms. Mehtani about her thoughts on automation and digitalization of processes and developing legal center of excellence and the processes that process rationalization for enabling businesses, embracing paperless processes, and overall staying futuristic.
Ma'am, before you go over there, I just would like to mention I am superannuated by the end of August. So I must make a mention about it. Now I'm a former executive director, right? Thank you so much.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Mitra.
Hi everyone. Thanks, Ashima. There's a bit of a power cut, but I'll try. I'm still connected. Maybe you cannot see my face clearly, but I'll go on.
I think we'll be able to see some bit of your glasses and the glare through it.
Yeah, that's enough. I think it's important to be heard. So speaking about being futuristics for the in-house legal departments and teams, it is very important that the in-house legal teams become a trusted business partner along with other functions. It has to, kind of get to a pull factor rather than a push factor. We shouldn't be really, concentrating just on being trusted legal advisors, but have a more holistic way of dealing with things, be more collaborative, be more integrated with business, and that is how we are going to grow with the business, right? We should not be kind of waiting for things to come to us. Rather adopt a very proactive approach, and that could only happen when one understands important for
Ms. Mehtani, I think we're losing you in between because of the power issue. Can you hear us?
Just the GC.
I think we'll wait for Ms. Mehtani to get connected again, and until we do that, I'll quickly move to Ms. Kapoor to share her views on how can one create the business-friendly compliances and risk management tools that we are speaking of.
Hi, everyone. Just to carry forward from what Ms. Mehtani was saying, I think the most essential part of using technology is to ensure how you can enable business. And a few things that I've done or I truly believe in is, for instance, we may have compliance systems in place, we may have risk mitigation systems in place. But what happens is for an organization, and maybe because I started off my in-house career in a startup, is that the minute you mention compliance or you mention risk and you mention these long policies, a lot of businesses or a lot of startups especially, they're more like, oh my God, is this going to be a roadblock for us? So just we need to be more innovative in how we do things. And some of the ways, for example, is creating a compliance system that is actually in the form of operating process notes. I did that for my organization, where instead of looking at things as a check and balance on top, let's integrate those compliances and risk mitigation tools within the general operating processes of each team and how they function. So we sat with each team, understood their jobs, understood what all aspects they work on, and with the help of the Big Fours, kind of created a system which was in the form of you need to do A, B, C, D, and this is a part of your job. It's a part of your KRA. It was integrated within what they actually do, than having it as a separate aspect that they need to look at separately. Because eventually the idea is compliance comes from the day-to-day business. So why not make compliance a part of the day-to-day business without actually using the word compliance and legal risk mitigation, words that people may kind of come up with as something different. Another aspect to this is what I've struggled with, especially during this COVID period and the pandemic, is digital signatures. So now that we're all working from home, the fact that legal individuals, at least in-house lawyers, has multiple contractual work on their hands as well, because a lot of business individuals are sitting at home and kind of promoting and working more towards getting at least the legal aspect in place. Now, if you look at the Information Technology Act, as such, the two types of digital signatures that are actually given validity are, one is Aadhaar OTP based or biometric based e-signature, or one is digital signature, which usually directors or people at their level have, which is certified by the authorities. Now, a lot of companies struggle with that because sometimes you need work done urgently, and every time you cannot go to a director to get a director's signature. I think just thinking out of the blocks and how we as in India can help the government also understand the essentials of having digital signatures. If you look at how courts have interpreted this, and if you look at our Contract Act itself, our Contract Act clearly says we need a valid acceptance offer, everything. So if that is covered, plus IT Act has certain other recommendations on what needs to be done, we've seen courts taking stamped signatures and e-signatures in a more liberal way if other IT Act criteria are met. However, it is all dependent upon basically who the contracting power parties are, especially in B2B businesses, and how much fiduciary power did one have over the other. So a lot of aspects are looked at. So I think we as in legal industry needs to work towards educating the regulators on how we can really do e-signatures in a better manner to help enable businesses right now. I'll be honest, I'm taking the risk. I'm using DocuSign. I feel it's a legitimate means. I feel it's linked to your email. It's covering everything that the IT Act asks me to do and the Contract Act asks me to do. But during this pandemic, that is the best way to go forward. Another aspect that we looked at from this perspective is also creating self-help tools. During this period, we're not in the office. Our business teams cannot come up to us to ask even the smallest questions, or they'll have to send us an email. They wait for long. We should work towards creating self-help tools for our company, where basic things like FAQs, things that we've answered, things that come our way a lot of times, those can be we can guide our business teams via those tools.
Creating tables, having tables in place for all of those things.
Absolutely, because why do you have to wait for hours for your legal individual to reply because they're busy? You can just go to that tool. You can review. These are the basic questions. We as legal individuals knows what team requires from us, and do that. And the basic idea is become a business partner. We need to, and at the levels that we are at, we need to focus on ensuring how to enhance business and build our products, and not to be answering those small questions. So let's have those FAQs in place, have your NDAs there, have documentation there, explain them the process of how things need to be done on there, so they can help themselves and not always have to be dependent upon us. Everything does not require a legal eye. Some things can be done where we need to put faith in our business teams there.
That's true, Ms. Kapoor. Thank you so much for adding that in the names of the tools which I was looking for to know what's happening. And moving to Ms. Mehtani again, we have her online to add to where we were about embracing paperless processes, as Ms. Kapoor mentioned, and then also building legal center of excellence.
Yeah. So thanks, Ashima, for that, and sorry for the inconvenience. So I was saying that the legal team has to be a trusted business partner. You have to move along with the business, think ahead, where the business is headed to, and plan accordingly. One part, of course, is legal tech. As Sheetal was also referring to, using digital ways of executing contracts, be it DocuSign, your internal contract management systems, whether you onboard a tool or whether you develop something internally. We have developed something internally that serves our purpose. Also, a lot of focus by the business is on the management information systems that the teams have. So developing your in-house management information systems, or whether you onboard a tool, because to grow closer to business, you also have to kind of be showcasing what you're doing, be a business enabler, and for that, reporting in a way that is business friendly is very, very important, right? So I think using technology, digitization of your processes continually, even rationalizing your processes. It's time is also, this pandemic has also taught us that we need to go back to our processes time and again, and just look at it. What is required? Is there something that needs to be trimmed down? Is there something that you need to create altogether? And another thing that has to be that I kind of learned from this pandemic is the speed of execution. Maybe earlier teams, especially legal teams, would kind of take a lot of time to think about a process and then implement it. We have to be really agile and nimble in how we deliver things from our end, and that is how that pull factor is going to come in. And the business needs you all the time. It's not just legal advice; it's the holistic approach that you have to adopt all the time. Not just be looking at the risk, but also have a solution oriented approach, I would say, is very important. You have to maintain kind of a fine balance. That said, we're also moving ahead towards going paperless, not only for legal but for all other processes. And a legal team has a lot of role to play. Where, say, you're implementing the paperless project for any other function, legal has to generally pitch in, to advise what all can you really digitize, what all can be done in a paperless mode. So that's very key. And the in-house functions, to be more futuristic, Ashima, have to think as running the legal department also as a business function. Right? I have been fortunate enough to have developed a small center of excellence within the team that caters to various other geographies on the legal tech contracts. So that has been helpful to think beyond and be ahead of time. Digital is the way forward. Managing your data as well. That's the key. That's the basic to go ahead and be able to automate or be able to think about robotic process automation of some of your processes. First of all, the need is to think about the data.
Yes, and speaking of the holistic approach, I think it would be apt to get Mr. Singhania's opinion on how we can balance out a perfect delivery system. Like, how can law firms help in-house, and and how are they themselves using legal tech in their day-to-day management? So over to you.
No, thank you, Ashima, and thank you, the Businessworld, for giving me this opportunity to share my thought process. And I have been advocating, some fundamental thing is that we have been given access to our clients on a limited basis to the data which we are managing for them. So that helps the General Counsel to check some of the documents which may not be available because of the lockdown. So they can access from our system. Secondly, as our advocates are working from home, so we have provided them with our mobile numbers of our advocates. So now we don't have a secretary in the office. So they are able to connect, the clients can connect with the advocates on a 24/7 basis. Earlier, there was limitation that they could only contact during office hours, but now they can also contact after office hours. Secondly, which is very important now, that collectively, to improve our legal system, we have to think about standardization of documents. even though we have been following this traditional system of having this legal size of document paper for using in courts, now since most of the software are based on A4 size, I think it is high time that we standardize all legal documents to be in A4 rather than in different sizes. Secondly, standardization of also the procedures in court. And third is that because of the virtual arbitration and litigation, people can get access to justice from anywhere in the country. People can get the same advocate to appear in high courts of other parts of India or in Supreme Court, which has handled the matter initially. So that limitation of travel and space, that has been to some extent get reduced because of this situation which we are currently. Fourth point is that as we progress in law and progress in business, therefore it is important that we have to understand that unless until we have a full-fledged, system whereby rules for virtual arbitration, for virtual ODR, virtual dispute resolution, and the emphasis has to be on more arbitration because that is a system which will be available 24 by 7 rather than the courts, because parties in commercial disputes are more interested to see that either their matter is settled among themselves or through a mediator or through arbitrator, because that will definitely facilitate, because when there is a cash flow issue, when there is a issue of manpower availability to deal with court cases, then these are the few solutions. And as a law firm, we always advocate this idea to every client of ours that you should first look for a settlement rather than going for an adversarial system.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singhania. And unfortunately, we've run out of time, and this discussion has not. But I'd like to thank all our panelists today for joining us and for speaking with us today and for bringing to the fore the prized information we need to stay futuristic. We'll bring this discussion to a close by saying that the future is definitely here, and let's gear up to meet it with all hands on deck. So thank you so much, panelists, for being with us today, sharing your insights, and we'll see you soon sometime.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our panelists, and thank you, Ashima, for steering the conversation. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, so companies are responding proactively to stay relevant in these changing times. Now, moving on to our next session for the day. Before that, let me remind all of you that we have an online conversation that's been going on with the hashtag BW Legal Dialogues. If you haven't joined us yet, then please do so. Also, you can join us on Twitter with our tag, which is @LegalBW. Also, don't forget all the luminaries who've spoken today. Their interviews are also available on our website, which is bwlegalworld.com. Now, moving forward, I'd like to welcome Mr. Rajiv Luthra, founder and managing partner, L&L Partners Law Offices, to please join us on screen, while he will be talking on the DNA of legal services leader. Has it changed? If yes, how? So a very warm welcome to you, sir. Welcome, Mr. Luthra.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Very warm welcome.
So, do you want me to start? How do you? Hello? I can't hear anybody. Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You may start. Thank you.
So, DNA of leaders in this post-COVID situation. First thing I want to mention is that COVID has done something amazing. It has brought the future to the present very quickly. And without us realizing it, without us, we were forced to actually get the future working with today. So as usual, if you look at the history of leaders, it was important for them to, crystal gaze and see where especially the practice of law is going, especially for law firms, and try and build that capability. But now that we've got a whole lot of activity happening suddenly, all simultaneously, we need to really be able to develop those capabilities to be able to service our clients and to be able to service what we've our sanat, and that is to um, be officer of the court as well. Let me start with looking at the few, where COVID, when it started, uh, a lot of us, of course, the whole world didn't know, but a lot of us were looking at kya karna chahiye, what should we be doing? One was, let's give chewable vitamin C at the lowest end. Second was foot used sanitizers. Then came masks. Then came shades. Slowly, all of this. Then social distancing. I don't know why it's called social distancing. It should be individual distancing. But all that came about, and we had to try and be proactive. And then the big story of work from home. Remote working became par for the course. Building that was not easy for a lot of organizations. Luckily, we were way ahead of the curve. We actually shut down our offices uh, roughly a week before India was shut down, and a week or maybe 10 days before. And we had all VPNs and we had tested our systems and they seem to be working well till today. It's been now nearly 7 months, 6 months plus, and it's almost seamless. We are across 4 offices, and we've been, whether it's the support staff or it's, especially on the corporate side, or it's the lawyers with our clients, and it's become much easier to do video conferencing, etc., etc. In the litigation side, it's a little more difficult because you have to get access to the files, etc., though we have them digitized, most of them. But still, a lot of them needs to be looked at. So that's somewhere we are still working on and trying to fix that. But very few and far between. Then you go from there. What do we do now? Do we need so much of real estate? Do we need to have all our support, our accounting, our billing, all of those people in the same premises as we had earlier? Now they can easily work from home. So the amount of rental we save, maybe, I mean, it's an idea. Maybe we can give them some, a small allowance so that they can get an extra bedroom in their house or rent a bigger place and have a home office as well. So yeah, I'll come back. Those are kind of things that we've been looking at and trying to build. If I was to again try and see where is the big story going to now develop in the future, first thing is real estate is going to get hit pretty badly, in my view, especially office real estate. Maybe the residential real estate may compensate by that extra room I talked about, but needs to be seen. Law, as we all know, is one of the slowest to adapt, but we've adapted very quickly. And I would say this for the whole community, especially in the urban areas. So the importance really, if you look at the end of it, see the benefits of it. The big benefit is that today we are roughly what, about 700-800 people in the firm. I can talk to them at a touch of a button. One invitation, give them some time, and then I can talk to all of them, see all their faces and everything, which I could never do earlier easily unless I held a firm's annual or something. That's a huge positive. But the negative is a lot of the youngsters who are joining new in the profession will not have this concept called emotional intelligence. They will not know how to deal with human beings easily if we continue this path. So there has to be some midway made where there is also interaction with human beings, and or maybe daily partner meetings or twice a day partner meetings along with their teams, or Some such thing we have to develop. And as we go across, then training becomes so much easier. People from different practices, different disciplines can learn various other disciplines. So all of those are big benefits. Of course, like I said, the biggest negative is not having the right capability at home, not having the right um, support, including good Wi-Fi, etc., is a big negative. That needs to be fixed ASAP. Now, luckily, we have a whole lot of companies now looking at fiber optics and all of that, but that's mainly in the urban areas, in the cities. A lot of this is not happening in the mufassil areas, in the bigger towns, in sea towns. So there will be a big challenge if we continue practice of, especially court hearings through video will become a bigger and bigger challenge. The last thing I want to say is that it is very, very important that all the powers that be must understand that the quicker we train our judges, the quicker we train our younger lawyers. Younger lawyers actually don't need that much training. It's the older ones which need it. The quicker we do that and standardize the whole system across the country, it'll make life much easier for everybody. I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Luthra. Mr. Luthra, with your 25 years of experience, any message that you'd like to give all the youngsters? While you answer that, I'd also like to invite the editor of BW Legal World, Ashrima, to join us for the fireside chat.
Oh, I was getting worried that you're bringing the bully, Dr. Anurag Batra, online. But that's okay. I can handle Ashima. So my advice to, one of the biggest flaws, and I think it's a fatal flaw in a lot of professions that we practice, we first look at money. We always focus on earning money. What will bring us more money? Now, that's a fatal flaw in my view. If you're a youngster and you want to make a mark for yourself, let me give you an example. God forbid you're stuck in a serious problem and there's a murder charge or something, and you have 5 lawyers in India to choose from. You'll have difficulty in finding the 5th lawyer in terms of integrity and ethics. So the important thing is integrity and ethics. The moment you lose your integrity and ethics, because if you're looking at money, that's the first thing you start to lose. Forget about money. Money is a byproduct. And once you have your integrity and ethics in place, believe me, money flows in like you can't imagine. But keep that very important good, ethics, integrity, and quality. Quality is a subset of ethics and integrity. So that will be my advice to all the youngsters, and my congratulations to all the 40 under 40. And I think each one deserves this award. I was quite amazed at the quality of people, by the way.
Thank you, sir. That's heartening to know. And just to ease our, budding lawyers who are left in the lurch because of the pandemic, they're not getting to go to the courts as they would have envisioned while they were in their law colleges. So, how long do you think it will take before we can go back to getting the sense of our traditional legal system?
The way I see it is that if we get used to this, in a proper way and it starts functioning seamlessly, I don't see any reason to go back. Can you imagine that if you get rid of the Supreme Court and build nice residential houses there? Or can you imagine the real estate that is recovered? I mean, that's just aside. But why would you need to go back? If this can be
Just
managed
for
in
the
this way.
experience of being in a big room arguing, and like Mr. Siddharth Luthra mentioned, that he's missing the camaraderie and the stalwarts of the legal profession that he looked up to while they were arguing, and the court was astounded by their presence. I think the younger lawyers are missing out on some of that.
Absolutely. And Siddharth is my senior, though junior in age, and I respect him a lot. We're not related, by the way, just to put that, but he's more than a brother. Uh, he's absolutely right. See, that is what I talked about, the emotional intelligence.
Yeah.
That contact, that people contact, that sitting in court. And I was hearing the very young lawyer, Zia Modi, talk about sitting in court and trying to understand what the judges is all about. That is something we miss unless they open up for non-confidential reasons and anybody can attend the courts. So there are solutions to it, but not in every case. But
And now you can have, yeah.
Siddharth also mentioned one thing. I just need to put that on the table. He said that large law firms won't be required now because we can they can appear in every court and they can be everywhere literally at the same time. Users of legal services also need special expertise. And a single lawyer or 2, 3 lawyers can't have all the expertise, can't have tax knowledge, can't have. So that's good for law firms. They will still continue.
And speaking of expertise, we also have Dr. Batra back with us.
Oh, God.
Somebody you've been missing.
I know. Desperately
Please,
missing.
Mr. Luthra, don't bully me. I had a tough last half an hour. Somebody who hasn't won an award is threatening me with legal, retribution. So I wrote him a mail in my characteristic style. I haven't written a mail like that in 3-4 years, but
I read that mail, by the way.
No, not that mail. He responded to that mail, threatening me every possible consequence he can do on the mail. So
I am standing in front of you.
I have to respond back to him. I'm so glad he's not in this.
Anyway.
He's not gracious. So coming back to you, Mr. Luthra, I want to ask you about governance. Apart from being a big legal luminary and having a large law firm, working with some of the most venerable clients, you also serve on the boards of lots of very large corporations. I don't want to name them, but just to tell you, DLF, and I can go on, I have the list. Tell us, will COVID be an accelerator in governance? Second, do you think GCs and legal advisors, I'm not calling you, legal consultants, legal advisors, they should have a board point of view because lawyers are more than just lawyers. They have a 360-degree view on everything. So I want to know, how do you contribute to the boards? How will be governance post-COVID? Give us a sense of that, Mr. Luthra.
See, as a corporate lawyer and in the trenches, the law, as you know, is changing literally every week. And for somebody who looks at across, whether it's FDI in newsprint or FDI in your case in magazines or news magazines, etc., or taking it to anywhere. So those kinds of things, that real-time knowledge is very useful for boards. And if you're sitting on a board and something like that comes up, simple things like DNO insurance, for COVID. How do officers get protected? How do you build those clauses in your DNO insurances? A lot of general practitioners who are either, I'm not running GCs down, how will they pick that up? So those are the kind of things that we add value, number one. Number two, you add general value of how, again, being a lawyer on a board, you have a big issue of related party transaction. If that company was to hire my firm, I would then have to have an approval by the audit committee, etc., etc., etc. So those are some challenges. But be that as it may, there are some of us in the profession who don't want to be on boards. I believe the other way. I think that if we can be on boards, it can really help the company, provided they listen to you. And you have to make sure they listen. And it's not just a friendly board member of an owner or something. I'm on a number of even London-listed company boards. And I find that there's lots of interesting value I can add, and I feel quite satisfied after having shouting matches.
Thank you. I keep saying not only the independent board members, but every board member has to be independent to perform his or her duty. My last question to you, I was hearing you, but I'd still ask you, what is your top 2-3 pieces of advice to young professionals to be able to thrive in the new abnormal? There's nothing normal about it. It's all abnormal. So what do you think are the traits? Like you and me were talking about a young boy who's in heaven. Like you said, oh, I met him and I really liked his commitment. I'm using that word in all aspects. And, when you see a young professional, what attracts you to that young professional in terms of work?
Hunger. I just say that in one word, hunger. Hunger for knowledge, hunger for striving, hunger for being successful. And I don't mean money-wise. I said so earlier in my little chat. Money is the biggest negative if you focus on money. But that hunger to learn, that hunger, we keep nowadays youngsters, and I don't find anything wrong in them. There's one lady who's nodding her head over there, who's from that part of the system, who want balance of life and who want all of those are good things to have. But if you are serious about practice of law, then you better start enjoying it. Then you don't need a balance of life. Your balance is life. You're enjoying
You're the second person saying that, or maybe the third person, of your stature saying that.
No, it's very, very important. Otherwise, you can't. I am. She mentioned 25 years. Actually, I've been for a little over 38 years, but I have not worked in a day. I've enjoyed every minute of putting this together. I started on a motorcycle. My father was in the Air Force. And from there, I built this firm. I've never had a senior. And the firm today, Touchwood, is 400 plus minus lawyers and about 200-300 staff. And it was built from scratch. And if I can do it without a pedigree or a credibility or any of those good things, no slight meant on the other who have credibility and but on a simple basis, it can be done. And India gives you that lovely opportunity. And today is a wonderful time to do that. And COVID even more, if you adapt, you can build much quicker, much, much quicker.
Thank you, Mr. Luthra. I love your zest for life, the joie de vivre. I keep saying that you have to have PhD if you want to succeed, and that PhD is passion, hunger, and desire. So you said exactly the same. So at least now I know that I have some brain. I've got some ratification there.
So you can also call me. You can also call me Dr. Rajiv Luthra now.
Yes, you have a PhD. By the way, another term for PhD is permanent head damage. That I clearly have. I'm not sure you have that, but I have.
I do too. Thank you very much. It was interesting talking to you, and my congratulations.
One thing I have to tell the audience is there's never a dull moment. And we are all stressed about life, making it to the next whatever appointment we have, even in a webinar. But then, even in the jury, he asked very insightful questions. In fact, he bowled some googlies to some of the people, and he bowled them out. That was not his intent. They could have hit it out of the park. But there's never a dull moment. And I love it when he calls me a bully because I'm not. Well, for starters, I'm married.
Yeah, right. Why didn't you ask that lady who's smiling? She's almost falling off her chair.
I cannot tell you this how much wrong is with this girl, lady now, right? Her husband has the same birthday as me. He's from the same business school as me. I said that what else can be wrong about it? First, you work with me. Second, your husband is from the same business school as me. Third, she has the same birthday. But I want to ask you a serious question, and I want to compliment you on how easily and how succinctly you're able to put across your point in sometimes in a very light manner. But I want to ask you, I would add, apart from hunger, humility. When I meet some young people who are excellent in what they do, but they're not humble. Sometimes they're overconfident. They are bordering on being arrogant. What do you have to say to that?
So humbleness comes from where? The moment you wear an expensive Patek Philippe or you drive a BMW, your humbleness goes for 6. So if you, that's again coming back to my old theory of money. If you didn't look at money and you looked at your excellence, you'd be humble automatically. The last bit of advice I must congratulate your team. They've done an excellent job, almost seamless. I've not attended, I've been on many juries over my years, but I've not attended this long a jury without being bullied. So I rest my case there. And lastly, I want to advise all our listeners to please wear a mask 24/7. Even when you're
Real
alone
mask
at
or a
home.
mask about your personality or the
No. A real
COVID
N95 COVID mask, even when you're sleeping and you're alone at home. It's not going to help you with COVID, but you'll eat and drink less.
That's a good one, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Luthra. I remember I met him at a book launch of a friend's wife, which I was launching, and I was also at Habitat. And he told me two things, which I think it was in 2015. And I'd met him before also, but he told me, Anurag, remember, I am India's biggest lawyer. I said, yes, sir. Second, we chatted about samosas. He has promised to take me to Delhi Golf Club for samosas. So I'm looking forward to that.
I didn't say biggest, I said largest.
Largest, okay. I stand corrected. But thank you for being so candid and always a pleasure to talk to you. And I say it from the bottom of my heart, not as a cliche. I always look forward to my conversation off the screen, on the screen with you. And hopefully in some time, I'm able to meet you face to face. Thank you so much.
God bless. God bless.
God bless you. Thank you for your time on the jury. We look forward to seeing you at 6:45 to give away the awards.
Done.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ashima, and thank you, Dr. Batra. Now, on that lighter note, don't forget, I am so happy that you have stayed with us for 8 hours now. If you haven't joined our online conversation till now, what are you waiting for? Join it right now with our hashtag BW Legal Dialogues, because this is our last dialogue of the day, after which we are moving towards the most awaited awards. Ladies and gentlemen, moving to our last conversation for the evening is with Mr. Shardul Shroff, Executive Chairman Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas. He is also the jury chair of this coveted list. Ladies and gentlemen, he will be sharing his vision for the future of legal profession. And of course, his topic today is going to be Through the Looking Glass, Indian legal landscape 5 years from now. What is it going to look like? And now to introduce him further, may I please invite once again Dr. Anurag Batra back on the screen, please.
Good evening. Welcome, Mr. Shroff. Thank you for making time, and thank you for being so involved and being so meticulous about everything you do. No wonder you're India's largest law firm. No wonder you're so respected. You put your heart, once you took on a responsibility of the jury chair, you made a difference. So thank you so much. Mr. Shardul Shroff, मैं हिंदी में बोलूँ तो किसी तारुफ के मोहताज नहीं है. He really doesn't need an introduction. But as is customary, first of all, I want to tell readers that he grew up, he completed his BCom honors from Sydenham College, Mumbai, and LLB from the Government Law College, Mumbai. Almost 40 years, 2 months back, on 1st July 1980, Mr. Shroff was enrolled in the bar, and he started his practice in Mumbai. And in September 1980, so almost 40 years back, he moved to Delhi to set up the Delhi practice of his law firm. So it's been 40 momentous years in Delhi. Congratulations, Mr. Shroff. You not only survived, you thrived, and you also made other people thrive. Just to give you a sense of his past memberships, and it will take me 10-15 minutes, but he's been the chair of the Committee for Asset Valuation and Principal or Disposal of Corporate Properties, Assets and Shares for the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. He's been the chair of Review of Offences and Penalties under Company Law for the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. In 1996, he was on the Dr. Jamshedji Irani Committee for amending the Companies Act of 1956. In 1996-97, and again in 2000, he was on the committee appointed by the SEBI called the Bhagwati Committee for redrafting and modifying the SEBI takeover code. He's been head of the CII task force for corporate governance. Second, Naresh Chandra Committee appointed to look into aspects of small and medium enterprise and simplification of company law. He's been on the Dr. Amit Mitra Committee appointed by MIB to revamp the radio broadcast policy. So he's also been on the Mr. Damodaran Ficky Committee on corporate governance. I could go on, but Mr. Shroff is well known, so I won't waste time on introducing him. First of all, my gratitude to him for making time for a jury and making time today. I request him to crystal ball gaze for the next few minutes, and then I'll engage him in a Q&A. Just 5 minutes, your opening comment. How is the business world changing, and how do legal leaders and law firms need to adapt?
Thank you, Anurag.
Mr. Shroff, welcome.
Thank you so much. At the end of the day, as the last batsman, it's always difficult to expose new aspects of the law and to really look into the future. And you have certainly given me the most difficult task of the day, but let me get on with it. Your topic, in a sense, is what's the Indian legal landscape going to look 5 years from now? So we're looking at today and we're looking at the future. The way as I look at the circumstances and the situation that arose in March when the lockouts started was one of anxiety, one of stress, one of worry for the future, one of de-escalating costs and trying to diminish costs on the personal front. And if you look at it from the national front, you were in the midst of trade wars which were going on through the world between USA and China. The whole situation was turning more nationalistic and more patriotic, Make in India kind of slogan. The reversal of globalization was partially in progress, and the social responsibility aspects of doing business in India were obviously at a critical stage, and you had the introduction of the PM Care fund as if it were to look into those questions. So from an atmosphere of diffidence, if I have to look at 5 years from now, either I have to be a pessimist or I have to be an optimist. And I choose to be an optimist and evangelize my whole presentation. There are 5 basic questions of life. These are also known as the Rotary principles. What are these principles? The principles to look at any problem and to analyze it requires 5 questions. How, when, what, where, and who. You can add some more, but these are the basic 5 questions. And it is in this context that the matrix of law is effectively set. So I'm going to deal with 10 or 11 aspects of how one has to see the future and what kind of glasses do you really need to see the way life will evolve. What is the nature of the law is my first question. Law as a profession, law as a business, law as a service, whether it's public service, whether it is facilitating the law, or whether it is private service and private law. And then you are going ahead into techno-lawyering and machine lawyering, where the law will be discovered by machines and things, not necessarily the human mind, more an artificial mind. What is law as an object of action? Law as the letter, that is akshar. Law as a word, that is shabda. law as populated by people, that is lawyers and clients, law as a skill, law as a cookie cutter industry, the copy paste kind of law as a human right, and law as an innovation. And it is in these contexts that, in a sense, you will contextualize 5 years from today. Where is law practice? In the physical world, in the virtual world, and in the near future, in the machine world. Time and tide wait for no man. And time is a commodity which is spent and does not come back. It is irreversible. So the issues that are upon us are our ability to cure the arrears, to stop the inefficiency, to manage the courts well, as was done in England under the Wolf Report, and how do we really convert the law in practice by segregating management of courts from the development of the law. All lawyers are not necessarily the best managers, and those who are the best managers are not necessarily the good lawyers. Who are the consumers of law, or the ones who appreciate the law, the ones who work with the law? Law as a judge, a maker of the law as a practitioner, a solicitor, or an arguing lawyer develops the law as a back office professional, law as an intern, law as an in-house lawyer, a client, law as a regulator, law as a teacher, law as a legislator, and law as a negotiator, a dispute settlement lawyer. Viewed from the eyes of each of these players, law looks different, feels different, and develops differently. Where are we headed in time? How are we going to move ahead? And let me juxtapose this in the context of law in a technological world. Law is an asymmetrical world, it's an imperfect world, and yet it has to deal with principles of equality, principles of absence of discriminatory practices, and a social behavior which looks and takes care of all strata of society and all classes of people without favor or fear. We are in a world where internet has changed everything. The cyberspace has developed into a completely new, greater world than what is happening in the physical world. And then you have the world of social media, where there is so much conversation that is retained and which changes people's lives. You're about to reach the Internet of Things on a mass scale, which will be actually 5 times or 6 times the population of human beings, and the ability to talk to each other as an Internet of Things is going to be far bigger in the communication space than man-made communication. Cybercrime, the ability to brand on the net. How do you distinguish yourself on the net? Aspects of privacy, aspects of data protection, aspects of data management, machine learning, case law management, construction of contracts, literally like a building block, innovation, imagination, the whole sound aspect. How do you be a sound lawyer in space? Thoroughness, precision, craft, social reach. These are going to be the important issues across the length and breadth of the internet, or the space, effectively, the Ethernet. And how are you going to develop this in a practical manner and not in an esoteric way? This is the law in transition. And it's in a transition state where the price points are falling year on year. What was started 5 years ago will not look, feel, or cost the same. And that's the world in which one is going to live. Having seen these perspectives, Now we need to look at the vistas of law or the fields of law. What is law in a court? Lawyering in litigation. What is the government in law courts? They are the largest litigant, whether as a petitioner or as a defendant, but they are by far the largest litigant. And defending government is a task in itself. Law in the making, when you're involved in legislative exercises, when you're drafting the law, when you're visualizing the context in which the law will apply, it is another vista of the law. Law and management in law firms. It's a huge subject in itself because the subject of management is not the same as the subject of law. And the two have to live together if law firms have to survive. This is going to be one of the biggest changes when one contextualizes it in the COVID space. It's going to cause behavioral changes which are significant. It's going to impact the size and the space of practice. It's going to bring in technology more, which is a transmittable technology and not a spatial technology. It's going to shrink the firms at the same time as adding new technicians, new people who practice newer and newer laws, which will emerge with the emerging world. Legal departments in commercial organizations. The development of outsourced practice, the development of the internal legal department as a challenger to the law firms has been the events of the last decade. And it has been driven by costs. How can one reduce costs across the world, and in which jurisdiction is the cost the lowest? That has been the driver of setting up separate organizations, which are really stray lawyers, contract lawyers, who really get together to resolve specific issues, because the skill sets acquired by individual lawyers who do not want to practice the law as an organization. They want their leisure, they want their life, they want to go beyond the law, and therefore they find it convenient to practice as law at pleasure. Then you have international law, the conduct of nations, the conduct in which one has treaties, the kind of situation that you just had a week ago of China packing up all our treaties, all our territorial discussions, and the embodied documentation of how the line of control is to be observed. And then you have cross-border laws, laws which are international in terms of the practice of law, where you have two laws or more than two laws interacting with each other, interfacing with each other, and you have the choice of law. You have the ability to select which of those multiple laws will you observe and will you select. So that's part of the painting in terms of how you will practice in what space. What will be the behavioral changes between now and then? What are going to be the aspects of people which will change and which have changed even in the 6 months period that we have had COVID on? I think the biggest change in my perspective has been the manner in which mentoring processes have altered. The absence of physical presence and the sheer pressure on developing work, delivering work, being a constant thinker in the manner in which the firm or the practice or the law is to develop. The absence of emotional connect in terms of physical presence, which has its own touch and feel aspects of the law, have all changed. Pupillage has changed, tutelage has changed, internships have changed, because you can't really treat people or teach people across the net unless you're in a classroom kind of environment and you're conducting a off-site university where you're actually teaching people from scratch. What is learned by the osmotic process of learning cannot be taught over the net because you don't have the net constantly on. You're not roomed in a space with the mentor, and you cannot therefore observe the way I did or my younger brother did. We started law at the age of 15, right out of school. We used to sit in our father's chamber across his sofa and were absolutely quiet. You were not allowed to speak a word. But we could observe his ability of asking questions, his ability to be 3 steps ahead of the client. We could observe how his mind was working, and that process was far more valuable than learning in college. College learning, textbook learning was of a different kind, but the practical way in which one approaches clients, the one creates a theory of defense, of offense. These are some things where if you have watched a senior constantly over 5 years, that's what both of us did. It's a different learning experience. And I don't think there is any substitute to that kind of learning. What else has changed in behavior? Relationships have changed. What you were able to do by going out for a lunch or a dinner or going out to a party or going out and going and seeing a play, all that has gone. It's all become universal, straight jacketed, single plane on your screen or on the television. There is no three-dimensional television so far. And putting on those special glasses is no substitute for a live show. I've witnessed an amazing change in the generations X, Y, and Z. If I go back to the pre-COVID days, they had a don't care attitude. We will live life on our terms, and we really don't care whether we have constant jobs or we have a car or we have X luxury or Y luxury. This was defining the new generation. And with the change that COVID has brought about in terms of health issues, in terms of the uncertainty of life issues, in terms of uncertainty of job issues, uncertainty of earning issues, they have modified their behavior. They have learned to be more like the ant and the grasshopper. They have moved from being a grasshopper and are exhibiting more ant-like behaviors, storing for the bad day, learning from the experience that they could be without money, they could be without a home, and that bohemian life that they aspired for will not work in the COVID context. Behaviorally, what else has changed? The manner of presenting petitions or plaints or suits as an oral hearing continues. But as I see it in terms of the attempt to try and resolve arrears, this skill will move towards a more written skill, a more precise skill, a more brief skill if we need to resolve the question of arrears. One cannot be prolix running into 50,000 pages of record and expect disposal within a week. So the ability to fast read, the ability to machine read, the ability to crystallize points of issue, the ability to really take advantage of technology, all that could very well hit us in the next 5 years. Written presentations and precise drafting might come to the fore rather than the oral presentation. It also throws up the most important question, I believe, for being a successful lawyer, that of preparation, hard work, and due diligence. There is no shortcut in the law. It's 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. Law is a jealous mistress. It doesn't leave you any time outside of the law. The pursuit of excellence, the hunger for the work, the passion for the work, the discipline of the law, these are the issues which are going to count. It's not the slipshod work product which is going to shine you out. Gone will be the days where you can give a shoddy product to your senior and expect him to sort out the language, to sort out the concepts, unless you are going to be an extraordinary lawyer far above your normal ability, and unless there is an attitudinal change of being in pursuit of excellence, you are going to be a loser in this new world. Gone are the days where the mentor was to make life for the mentee. Give him work, teach him how to work, make him fit for life. Those days are going or have gone. It has moved into a world where you have to make your own life. You have to make your own career. You have to study and learn your own expertise. So this is one of the biggest changes that I see that this interim period of 6-7 months has taught to us. And lastly, in the behavioral issues, I see questions of the ability to create trust among your colleagues, trust with the clients, trust with key people who are in operational control of the client. These are going to be the fundamental issues, because work is not just going to walk through the doors. Yes, in the 1980s, reputation made work walk through the doors, but those days are gone. And it is your reputation, both personal, virtual, and your class, effectively, which will drive work to you. So delivery in time, quality of work, lack of error, the ability to be a perfect product creator, these are the issues which are going to be the behavioral change of people then and now. The preservation of knowledge, the ability to create a closing binder, the ability to retain the last version, the signed versions, the ability to bind it all together and sew it up so that you have a recall value of those documentation. You can't leave the job undone till the binder is made. These are some of the lessons of life which will revisit upon us. And that's the way life will go on into the next world 5 years from now. The generation among law was set to be 15, 20 years. Then in our lifetimes, we saw it go down to 10 years. In the current lifetime of my children, I see it down to between 2.5 to 5 years. The way they are changing and having different experiences, the way they respond to life is now dramatically faster than whatever we had when we began the law. What will COVID do in terms of the practice of law? I think issues in terms of performance, issues in terms of discharge and satisfaction, issues in relation to termination, and issues in relation to excuse from performance are going to be critical issues, because the adversity that has been faced by all humans, all corporates. There is no one who is free from the threat of COVID. So issues of force majeure, issues of impossibility of performance, issues of what happens to contracts of service, issues of what will happen in a poorer economy where money is scarce and there is an inability to pay. Even legal fees would not be met. The ability of having virtual service of notice rather than a physical dusty notice as we're used to in the high courts or district courts. The question of judgments, their dissemination, their delivery, their publication, and the execution of those decrees, tracing out the defendant, tracing out the assets of the defendant. These are all going to be new challenges, because the physical world is de minimis in a COVID world, in a virtual world. This is also going to necessitate changes in the global law and new conventions. The UN and the UNCITRAL regulations have to go in to look at the questions of what is needed in virtual space as law. And that's a massive exercise, which I suppose can be achieved in 5 years, provided there is a will and provided there is a hunger to close things quickly. How will the management of law change? And this is a question which every person, whether he's an individual lawyer, whether he's a general counsel of the firm, whether he's a legislator, whether he's a law firm head or a managing partner or a chairman, I think this question addresses all communities, even the single lawyer, because he is his own office. What are the kind of management issues that one faces as a practitioner or a manager of the law? You have issues of time management. Can you do things slower when you're aided by technology? Do you need to speed things up? Can you think slow? Can you think fast? What about your court management? How are you going to put your skills to test? Are you going to focus on written briefs? Are you going to focus on oral presentation? Is time going to be the same constant 5 years from now? Will judges feel the need and the pinch to shut down arguments faster? Case management of the court. Court management is one. Case management, both in the law firm and in the courts, are going to be a critical managerial exercise because the numbers are not diminishing. History over the last 30 years and probably 100 years has shown that the sheer population pressure of the country keeps on adding to the arrears of the court. How are you going to make changes in process? Any simple change in the civil procedure code or the criminal procedure code causes a strike among lawyers. How then are you going to make speed of essence in process management? What kind of change management are you going to head? What kind of machine management are you going to introduce? How are you going to practice technology as a lawyer, and what management of technology will you put in place? How will you manage costs? How will you manage time, which is the product you sell? How will you manage people? And how will you client develop and do proper client management? These are all larger questions which lawyers have not learned as special skills. These are the kind of disciplines that you need in the practice of law. And the sooner specialized people are either hired or brought into the college space to teach these skills as much as the legal skills, the better we will be. I also want to talk of the 4 C's which will emerge in the 5 years from now. These are the yin and yang of the law. The 4 principles are caring, calmness, career, charity. And let me explain what each of these are, how are they contextualized in the practice of law. Caring is going to become a fundamental issue because all organizations have to care for their lawyers. The organization of the Supreme Court has to care for its Supreme Court judges. It has to care for the lawyers who come on the premises. It has to care that there are checks that people who are not infected are kept away from the court. And this is true in the law firm also. It is true in colleges. It is true in organizations where you have an in-house department. So the healthcare aspect is going to become a permanent feature in the practice of law. The treatment of the mental health issues of Gen X, Y, Z. They have not seen adversity in a long time, at least from the time they were born. The people who have been born between 1990 and 2020 are clueless as to the issues of adversity because they've been used to the way of receiving everything that they want. Their parents have been indulgent, their masters at law have been indulgent, their environment has been one where everything that they want is available. Whether it's on the net, whether it's on Google, it's out there. There is nothing which is unreachable by this generation. How do you deal with their mental downturns and mental bad days is going to be an important aspect of continuity in the law. How do you maintain such people? And how do you do it remotely? How do you manage young lawyers remotely? Are all aspects of caring. It is equally true of senior people who feel redundant. Because if the world is moving towards more technology, unless and until a mid tier lawyer or a senior lawyer is tech savvy or computer savvy, he's lost. A lawyer who's used to arguing the courts and has great skill in presentation is not going to be the same lawyer when it comes down to a written brief or when it comes down to arguing through written responses. So there's a fundamental change on the impact of senior professionals and lawyers which is awaiting to happen. Let's deal with calmness. It's a side again of care where issues of panic attacks, issues of anxiety, issues of depression, issues of mental health are very serious issues in the practice of law. I would not be exaggerating if I say that at least 25% out of 100 are affected by mental issues practicing the law today. It's probably gone up by 10% of the 15% norm which was there prior to COVID. And one doesn't know in the next 5 years what the proportion will be. Either we will have more mentally unstable people, or we will reverse the clock and become stronger mentally, because most of the battle is in the mind. Career. What do I mean by career? This has a direct impact of women in the law. You have almost, when we started our career in 1980, there were 5 women lawyers worth their salt in the High Court. Just 5 women lawyers who could stand up and argue. The standard joke with the judges was, oh, there's a lady standing. Have you come for an adjournment? Are you waiting for your senior? Oh, she's come to argue with books. I've heard this myself. A judge in the 1980s, when my wife Pallavi, who has her own reputation, got up to argue, it was a derisive laughter which was seen in the court. Oh, she's come to argue with her books. Those were the days, and we have now changed dramatically in terms of seeing women power in action. But are they not disadvantaged by COVID? When they have young children, when they have no maids because of the scare of COVID, you don't have people staying in your houses because of the scare of COVID, because they go out. You have to have social distancing. You have to have the separation issues. In the initial days and even now, this is the critical issue, because none of the caregivers are still around. You have no cook at home. So the woman lawyer has to cook breakfast, lunch, tea, and dinner. How do you really adjust for these people when you want them to be great practitioners in the law? The merger of the house with the office in terms of running a home office is also quite heavy upon these women lawyers. And therefore, the question of careers of women are also matters of great sensitivity, which have to be tackled with great maturity by lawyers. And lastly, on charity. Charity can be of many types. Charity can be money charity, charity can be food charity, charity can be knowledge charity, charity could be donations, like you do in, say, a war. You give your old clothes or give food packets. So there are many ways of charity. Now, in the corporate space, you have a corporate social responsibility doctrine in Section 135 of the Companies Act. But for natural persons, there is no compulsion to give charity. There is no compulsion to give charity even for a lawyer. It's a matter of choice. But in times where people are in difficulty, where the whole world is effectively changed dramatically, where health issues and pandemics are on, I believe that there is a duty to share pain. There's a duty to reduce pain of others, duty to really wipe that tear of somebody's eyes. And I think these paramount duties necessitates a function of either charity or extending the outside world as your family, whether you take care of street children, whether you take care of medical issues, whether you take care of learning. I think all these are extremely critical in the way life goes. I think I have 2-3 more topics, but I'm seeing Khyati here. So I'm going to leave the last few sections unsaid, and maybe on a future date, I shall deal with them. Thank you.
Mr. Shroff, I would like to call Dr. Batra on the screen because he has a couple of questions. Maybe the topics can be covered there, but we'll have to do this quick as we are really late for the awards. So,
Khyati, I'll keep it short. They say you saved the best for last. After listening to Mr. Shroff, you can definitely believe in that. He was definitely the last speaker, but he was the best. He has been the best. And first of all, my gratitude. He talked about charity, giving his 2 almost full days to the jury process. That's also charity. Time is the biggest asset. He himself said that. Second, when I was listening to him, I thought he could be a management school professor, top notch. He's not a lawyer I'm listening to. Honestly, I say it as a compliment. The comprehensive of what he said, the 4 C's. If you implement that in your life, I think your life is sorted. I want to ask him 2 questions. One, first quick question. Mr. Shroff, you talked about mentorship. You said it has changed from the time you started and now. I want to ask you that I believe in a concept called reverse mentoring, which means what I can learn from Khyati and people who are younger, Garima and Manji, Ashima. And what have you learned from the young people, whether it's your children who are themselves very accomplished, or people in your law firm, or people in the other law firms, or young people? What do you learn from young people?
I have learnt my law from them. And let me explain. I learned the law from my law clerks. How to go in a registry and make registry notes, how not to carry a pen, how to carry pencils so that you can't alter the record. I have learned how to make my briefs sitting on the floor and sitting in one of those tochas and hammering away to make a written brief. I have learned from the junior most lawyers because I don't sit with my seniors. I always sit with the junior most lawyers, giving them the ability to challenge me, not to accept what I say, but challenge me. Ask me a question which I can't answer. Ask me the why of the law. So I have learned from the lowest, as I said, right from the peon, the court clerk, the younger lawyers, and very rarely from the senior lawyers. I have learned more from myself in terms of research, hard work, discipline, spreading myself completely thin in terms of the time that I had to myself. I rarely had time to myself. I would dedicate it to the law, and that's what taught me. I also learned a lot from my opponent because I had a very killer instinct when I was practicing in the courts. Let me give you an example. Ryan was opposed to me. Ryan, Rajiv Nair, we had the former finance minister, Arun Jaitley, and Mukul Rohati, all 4 opposing me. And I was the sole lawyer on behalf of the defendant. I was served with the plaint and the interim application in the afternoon, around 3 o'clock. I sat from 4 o'clock to 12 o'clock, completed the reply to the application and filed my written statement along with documents. And they had no chance the next day in the court to ever get an interim order because my plaint had been answered. I had non-suited them literally with my defense. 4 of the best lawyers could not reply back. So that was the culture with which I was born. That was my father's training to me. that be like a tiger in the court. Don't have any mercy on your opponents. And I remember that case. It was the case of Arya Offshore versus JM Bakshi. And I still remember what I did. There are some specimen cases in my mind which I can never forget in terms of the kind of, killer instinct that it brought out in me, just as a matter of opposing with valor. No underhand stuff, but it was opposing with valor.
Beautiful. Life is all about valor. I also liked one more comment that the work will not walk into your
To the
door
doors.
just because you have a reputation, right? Explain that a little bit more. And why do you say that?
See, in the earlier days, if you were a reasonably good lawyer, work would come to you. Now, what has happened is that the youngest lawyer out of college is equally equipped in terms of marketing, in making cold calls, going and meeting people, which we old timers never did. We were very reticent in the way of meeting people, in the way of going out to gather work. The work would come because of our merit. And that whole world has become topsy-turvy from the last 20 years. Those days are gone. So that is why I say that what happened in the first 20 years of my life, where sheer quality, sheer intellect, sheer strategy would bring law through the doors, bring cases through the doors. But when you are in unequal competition, I think it's only the ethics, it's only your trustworthiness, it's only your pursuit of excellence, and your dedication, which brings you work. You can make as many cold calls, people may give you work once. But if you don't have the quality, if you don't have the excellence, if you don't have the pursuit of law, if you are not passionate about it, if you are not dogged about it, if you don't have that extra killer instinct to be the best, you will not be the best.
My last question to you, it's a twin prong. What has changed in Mr. Shardul Shroff in the last 6 months? Of course, we are all at such a age that change is difficult. But because we are also very hungry
I think
for
the last 6 months has actually softened me much more. Well, as it is, I was a soft guy, but it has made me even softer. Because you're seeing adversity all around you, and you don't have the will to say no. When there is so much suffering around you, when there is so much poverty, uncertainty which is around you, it only makes you wonder as to why are you on earth? What can you do for the other human being? And that's the effect of COVID on me.
Thank you, Mr. Shroff. We'll let you go. I just want to ask you my last question. You were the jury chair of the inaugural BW Legal World 40 Under 40 Awards. When you chose people I know out of the pool, what were the 2 or 3 criteria you looked at? And what is your advice to young lawyers who have joined this broadcast since the morning? Have you already given them your 4C framework? You've given them. But if you still had to tell them, you talked about the softer aspect, but the personality, you talked about hard work, you talked about, the 4Cs. But tell us, what's your advice to them? And when we as a jury selected those 40, what got you to kind of get them into the list or out of the list?
I think the first thing that I saw, or rather was looking for, is how many people have written what is ordinary functions of a person. As an ordinary lawyer, there were, I think, at least 40% of the submissions that we got were just about what the ordinary duties of a lawyer are. So they were my elimination issues. That if you are contesting for the best 40 lawyers in India, it was a national award. This is a national award, it's not a small award. If you're competing for the best 40 under 40, what best facts have you brought out? I was always asking the question as to show me why I should consider, why this jury should consider you as the best. It's not just about doing some pro bono work or going and fighting few cases. Every lawyer goes and does cases. What's so new about it? But why should we consider you as the best? Did you explain? Did you sort of exhibit hard work? Did you exhibit the passion in the law? Was there any kind of passion that we felt because we were talking to you? Was there any extraordinary mental
Right.
Sorry, I think I lost you, Anurag.
Yeah, in between 10 seconds.
As I said, I was looking for that extraordinary effort, like the kind I put in an overnighter where I said, okay, here is my reply, here is my written statement, here are my documents. I found none. But I found people midway. I found some who are much better than me in terms of their technology, in terms of the pursuit of law, in terms of the abstract subjects that they had taken up. There were some brilliant innovators who I felt I need to go and learn from them. So it was a very wide range of people, but I was sad that most of them had, just put in an application for the sake of an application. There was no real zest in making that application. And that's what I want to see changed. I want zest in the application. It must show that you want it, that hunger must be there, and that hunger must be backed by performance. You can't say I want to be the lawyer who wins this because I did 5 cases or 10 cases, or I appeared in 5 courts, or I appeared in XYZ number of cases. These are not the basis on which you are the best lawyer. The best lawyer is somebody who is special, who has done that extraordinary thing, and those are not easy to come by. Everybody cannot be the first in class. And I think this understanding and realization must be there among the candidates that you have 1 year more now. Do that extraordinary thing. Make that extraordinary effort. Do something which is humanitarian, which has a connection with law. Do something special so that you're qualified, not by one person, by all the jury. 16 members have to come to the conclusion, here is an extraordinary person who deserves our consideration. And that's the test that we apply. So it's about that extra bit.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shroff. I think, again, I enjoyed your chat. It was the end of the day, and I'm tired. I started early morning, finished. That's why I'm drinking coffee. I rarely drink coffee to stay awake. But I really loved your conversation. For those of you who missed it, it will be in the BW Legal World print issue next month. It will be in the main BW issue. It will be on the bwlegalworld.com site in the video format. So you can revisit and sometimes re-emphasizing what you first heard and kind of reiterating it to yourself, internalizes it. I do it, and I learned it from my father. So I'm sure you'll benefit from what Mr. Shroff said. Mr. Shroff, you don't have to go anywhere. We'll run the jury AV and start the award. But I just want to say 3 things. We also have a keynote speaker and partner, Dr. Velu Mani, who is the founder of ThyroCare, and he will talk about excellence in any field briefly. But just before that, I want to say that first of all, I'm grateful to the jury chair, Mr. Shardul Shroff. He took ownership of it. The best jury chair it's his list. Maybe everyone contributed, but he ran the jury process. Except, let me say, some of the jury members, including Mr. Shroff, excused themselves from deliberations where they had conflicts of interest. I want to say it upfront, right? And they did not vote on that. It was done by other jury members. So I just want to say that.
We didn't even speak. We didn't even ask a question to people who were conflicted with us.
Yeah. So I just want to say that upfront. And by the way, if the jury recordings are there, not that we need to refer. I don't think there can be a more, relevant.
Transparent, completely transparent.
Transparent. I mean, we didn't have a say because I don't know about law. Do you think I know more than Mr. Shroff about anything? Forget law, right? So I'm trying to tell you that this is very honest. The second thing I want to say, so my gratitude to the jury chair for being involved, for taking ownership in a good way, making sure healthy discussions happen after the jury member asked the question and so we had to extend it to the second day because we actually spent time discussing some candidates. Some candidates were faster, yes, some were faster, no, but we spent a lot of time discussing them. When I say we, I mean the jury members and the jury chair. So it was a very, very warm process. Second, it was the first year, so there was a lot of improvement. We got feedback from the jury. I will also do a later someday in 2-3 weeks a jury briefing, debrief on what can be better. But we've understood what can be better. If you had to wait to present and you got locked out and all that happens, apologize to you. There is one entry that applied, we couldn't take it. He's not been graceful about it. But he's 33. He can apply next year. Be humble. I want to tell all.
Anurag, I should just say one thing. This is not a matter of right. It is a matter of choice. 16 people have to express a choice. Just because one person has entered in the race doesn't mean that he has a right. And this is not a public body that we are going to give us a show cause and we will defend. This is not the way to deal with private magazines finding out and taking the time and effort to actually discover the best 40.
And by the way, Mr. Shroff has respect and gravitas. So he was respected by every jury member, but he was democratic. He asked everyone their viewpoint. So it was not like he made decisions alone. He just kind of, ran the jury, in time, in asking the right questions, doing the analysis. And we love jury chairs like that. Last thing I want to say, that BW Legal World October issue will have your interviews, profiles, the site. So look forward. Next year's process hopefully will be a physical process, at least the main jury. And I'm hoping we'd have much more number next year. So just wanted to say that. Back to Khyati Kawa. Mr. Shroff, thank you. God bless you. And we'll see you in a couple of seconds. Back to you, Khyati.
Anurag. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Shroff, and thank you, Dr. Batra. Please stay with us in backstage. We'll be calling you soon for the awards. I just want to thank everybody who's joined in for the Business Confluence and the Legal Dialogues Conference today. We are clocking in 9 hours, ladies and gentlemen. I can't thank you enough for your time and effort of being here. And to all our speakers, including our jury chair and jury members, each of them taking out their precious time and being present at this conference and event. I want all of you to please join us for the awards. I want to just close the confluence and the conference with this little quote that I read, which says that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And these 40 who are on the list are fighting each day to create justice in the domain that they cater to. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the BW Legal 40 Under 40 Best Lawyers and Legal Influencers. And I'm going to hand over the stage to my friend Bhavna Bhatia, who will take you through the awards. So thank you so much. This is Khyati Kawa, your host, signing off. It's been a pleasure being the host to all of you. Thank you.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, this is Bhavna Bhatia, and I shall be your host for today's evening for the PW Legal 40 Under 40 ceremony. Firstly, what a great, insightful conversation that was. Thank you so much, Mr. Shroff and Dr. Batra, for joining us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call on stage Dr. A. Velumani, founder, creator, and chairman of Thyrocare, to come and address the audience on a brief talk, as Dr. Batra rightly said, on what young leaders can do to make an impact. Let's get Dr. A. Velumani on the stage. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Bhavna. Thank you very much. Thank you, BW Legal. Thank you, Anurag Badra. Thank you, Businessworld. And calling me to be a keynote speaker in an elite, that to the best of the lawyers in the country, and talk about entrepreneurship, young entrepreneurship. I'm an old man. It has been known entrepreneurs are those who create jobs. Entrepreneurs are those who create huge companies, products, services. We have all known engineers as great entrepreneurs, MBAs as business administrators becoming entrepreneurs. A combination of engineers and MBA makes much bigger a combination. We have seen CS company secretaries who know about companies and the company's operations becoming entrepreneurs. CS becoming entrepreneurs because they know what is money, where from it comes, how money can be raised, how money can be used to create businesses. Less doctors are seen as entrepreneurs, less PhDs are seen as entrepreneurs. I am a PhD. I did a PhD in thyroid. I somehow felt that I know more than anyone else in thyroid. Maybe overconfidence, but it was positive thinking. And I found in the medical field very little entrepreneurs because medical curriculum doesn't teach anything other than medical. And to be an entrepreneur, you need a lot more to create an organization, create an enterprise, create job opportunities. I have heard very less about lawyers also being an entrepreneurs. So the doctors and lawyers are largely standalone professionals. I have seen very little companies, law companies, and doctors creating a huge organizations, except some of the hospitals which we see run by doctors. And I'm a PhD. I'm from a village, and I wish to motivate in the evening all those who are sitting and listening that you don't need money to create money. You don't need money to create business. You don't need anything else except stamina. Stamina gets you everything. So I came to Mumbai with nothing in hand. I came in 1982. I did my MSc and PhD in Mumbai. And after working in the government for 15 years, I thought I must try to do something different. And I started a business. And today I have a listed company in the National Stock Exchange with a market cap of 4,000 crore. For a man who came to Mumbai with just 500 rupees in pocket 38 years back, this is a long journey. And the company is 25 years old. And a few things helped me to create this company without borrowing. I have never borrowed. Personally, I have never borrowed for the company. And a few things I will highlight because Mr. Anurag Batra told me talk to maximum 7-8 minutes because it's an award ceremony. So let me talk about a few things which made me very powerful. One thing is law or medical is too wide. If you do everything, you don't become anything. If you do one thing, you become something. And I felt my business is, I know only thyroid. Let me focus on thyroid. So I put my name as ThyroCare. My company name is ThyroCare. People were wondering why is that 15-gram gland. But let me tell you, the more you focus, the more you are powerful. And in law also, if you are focusing on one particular subject, in that subject, you become the authority. The entire world will come to you. When I started my business, people asked me, 15-gram gland, would you have enough? I told 1.3 billion population has thyroid. That's my domain. So very important is that, and creating a brand makes a lot of sense. Today, if you look at ThyroCare as a brand, business is half value, brand name is remaining half. As I said, focusing is very important. Specialization is very important. I focused and specialized. And let me tell you, without knowledge, no business can be made large. As Mr. Sharaf said, every time you can get one customer, but then getting more customers, getting the customer back again is a very big task. Without knowledge, without authority, I don't think any business can be conducted just because you got into business. Scale is very important. Today we are present in 3,000 cities in this country, and around 10 countries we are present. So scale makes you very powerful. Scale gives you volume. Volume gives you power. Volume gives you 3 powers: people power, purchase power, pricing power. In fact, if you have the highest volume, you can decide for the industry what is the price for that services. Nothing works without HR. Especially if you are a lawyer and if you create an organization, it is 90% or 95% is HR cost, brain cost. So HR plays a very huge role. I must make a mention here. I have employed 8,000 freshers in my organization. and we only employ freshers. HR is very, very important. Take people, train people, create talents, and you have created a talent. That man will not leave you because you are the one who have created talent. Of course, he might become competitor. That's a very different situation, but it's good to have intelligent competitors also. IT plays a huge role. I am sure all lawyers are shocked how would be post-COVID practice would take place. But then today, I think cases are disposed much crisper, much easier, much faster, without wastage of time. So the IT is going to play a very big role. Digital adoption is going to help you to minimize cost, improve the efficiency and the delivery of services. I like the 4 C's told by Mr. Sharaf. I would like to end my talk with 3 T's. First T is trust. Without trust, you just can't get anything. You have to first get a business, be very, very sincere to it. People understand. And the trust, if you have lost trust, you have lost everything. So the trust is ultimate. So the first T is trust. The second T is truth. Without truth, I don't think any profession, you can have suppliers, you can have employees, you can have clients. Trust, truth, and the third one is transparency. Without the transparency, even the friends and the partners would not be a part of your journey. As I promised, I will only be talking for 7-8 minutes. I must thank Anurag, who has been my fan, and he always feels that Velumani talking to few minutes will make some energy into the audience. And it is my wish that as lawyers, you get together, create a scale, create a brand, create a huge opportunity, and get a very successful career in your life. I wish to congratulate in advance all those today going to get their awards. Back to you, Bhavana. Back to you, Batra.
Thank you so much, Dr. Velumani. You've always been so very inspiring. And yes, Dr. Batra is absolutely right when he says that you bring a lot of energy. And be it a virtual platform, Dr. A. Velumani, what a great way to start. Thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we're going to be beginning the very much awaited award ceremony and celebrate India's finest young lawyers and legal influencers who have joined the BW Legal 40 Under 40 Elite Club today. I request everyone to join the online conversations by using our hashtag BW Legal 40 Under 40 as one word. You can also watch us live on facebook.com/BW Businessworld. Before we get started, we would like to thank our partners who've made this event possible. Thank you to our associate partners, ThyroCare, Prometheus School, and the VG Learning Destinations. Also, thank you to our supporting partners, Springhouse Co-working, Primus Partners India, and Bhutani Infra. Before we kickstart, ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony, we would like to thank our jury panel who helped to keep the process non-biased and transparent. We would now like to showcase what our jury panel has to say. Can we have the jury AV, please?
It was an amazing experience interacting with so many luminaries and interacting with the nominees who had presented their case. Candidates that we spoke with was attempting to make a mark in the society in some way or the other and leave a trace on the legal developments to which they contributed. And the kind of work that is being done in terms of quality is really good. And the jury selection was one indication of how substantive and how in-depth assessment you had done of the members who could be selected as the jury, and your nominations and selections for the candidates was also very good. So I would say it is overall a great brand which is maintaining a very high level of quality.
Jury panel. I was really honored to be a part of such a group of really excellent lawyers of high reputation and high competency, and I found the interactions to be very fulfilling, even in spite of the inability to get together in person, which would have been even better. I thought the use of technology made it as good a situation of it as possible, and I thought it was a very effective panel that worked very hard, very difficult, but was super impressed with the overall quality and enthusiasm of all the candidates. Really nice to see young lawyers coming up who have passion in their careers and are driven to increasing levels of excellence. All of these were very, very good things. Legal World and BW Businessworld as both brand generally and as publications individually, I find the articles to be well-researched, thorough, well-written, informative. It's a publication that I read with regularity, and I really feel like it gives a good balance of not just legal news, but the business trends that affect law firms, lawyers, and the law industry as a whole.
I think the experience was wonderful. I would only say that I wish it hadn't been in the circumstances that we are in currently, because doing it virtually wasn't as easy as, I guess, having done this in a physical meet where you can actually see the person, when you can discuss it. The future is bright. If you have such talented lawyers and influencers amongst the younger lot, you can only to a very bright future, both for them and the legal fraternity. But having seen how you did it, what you did, the number of applications which came, I can only say that congratulations, you've done a good job, and I wish you all the very best. There are a lot more things that you need to do, and a lot more recognition that you deserve and you will. So it's a long way, but congratulations to you as well.
Enjoyed it a lot. I was on the judging panel with some friends who are from the legal fraternity who I've worked with and known for many years, so it was a lot of fun. And what I really enjoyed was the diversity of the talent who had put themselves forward or nominated by others. Really stood out for me is at this difficult time for India and the whole world at large was the optimism and the energy and the sheer dynamism of these young lawyers who were talking from their homes in difficult conditions and putting themselves forward and their best foot forward. They did exceptionally well. Doing an exceptional job with promoting such initiatives. They're very important to help younger lawyers who have no stepping stone to get a leg up in the legal world and to celebrate their achievements. It's an important initiative. Congratulations, and please keep innovating because there's a lot more to be done in promoting such great diverse talent.
For a variety of reasons. Number one, this was the first time I was invited for a jury. That too for in a particular situation where you have to choose the best of under 40. I think the second reason it was unique was because I found that the interactions amongst the jury members was fairly open, candid. We had our agreements, disagreements, yes, no's, maybes. So I think the entire environment, which we had at the time of the jury debate, was fairly conducive, productive, and we certainly got to gain greater insights into the candidates. Hopefully, the jury collectively, with its wisdom, came out with really the top 40 and under 40 legal brains in the country.
But one thing that clearly stood out was greater awareness amongst the younger generation of lawyers for pro bono work. And he said that it doesn't mean that lawyers who are senior in the profession don't believe in the pro bono work. But I think that was also a very common theme that ran through most, if not all, of the candidates, that there is a real desire, there is a commitment, there is a passion about getting into pro bono work. BW Legal is unique in the sense that I really compliment the Businessworld and Anurag Batra for creating these smaller brands which are very relevant, because it's one thing to say that I look at BW as a business magazine, but within the business area, there are many, many elements. And for you to be able to create a brand specifically that caters to the legal profession by way of BW Legal, in my view, is a very unique proposition by a business magazine.
But possibly the first time I've been in a 40 under 40 jury for legal and for legal influencers. I think it was actually very fascinating. And believe me, I didn't know that we would take so much time in the entire process. But the entire process was extremely fascinating from the perspective of meeting the people, the young people. And it's amazing to see how much excellence is found in this youth. And they're able to transform it, particularly when you transform it to your taste, it took quite a while. I mean, legal profession is a delayed process by nature. So you need white hair before you actually become influencers or you become important legal personnel, so to say. So to that extent, I found it very fascinating to interact with these young professionals. What was diversity? If I identify possibly the three factors that impressed me, I think the first was diversity. The diversity of within the profession and the manner in which the young professionals have been able to take several new ideas. And as I mentioned, what I found even more worthwhile was within the regularized, so to say, the fields, there was this further niche that was carved out by these youngsters in an attempt to take the matter forward. And this not only for the field of law, but even the management of that. So you had new forms of management, of setting of legal firms or partnerships or structuring, but an amazing outflow of people and an amazing outreach. I think it took the entire field into account, and it's impressive to see that people think they are worthy. Indeed, they are. What we need to do is, I think even Swami Vivekananda always said, it's good to commend somebody for what they deserve. Confidence and the desire to go forward is something that we all need to have. And to recognize such young people, I think this is an esteemed exercise that BW Legal has done. I have an inherent bias for BW World and BW Legal. I think BW Legal is one of the few legal publications, and indeed, I was talking about legal education the other day, just about a couple of days back, and we were talking about how legal education had also changed because of the legal platforms and the legal publications. So BW Legal forms part of that process. BW Legal, hats off for having organized this 40 under 40, one of the first ever programs that has been organized in this direction, and we hope that we will take this subject even more forward, and of course we look forward to being part of this system.
This has been an excellent experience of connecting with so many legal professionals across the country and internationally, and the selection of the jury panel was excellent and well thought of, where it was a good combination and mix of specialist legal professionals from the law firms and the senior counsels, including the former Attorney General. It was a very good interaction and connecting with the young 40 under 40 and knowing the young legal professionals from different domains of with their domains of experience and coming from different backgrounds and across the geography, whether it is within India and outside of India. BW is highly professional. I would say they're journalists, and they're journalists in multiple domains, carrying very high professional integrity and professional commitment, and they have connected legal professionals both from the practice area and from the industry and from legal journalists or have also become part of this domain. I think this is coming up very well.
Jury duties are sometimes difficult, but always interesting, especially when the competition is neck and neck. Considering that there were so many good nominations for the coveted awards, the day witnessed some crackling and fascinating conversations. While most decisions were unanimous and resounding yeses, some required a longer conversation to pick the best and the brightest in the legal fraternity. I want to congratulate all the winners and good luck to all the other nominees.
The candidates who have been selected, they had really some good talent, and it was good to know that how much I felt that in the practice of law, some of the young lawyers are working in areas which were never heard earlier, particularly in the information technology area and also in privacy. And also to see that how young lawyers are equally aware about the pro bono activity and also the concern for environment, which is very important. For India being a developing country, we have to protect our environment not only for us but for our future generation also. And in the field of law, I think there is a good future for the young lawyers. With regard to business world and business legal world, I think this is a very good initiative by Dr. Anurag Batra. Particularly, I like business world because they are taking directly India's industry experience and bringing out journals specifically to one particular industry.
Wow, it is always so great to see our jury talk. Thank you so much for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd like to call on stage our jury chair, Mr. Shardul Shroff, Chairman Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media, and Dr. A. Velumani, Founder, Chairman and MD, Thyrocare, to join us on the stage to commence the award ceremony and felicitate the winners. Thank you so much for your time once again.
And I just want to say that the list has been shared with the winners. Please don't share it till 9 p.m. with others or 8:45. It's come to my notice that we shared so that scheduling could be shared. Next time we'll say winner 1, 2, 3, 4. Not give the names. But please don't share the list fully. Some of you have shared it. I'm aware. So rest of all, wait till 8:45. Okay. Yes, Bhavna.
Sure. Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. And, let's begin with the award ceremony and let's understand who the first person it is to join the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you our first person joining. Could we have the winner, Amy, please? Congratulations, Abhishek, for joining us, and thank you so much, partner Ketan and Co. Over to you, Abhishek.
You'll have to unmute yourself, Abhishek.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Dr. Batra, Dr. Venumani, Mr. Shroff, and Bhavna. I'm truly honored by this recognition. I'm grateful to some wonderful people who have guided, mentored, and nurtured me along my journey. My family for being my pillar of strength, my colleagues for their constant support, and my clients for their trust. I would not be here without you, and this is as much yours as mine. Above all, Businessworld for putting together a stellar event and to an exceptional jury panel for your invaluable time. This recognition is, of course, a privilege, but I believe it's also a responsibility to continue my efforts at making a difference, and if anything, to try harder. I fully intend to do that, and I'm grateful for this gesture. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Abhishek. You're the first one to present, and I can let the cat out of the bag that almost all of the jury members were unanimous in saying yes, and You were the first one, so we left it too late to be able to kind of come back relatively, but you stayed on the list and made it. Mr. Shroff, your comments?
I think Abhishek fully deserves his award. He was precise, enthusiastic, had the relevant knowledge, and we were proud to give him this award.
Thank you so much, Dr. Velumani. Dr. Velumani, you'll have to unmute yourself, please. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Abhishek, congratulations. Keep learning, keep growing. All the best.
Thank you and congratulations once again. Thank you, Abhishek.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to announce the next winner who's joining the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the winner, AB, please? Ladies and gentlemen, Anshul Prakash, partner Ketan & Co. Congratulations, Anshul.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, Businessworld, BW Legal World, Dr. Batra, respected members of the jury for this opportunity and honor. In the words of American author Napoleon Hill, there is one quality which one must possess to win, and that is definiteness of purpose, the knowledge of what one wants, and a burning desire to possess it. With a passion for employment laws, I've always strived for excellence throughout my professional journey and the desire to learn. And what has really underlined the work which I've been doing so far is a keen desire to provide thoroughgoing service to my clients and work for the larger good of the society by thinking people before business. This recognition is indeed a great honor and a moment to cherish forever. Of course, this goes a long way to strengthen my confidence and commitment to work harder each day with a greater zeal. I dedicate this recognition to my firm, members of my team, and my family, forever supporting me in this journey. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Anshul. Mr. Shroff?
Congratulations. Yes.
I think Anshul's zeal for his subject, employment law, was quite evident when he presented himself. He knew the finer nuances of his employment law subject. He had participated in development of the new law under the 4 codes. And I think all the questions that the jury asked to him, he was very satisfactory in his answers. So congratulations to you, Anshul.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. Thank you so much.
All the
Dr.
best.
Velumani? Mr. Velumani? Yes, please, unmute yourself.
Yes, Anshul, the focus gives you success, and keep focused. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations once again, Anshul. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to bring in the next winner who's joining us on the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the winner, AB, please? And it is Anuj Berry, partner Shardul Amarchand, Mangaldas and Co. Anuj, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Batra, for this event. Thank you, Businessworld. Thank you to the jury panel for selecting me to be a part of this elite list. 60 seconds probably is not enough to thank everyone, but I'm grateful. Last 2 years, I've been raising a child. I think it may be tougher to get onto this list. So grateful for this honor. Thank you very much.
By the way, Anuj, I want to say to everyone that when your name was discussed, Mr. Shroff excused himself, but he was asked a direct question about you, whether you're good or not, and he gave his inputs. Whatever. I'll leave it to your imagination what he said. But I just want to say about 15 years back, I wrote a column saying in Delhi, I'm not originally from Delhi, I'm from Old Gurgaon. I said there are two things very tough in Delhi: to get your children into the right school and to get the IIC membership. Luckily, God helped me. So you made a remark like that. That's why I remembered that article. Dr. Velumani, first you, and then Mr.
Yes,
Shroff.
Anuj, leave children, they will grow very well. You don't have to truly grow them. That sometimes you feel that we only grow them and guide them, make them very powerful. Wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anuj, congratulations. I think you just need to keep on doing what you do.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shroff. Grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next person joining the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Can we have the next winner, AV, please? And it is Anupam Alok, Senior Legal Counsel, Bank. Congratulations, Anupam.
Thank you so much, Bhavna. So
We'd love
thank
to hear
you
a
so
few
much,
words from you.
Anurag and your team have worked round the clock to make this happen. And you guys truly deserve a round of applause for this. This award is special for me because it's the first time my work is being recognized. So I have a bunch of people to thank. First of all my gurus, all my teachers. Without your guidance, without your teachings, I would have not been here. So thank you so much. My parents and my family, which has struggled a lot to ensure that their kids reach their goals and they follow their dreams. A big thanks to all of them, to my entire family, and loads of love to them. My friends and my fiance, they are my pillars of strength. My friends have been my backbone all through these years, and I thank them all for the support I've received from them. Last but not the least, to all the jury members, you all are our seniors in the profession. You are the people we look up to as budding lawyers. So I'll be accepting this award as a blessing from you, as an ashirwad from you people. Aap sabko mera pranam. Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations.
So Shroff, your award.
I think Alok, Anupam, you deserve this award.
Thank you,
truly,
sir.
it is reflective of the work that you do, and you probably are the first legal influencer in the category because you are working in an organization, probably have surrendered your license to practice because you're in employment. But congratulations to you, notwithstanding that you were in competition with lawyers. I think your contribution to the law was in no way less than what others have done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shroff. Dr. Velumani.
Good luck, Anupam. And you said you thanked your fiancé. I wish that your wife makes you to get much bigger awards. Good luck.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
And I want
Thank
to
you
wish
and
you.
Yes.
I hope and pray. You'll take the joke in the right. You have my permission. I hope your fiancé is your wife, and that's you.
Coming November.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you for being
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations, Anupam.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next winner, we'd like to call upon our jury, Rajiv Luthra, founder and managing partner, Luthra & Luthra Law Offices, to kindly join us on the stage. Could we have Rajiv Luthra joining us? Ladies and gentlemen, on your screen, we have Rajiv Luthra, our jury, joining us. Thank you so much, Rajiv, for joining us today.
Welcome, Rajiv.
Seems to be a slight audio issue out there. We'd get that sorted. But Rajiv, thank you so much on this. I hope my gestures speak volumes on the stage right now for you. Thank you on that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the next winner who's going to be joining us.
I can't hear anybody.
We can hear you.
Your voices are muted.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you. I hope you're not playing a game with us.
I would, if he removes his headphones, probably it might help because certain settings are timed.
Sometimes it helps like that.
Yes. But ladies and gentlemen, in interest of time, let's go on to our next winner who's joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have Dibana Evi, please? And it is Ashwarya Sinha. Congratulations, Advocate on record. Over to you. We'd love to hear a few words
jury
from
members. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Mr. Straw. Thank you, Mr. Luthra. I sincerely thank and I'm extremely grateful for this honor. Dr. Batra for considering me, the jury members led by Mr. Straw, Mr. Luthra. I'm extremely honored and privileged to be part of such elite panelists and to be considered by amongst such distinguished individuals across the country. I'm sincerely hoping and it definitely motivates me further.
Well,
I think we should show its certificate and move on.
Yes. So could we have... Yes. So thank you so much, Ashwarya, for joining us and being a part of this. Thank you for your time and efforts. Thank you once again. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, we move on to the next winner of the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the next winner, Avi, please? And ladies and gentlemen, Avnish Sharma, partner Ketan and Co. Congratulations, Avnish. We're going to give you a lot of virtual applause, Avnish.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Could we have some words of acceptance from your side, Avnish?
Yes, please. I would actually like to thank the jury members and also BW Legal for selecting me for this award. And BW Legal particularly for putting up this spectacular show. It's really an emotional moment for me, and I'm thrilled to receive the 40 under 40 award. Coming from such esteemed jury members, it is really a reassurance and ratification that I'm headed in the right direction. And this award will actually motivate me more to work harder and to continue contributing to the practice of real estate laws. During my career, I've had the opportunity to work with many remarkable colleagues, seniors, and clients, and I'm thankful to all for all the learnings and experiences and the grooming. Personally, it means a lot to receive this recognition from Mr. Shaw for me. Last but not the least, I would like to thank my pillars of strength at home, my family, whose contribution has just been paramount, support of my wife, kids, brothers, everybody at home. Or none of this would have been possible without them. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Avnish. Could we have from our jury chair certain words? Mr. Shroff, please.
Mr. Shroff, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Unmute, sir, please.
You completely deserve this award and congratulations once again.
Thank you so much. Avnish, I realized that you're from the real estate practice and post you left, there were discussions about how you started the practice. So it was a very involved jury, and as Mr. all the decisions were made by unanimity, and Mr. Shroff drove the discussion to its logical end, either yes, maybe, or no, right? And at the end of the tabulative, you made it in the first attempt. We had to relook at the last 6, or I don't remember, 4. But I think the first 35 made it on their own. There were 20 odd that were absolute yeses. Mr. Luthra, your hair. Avnish, we can hear you
Yes,
now.
perfect.
Congratulations, Avnish.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much.
Well deserved.
Just because he's not a Punjabi, you're not saying anything to him. Mr. Luthra?
What is this about Punjabis?
You said only congratulations. No extra words of encouragement.
Oh, balle balle bhai, Avnish.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, bhai.
Anurag, there is an observation.
Right, sir.
Majority of the awardees are starting name with A. Is it Anurag's A is biased?
Wait till the 40th.
Am I right?
Yeah, a lot of people have their names in
So
it.
it's alphabetical.
I think there's more S's. If this is alphabetical, there'll be more S's. Now, then don't say it is because Mr. Shardul Shroff is the jury chair. But it's alphabetically so that there is no discussion on it. So if you want to name your children today, there's always an advantage. Luckily, my children are with P. I don't know what that means, but that's okay.
Pratna.
Good luck,
Congratulations, Avnish. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with all the congratulations coming in, let's get on for the next winner joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the next winner, AV, please? Congratulations, Bharat and Advocate. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much for this honor. Thank you.
We'd love to hear a few words of acceptance from your side.
Sure. I mean, being just 9 years into the profession, I think it's a little too early to sort of stop and look back. But it's been an interesting ride. Roughly 7 years back, when I joined as a trial court judge, there was an oath that I took. This was an oath and a pledge to uphold and protect the Constitution and the laws and to do meaningful justice. Though I left the judicial office about 4 years back and returned to the practice of law, and Mr. Luthra was kind enough to give me my first opportunity to believe in me. I try to ensure that if there is one thing that stays with me even as a lawyer was that oath that I took. I've always turned back to it as my moral compass and anchor. Whenever I've been in doubt on the moral quality of my actions and my decision making, I like it because it reminds me, and I learned there, that there is a larger purpose to our lives as lawyers and judges, to correct injustices, to correct power imbalances, and to generally make a greater difference to people's life. I hope to be able to do that and keep doing it and be worthy of the honor that you've given me. Thank you very much, Dr. Batra, Mr. Luthra, Mr. Shaw, Dr. Velumani, and the Businessworld team. Thank you.
Thank you, Bharat. I don't come from the legal profession. I don't know you before the jury process. I can only tell you, Mr. Luthra may have worked with you. Mr. Shardul Shah, because of his wide influence in the legal and business, may have known. But I can tell you, the moment I do many juries in many domains, both in exchange for media and business world, you were a yes in the first 10 seconds of your presenting. And even after the discussion, Mr. Luthra did say that he knows you well, and he said some things about you, which we will leave it to your imagination. But it was you were a unanimous yes. In any jury, you would have made it. You're fantastic. The way you articulated what you did, why you left a judgeship to do what you do now, and it was so authentic what came on the screen. So you're among those 10, 12, 15, less than 20 people who got a yes like that. So keep on. We have very high hopes from you, and we have no doubt that you will do us proud. Mr. Shroff and then Mr. Luthra.
I think it was a fascinating experience hearing him and also seeing the background from which he came and how he has become way beyond his means and his background. I think it was just it was a learning process for us, and it humbled us. Thank you, Bharat.
All I can say, Bharat, is heartiest congratulations, and I can tell you very clearly, I didn't vote for you. Not because I didn't want to, it's because we were conflicted, and certainly I was. And I did mention to the jury that if anybody deserves this award, it's you. But I didn't vote for you, for whatever that's worth.
Well, let me tell you,
Congratulations and well done.
even if Mr. Luthra didn't say you were a unanimous yes, of course,
Yes.
saying that sealed it. I mean, on a serious note, he was very active in the jury, and he asked almost everyone a question. Some batted out of the park, some were clean bowled, but he was very involved. He did it in a jovial way, but it was a very specific question that he asked. So congratulations to you, Bharat. Dr. Velumani.
Congratulations, and I have heard from all the three very good about you, and you must be exceptionally powerful. Make it large.
Thank you and congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Bharat. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd like to thank our jury, Rajiv Luthra, for joining us today. Thank you for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you all. How do I sign
Thank you. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd like to request our jury, Ryan Karanjawala, Managing Partner, Karanjawala and Company, to kindly join us. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today and giving us your valuable time.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to bring on our next winner of the Elite Club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the next winner, AV, please? Congratulations, Divyakant Lahoti Advocates. Congratulations. Over to you. We'd love to hear a few words of acceptance from your side.
Thank you, Businessworld and esteemed jury, for this kind recognition. These accomplishments and awards keep us motivated to keep refining ourselves and serve the society better. I would like to dedicate this award to my mentor, Justice R.C. Lahoti, and my father, Justice K.K. Lahoti, who taught me that professional excellence is not just professional accomplishments or success, but also about your contribution back to the society. Thank you once again.
Congratulations, Divyakant. Mr. Karanjawala, first your congratulations.
Congratulations, Divyakant. You've got a great lineage and you've got a large steps to fill up, and you're doing very well and you're well on the way. Congratulations again.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck, Mr. Divyakant.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Divyakant. You thoroughly deserve your award.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations, Divyakant, for joining us. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to call upon our next winner in the Elite Club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? Faisal Shirwani, partner, LNL Partners Law Offices. Faisal, heartiest congratulations. Virtual applause for you, Faisal.
Thank you very much, Bhavna. Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to say that I'm very honored, indeed very humbled also to receive this recognition. I'd like to thank the members of the jury for their decision. Of course, BW Legal, Mr. Anurag Batra, for making this possible. And finally, I'd like to thank the firm for reposing its and Mr. Luthra for reposing his faith in me. It has meant a lot over the years. I would like to continue to remain focused and do what I do. And I would like to make a contribution to the society, practicing law while doing my bit for the legal profession. I think I'll leave it there And thank you, Mr. Shroff, Mr. Kranjawala, Mr. Batra, and Mr. Velumani. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Faisal. I think you're doing an extraordinary job and continue to do it. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Faisal. Congratulations, Faisal. You're part of a great team, but even in that great team, you stand out and you're well on your way to greater and greater success. And I wish you all the very best in life. Thank you again.
Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Kranjawala, Mr. Shroff. Means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Velumani?
Thank you. Good luck. All the best.
Thank you so much,
Thank you very
Faisal.
much.
Once again, congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, with this also, I'd like to humbly thank Dr. A. Velumani for joining
Thank
us
you.
and giving us his valuable
Bye.
time today. Thank you so much.
Nandri.
Bye-bye, sir.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go on to the next winner. Joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? Congratulations, Harsh Walia. Thank you so much for joining us today, partner Ketan and Co.
Thank you so much and good evening to all of you. Thank you, Businessworld and the Honorable Jury for this award. I would say it is a confluence of luck and opportunity, and of course, my passion for tech law that I believe I am here tonight. I am sure there are other achievers who will be immensely encouraged, like me, to make progress further in our lives. I thank my family and Ketan and Co for believing in me and providing me the conducive environment to flourish. It has been an interesting journey so far, and PW Legal 40 is a much coveted award and a milestone for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank
Congratulations, Harsh.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Harsh. I
Thank
agree
you.
with you when you said it was a confluence of both luck and opportunity. The opportunity you get is in the platform that you work with, namely Ketan and Company. It's a great firm, and it may help you go to greater and greater places. All the very best.
Thank you so much.
And I want to say to all the winners, I was there for 90% of the jury deliberation, but I was there because I invited everyone. So I have no role. I didn't vote. I had no role except because I invited Ryan and Shroff. So I had to be there as a mark of respect. Also to observe what we can do better. So really, I don't have a role except organizing. So all the best. Sure.
Anurag, your role was you put the jury together. What better role could you have had?
That's so
Absolutely.
true.
That role I did, sir. You were kind enough to accept and give your time. That role, yes, sir. Thank you. All
Thank
the best,
you so much, Harsh.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye. And with this, I'd like to thank our jury, Ryan Karanjawala, for joining us. Thank you so much for your time. Bye-bye. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, now I'd like to invite on stage our jury, Mukesh Bhutani, the founder and managing partner, BMR Legal, to join us.
Hi,
Thank you so
good
much
afternoon.
to our jury, Mukesh. Thank you.
Thank
So,
you for
ladies and
inviting me.
gentlemen, yes, please, sir.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much with our jury, Mukesh, joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for our winner, Elite Club of BW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? And ladies and gentlemen, Ishlani Chandra from Managing Partner, Sagar Chandra and Associates. Congratulations, ma'am. Virtual applause for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Bhavna. Good evening, the other esteemed members on the dais. I would like to thank the entire Businessworld team, especially Dr. Anurag Batra and all the esteemed members on the jury panel. I would like to thank my parents-in-law, my daughter, and my husband Sagar, my partner not only in life but in the firm, for all the love and support that they have given me, and all the the forgiveness that they have given me for my involvement with the firm, and the love that they have shown in supporting me. I would also like to thank all my mentors in the profession and my clients who had the utmost faith in me, and my team at Sagar Chandra and Associates, without whom this would not have been possible. Thank you, everyone, and I accept this honor as a badge of honor, not as well as a mark of working harder and doing more and contributing more to society. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ishani. We'd like our jury chair.
Congratulations to you, Ishani. Well done.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Thank you.
Congratulations,
Mr. Bhutani.
Ishani. Good job. And normally people thank their parents, but you are an outlier. You thank your in-laws as well as your partner in crime, your husband. So congratulations. Well done and stay blessed.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Batra.
Congratulations, Ishani. I only want to say that, partnerships are long-term, relationships are long-term. And I keep saying एक हिंदी में मेरी किताब आ रही है उसमें भी एक चैप्टर है कि या तो संबंध है या संबंध है. So the way you come across a very relationship-oriented person, like the way you thanked your in-laws, I also noticed that, and I always thank my mother-in-law ahead of everything. So I am happy. But jokes apart, we'd like to see more women in the next year. You're the first women awardee because of your alphabetically you're somewhere in the middle. Hopefully there are more women. So all the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ishani. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are now going to our next winner. Joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? Congratulations, Kanika Partner, Indian Law Partners. Heartiest congratulations, a virtual applause from our side. Over to you, Kanika.
Thank you so much, Bhavna, and a very good evening to all of you. First and foremost, I would like to thank Dr. Anurag Batra and his fabulous team for giving me the opportunity of being part of such a prestigious platform. I would also like to thank our most distinguished, respected, and esteemed jury for recognizing my hard work, dedication, leadership, and sincerity towards the legal profession and society, and for felicitating me with such a distinguished national award. I would also like to thank my managing partner and mentor, Gopika Pant, for being the pillar of strength and for her continued support, guidance, trust, and faith in me. And last but not the least, I would like to thank my parents for their unconditional support and belief in me, which has enabled me to grow both personally and professionally and achieve my dreams. I shall truly cherish and treasure this award and recognition, which is going to make me strive harder to give back to the legal industry and society the amount I have learned and gained till date. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kanika. We'd request our jury chair, Mr. Shroff, to kindly say a few words.
Congratulations, Kanika. I think you did a great job in your elite pitch, your elevator pitch, and we were unanimous in our selection battle.
Thank you so much, sir. It means a lot to hear this from you.
Thank you. Could we have
Congratulations,
our jury?
Don't lose your humility. Once you achieve, some young people lose their humility. Humility takes you higher.
I'll never lose that. I will always learn. Thank you so much, sir.
God bless you.
Thank you.
God bless. Thank you once again. Yes, Mr. Bhutani.
Congratulations, Kanika. Well done for a well-deserved recognition. And I endorse your view, having known your supervising partner and managing partner. She's indeed a great leader. So congratulations to the firm as well.
Thank you so much, sir. It's an honor to hear this from you.
Thank you and congratulations once again, Kanika, for joining us.
Thank you
Ladies
so
and
much,
gentlemen, yes, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, with this also, I'd like to thank our jury, Mukesh, for joining us. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Shardul. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd like to also invite on the screen and stage now our jury, Pankaj, a business leader and finance expert, to kindly join us on the stage.
Thank you for having me. I'm delighted to be here.
Are you wearing a Mr. India gadget? We can't see you.
Is it?
Yeah, Mr. India gadget. Once you wear
is it?
it's visible.
All right.
No, so what we mean is, Pankaj, we are not able to see your video right now. If you could try
is it
and
better?
guess.
Yes. Can you see me? All right.
Yeah, we your suit and your tie and the light blue color.
All right. Now you can see me.
Yes. Thank you so much, Pankaj, for joining us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next winner. Joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the next winner, please? Congratulations, Kritika Krishnamurthy Partner, AK and Partners. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I want to thank BW Legal for this honor and this acknowledgement of my efforts. I want to thank my parents, my two philosophers and guides, my husband and my sister, my lucky charm, my baby, my team at AK and Partners and Bridge Policy Think Tank, my alma mater GNLU, and my in-laws. I hope I can use this as an opportunity to inspire and promote more young lawyers to make problem solving, consensus building, and originality of thought as their guiding forces in the legal profession. This is truly an honor. Thank you so much.
I think, Kritika, you are quite an icon, and we're grateful for the kind of work that you're doing, and keep at it.
Congratulations, Kritika. Congratulations. Yours was a unanimous yes. I think it took us like 15 seconds for all of us to get convinced that you are worthy of this recognition. Good luck for your future.
Thank you. That means a lot.
Dr. Batra?
Congratulations, Kritika. This is well deserved, and God bless you. Keep doing well.
Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, Kritika, for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for bringing on the stage and screen our next winner, joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the winner, AV, please?
Hi, thank you so much.
Congratulations, Manisha.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Manisha, Managing Partner, Policy Bazaar Group. Thank you so much, Manisha, for joining us today.
I believe that is not correct.
She's not from Policy Bazaar. She works for UKCN.
Yes, UKCN Partners. I'm so sorry, Manisha. There are two parallel screens running. I'm apologetic on that, on the script.
That's absolutely fine. It happens. But thank you so much to the jury and BW Legal World for honoring me with this award. And I would like to take this opportunity to also congratulate all the other recipients of this honor. I would definitely want to thank my family and my friends, my seniors and my colleagues in the profession. especially my entire team at UKC and Partners and everyone who has been helping me go forward in my career. Truly, without the love, respect, devotion, and especially lots and lots of patience, none of this would be possible. It really takes a whole village to raise a child, but it also takes a whole village to help somebody reach where they want to reach in their career. Most importantly, and with all humility, I would like to also thank the Almighty for all the blessings that have been bestowed upon me. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
Congratulations, Mr.
Manisha.
Shaw.
It was well deserved.
Thank you so much.
Sincere congratulations, Manisha. Very well deserved.
Thank you.
Manisha, during
Dr.
the
Batra?
I learned who your father is. No one professionally advised us in a particular litigation. Just you have very big shoes to fill, and in your presentation, you came across somebody who was actually making a difference in a complete, well-rounded way to the impact to your clients, impact to the community, and what you plan to do in future. So, congratulations to you, much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations once again, Manisha, for joining us. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd like to thank once again Pankaj for joining us, our jury. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time.
Thank you, and have a fun evening ahead.
Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you, Pankaj.
Thank you.
God bless.
And with this, I'd like to now invite Pinky Anand, former Additional Solicitor General of India, to kindly join us on the stage and screen.
Good evening.
Good evening. So, ladies and gentlemen, with Pinky joining us, it's now time to announce the winner for the next one, the Elite Club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the winner, AB, please? Well, it goes to Manisha Shroff, partner Ketan & Co. And Manisha is right now entertaining a client meeting, and she couldn't be here. But we'd love to pass our congratulations.
30 minutes back, stayed on the link for 30 minutes. She's gone for the meeting. So we congratulate Manisha and move on.
Yes, thank you so much. And congratulations, Manisha. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next winner joining us in the Elite Club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the winner, AB, please? And it goes to Minnie Gautam, partner, if you know. Congratulations, Minnie.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm really humbled and honored to receive this award. I think I'm a lawyer with my, heart, soul, and every fiber of my being. And a recognition like this is such a huge encouragement for me to, let me know that I'm on the right track and I'm headed in the right direction. So thank you so much, esteemed members of the jury. Thank you, Businessworld. This is both overwhelming and humbling at the same time. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Our jury chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Pinky, why don't you go ahead?
I really like the spirit of the heart and soul in the profession. Now, coming from somebody who's an expert in infrastructure and project financing, and somebody associated with the London Stock Exchange, I must say that the heart comes out very well, which is what we can do in this profession. So, Minnie, it was an excellent.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
And we look forward to this bright, aspiring young woman who's stretching out towards the skies.
You made my day, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
You totally deserved. You deserve your award, and best of luck for the future. Keep going at it.
Thank you. This is really overwhelming. Thank you so much.
And Minnie, don't lose your humility or your
Yes,
passion. You know,
Yes.
have humility when you become bigger than who you are currently, which you will, I have no doubt, and your passion, because Mr. Shroff talked about without it, my term is called PhD, passion, hunger, desire. Once you have that, you can achieve anything. Rajiv
Yes, sir.
Luthra only
Thank
talked about hunger. I leave it to your imagination.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations, Vinny. Thank you for joining
Thanks,
us.
Bhavna. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to call upon the next winner joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? And it goes to Mishi Chaudhary. Congratulations, ma'am. Virtual applause from our side.
Thank you. Thank you. This illustrious jury, which has set such high standards by living their lives and practicing their profession. Lawyers are rarely at a loss of words, but seeing so many people and also giving this blessing and encouragement in this challenging year, it couldn't have been better. I'm learning even in this entire ceremony, like Dr. Batra said about sambandh nahi hai to sab bandh hai, or Dr. Shroff, as he's been talking about the PhD. I have to say this is a responsibility. Dr. Anand, watching you grow in the profession, everybody, this is just a responsibility to live up to the reputation of all the colleagues who are in this group, who are motivated, ambitious people making justice in the society using their words. Thank you. And I am here trying to fulfill a dream of my father who wanted to become a lawyer but ended up becoming a businessman for all kind of reasons. I am just grateful, and I will endeavor to at least come up to some of the level which this jury has set up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mishi. You made two mistakes. Mr. Jyoti Sagar in the morning explained why you shouldn't use the word endeavor. He gave us some simpler alternative. Only Dr. Shashi Tharoor. Second, Mr. Shroff is not a doctor, but the way he was talking today, he came across definitely as a professor. One of the best, most eloquent speeches and comprehensive. And it is not just true for lawyers, it could have applied to a larger audience. So clearly he is a doctor. I have a doctor of a different kind. I have a PhD, a permanent head damage. So that's why I am like this.
So you're a king of acronyms.
No. Yes.
Pinky, ladies first. Go ahead.
Mishi, I'm actually fascinated by you. I enjoyed the double world experience that you have, your fervor with net neutrality and technology, and then setting up non-profit organizations such as SFLC is something which I think is somebody with drive in them and a lot of energy. And I think the passion, of course, the PhDs which have been described by Mr. Shroff, not Dr. Shroff, it is part and parcel of your life. And God willing, you have gone a long way, and it is very admirable. Keep it up, and congratulations, and really well deserved. I wish I could join you across the borders, but I'm afraid right now we are here.
Thank you, ma'am. This, as I said, this is so encouraging coming from all of you. I have watched you all in the profession and look up to all of you. So thank you for these words.
Mishi, in your presentation, I honestly say that I learned much more than I knew before I started as a member of the jury. It was indeed fascinating to hear you, and may you rise to even greater heights in the future.
Thank you, sir. You are such a pillar in the profession. Any words which come from you as admiration for the work are very encouraging.
Thank you and congratulations, Mishi. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Batra.
you. Thank you. With this, I'd also like to thank our jury, Pinky Anand, for joining us. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Bhavna, thank you to Anurag. Bye-bye, Dr. Shroff, Mr. Shroff, sorry.
Bye, Pinky.
It's like the doctor of law, right? So thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd now request our jury, Krishnan Singhania, Managing Partner Singhania & Co., to kindly join us. Thank you so much, Krishnan, for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Mr. Shroff, for being a great jury chairman.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, with our jury joining us on your stage and screen, it is now time to announce the next winner, PW Legal 40 under 40 this year, joining us in the elite list. Could we have the winner, AB, please? And it is to Mohit, partner, FNR Associates. Mohit, congratulations. Virtual applause for you, Mohit.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bob. Thank you, Dr. Bhatta, thanks to the BW. It's been a great effort, and just being through this journey with BWT from filling out the nomination form, it's been a very easy process. So very well managed. Congratulations to you for that, and thank you very much to the entire jury led by Mr. Shroff. Being part of this list means so much more because of the jury members who were, involved in selecting the winners. And it means so much more to be part of this wonderful list of other 39 incredible lawyers. And congratulations to each one of them. Through my career, I've been fortunate to have some great mentors. And, I've reached here because of their guidance. I've had incredible partners and colleagues at SNR who inspire me to become a better lawyer, and my family who inspires me to be a better person every day. So thank you to all of them. And a special shout out to my wife, who has to deal with my absence whenever I'm away from work. And on the lighter note, has to deal with me now being at home all the time. So, she's a great pillar of strength to me. And thank you to her for that.
Congratulations, Mohit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations,
Thank you so much, Mohit.
It was a wonderful performance by you that day.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Mohit.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, with Mohit getting all his congratulations from our eminent jury on your screen. Once again, thank you, Mohit, for joining us. And let's move on to the next winner, ladies and gentlemen. Joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the next winner, AB, please? And it goes to Natasha Shroff. Congratulations, Natasha. Virtual applause for you coming right there on your screen.
Congrats. Natasha, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the Businessworld Legal Edition. Thank you to the jury members for giving me this honor. It's indescribable feeling. And I would like to thank my family, because without their blessings and support, I would be nowhere. And my work family, which is my team, who are my backbone. And special shout out to my clients who repose their faith in me. And my constant lodestone, touchstone, who keeps me sane, my dog Tintin, who's even right now with me. It's an amazing honor, and I hope I keep on doing things to deserve this honor. Thank you very much.
Natasha, when you presented, I was fully active. I think I was there for about 50 of the 60 who presented. So I was there. And Mr. Shroff clearly excused himself right at the start, did not make any comment of any, saying, please don't ask me, please don't talk to me about this. Do what you have to do, right? And you were a clear yes. And, by the standards of the jury, and the jury was pretty tough on a lot of people. So you were a unanimous yes. And in the comprehensive view, you talked of technology, sustainability, and that also added to your presentation. And the expectations from you were high. So clearly, you fulfilled those expectations because you know why those expectations were high, right? So you're a very worthy winner, Mr. Shroff.
Thank you so much for your kind words.
2-3 winners where Mr. Shroff excused himself totally and said he doesn't want to be part of it. So you're one of them. So congratulations. I just want to say that upfront that Mr. Shroff has accepted what he may have done to mentor you, and so on and so forth. As a father, he has the full right to do that. But he excused himself. There were other jury members keep poking him in a good way. Say something. Please don't ask me anything. Please move on fast on this, whatever you want to do. So he was like in a very irritated and like, don't ask me anything.
True.
And we did the jury. You saw you had to answer all the questions that the jury asked. So you're a very worthy winner, and you would have won in any jury, whether Mr. Shroff would have been part of it or not part of it. We're lucky that he's the jury chair of the first inaugural edition, but you would have won in any jury. There are lots of them who would have won. All the best. Mr.
Dr. Batra, I think that was the correct position. She deserved on her own merit, and my heartiest congratulations to her for winning this prize. She deserves a greater heights in the career, better than maybe her father also.
Thank you, Krishna, for that. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you and congratulations once again, Natasha. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now moving on to our next winner, joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the next winner, AV, please? Naval, congratulations.
Good evening.
Virtual applause coming to you, Naval.
Thank you very much. And I'm very grateful to Businessworld and the jury for this recognition and the responsibility that it brings with it. I'd like to thank all the main figures in my journey here. To start with, Behram Vakil and Ryan Karanjawala for inspiring me to become a lawyer. The late Mr. Arun Jaitley and Pratap Amin of Freshfields for mentoring me and training me. They taught me everything I know. To Shardul Amarchand for the platform that it has given me. My brilliant partners and colleagues without whom I'd be nobody. To my clients for trusting me. To my father for teaching me to dream it, do it. My mother for values and integrity. My in-laws, sorry, I'm choking. My in-laws for teaching me the meaning of hard work and humility. The humility aspect remains a work in progress. And to the love of my life, and before Dr. Batra says anything, she is my wife, Shweta. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Naval. We'd request our jury chair, Mr. Shroff, to kindly say a few words.
Congratulations, Naval. It's all hard work, as you realize. 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. So keep at it.
Thank you, sir.
And Naval, congratulations. My father said when Mr. Shroff was making his speech, my father taught me two things when I was younger, when I was 8 or 10. One, he told me he studied, he was a professor of chemistry. He studied at BITS Pilani, but chose to be a professor. So he said to me the Robert Frost saying, the woods are lovely, dark and deep. You have miles to go and miles to go before you sleep. He put it on my table. Second thing he would always tell me, and I heard it after a long time from someone, Mr. Shroff said, he said to me, Anurag, success is 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. So congratulations. You have a lot of inspiration around you, and clearly you have perspired a lot. So I would congratulate you. And again, you would have made it in any jury. You were again outstanding in your presentation and your credentials.
I'm very grateful. Thank you, Dr. Batra.
Congratulations,
Mr. Singhania.
Dr. Batra.
Thank you, Mr. Singhania.
Thank you so much, Naval, and congratulations once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we now go on to the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Let's see who's joining us next. Could we have the winner, AV, please? And it goes to Navneet. Congratulations, Navneet. And heartiest congratulations and a virtual applause coming to you right there. Requesting you to kindly unmute yourself, Navneet. Over to you.
Yeah, so thank you very much. And it's a real pleasure and an honor. Thank you, BW Legal, for this great honor and recognition. I really want to thank the jury members for the faith they have shown in someone like me who practices environmental law, a practice area which was not really seen as a specialization in India for quite some time. And I think I really want to thank my parents, of course, and all my family members and well-wishers who've actually sort of like always supported me in whatever choices I've made. And I can tell you that these have been some of the odd choices that people or unconventional choices, as people would say. And since Dr. Batra just cited Robert Frost, I thought maybe I can just cite a couple of lines where there's a famous line which says that two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. So I think with those words, I would really want to thank the jury and BW Legal again for having the faith in me. It's just the beginning, and I think there's a long way to go. There's a lot of hard work. I think I really hope to do some good work and live up to all the expectations that that BW Legal has actually shown in me. Thank you.
Congratulations on it.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Requesting our jury chair, Mr. Shaw.
I think it was a very expert exposition of the law when you appeared, and we were humbled by the extent of knowledge that you have on your subject of environmental law. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And
Thank you
dare I say, I live in Delhi. If air quality in Delhi is not important, I don't know what else is important. Because if we don't live whatever progress we make, I'm not sure we can pass it on to our kids and our grandchildren. So clearly, environment law needs to be respected and kind of be in our consciousness. You do a great job when you look at the environment in the way you do. So congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you.
Congratulations,
Mr. Singhania.
Congratulations, Navneet.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations once again, Navneet. Thank you for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, with this also, I'd like to thank our jury, Krishnan Singhania, for joining us. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd like to now call on stage and on your screen our jury, Ajit Mishra, co-head Pennington's Manche LLP India, to kindly join us. Ajit Mishra on your screen. Miss, could we have him?
Ajit, do we have you? Yes.
Yes, we do.
Hello. Hi. Hi, everyone. Hi.
Hello.
Ajit, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for making time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. I'm out and about. I don't know. I try to change my background, which is not happening.
Fine. We can see trees and sky. That's a good feeling.
Yeah, to the extent it's not looking bad. It's all right.
Absolutely. Bhavna, let's move on with the award.
Yes. Thank you so much, Ajit, for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, now for the next one joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the next winner, AV, please? And it goes to Nitesh Jain. Heartiest congratulations, Nitesh. Virtual applause coming right at you.
Thank you very much. A very good evening to everyone. I'm very delighted to be part of the first BW Legal 40 under 40. First award is always, it's always appreciated and always remembered. A special thank to all the jury members and Businessworld for organizing this. And a special, thanks to all the jury members from all 40 of us. What 50 jury members have done is actually commendable. And I think from all 40, 40 under 40, the least we can do is to applaud, what the 15 jury member has done. And the recognition becomes more important because of the 15 jury that we have, right? I don't think we need to talk about them, the introduction, and it's a grand jury in the US terms when the US trial happens. So yeah, this is a very special evening, and thank you very much.
Congratulations, Nitish. We clearly follow our jury chair in our jury process. We take it very seriously. Jury members are also human beings, but I can tell you that this is an absolutely transparent process. Every name was discussed, debated. So, if anybody had a point of view, it was factored. If someone chose not to spoke, I don't think jury members are mind-readers, so are we. But anybody who put in a point, it was factored, either it was taken or, a counter view was given and why. So you're clearly right that it was, our awards are only about the jury. For us, our jury is God. Literally, we follow that and, we cut our hands off. We're only interested in being the guardians of the process, run the process. And this is the first year. I promise you, we will improve on time management, we will improve on the number of entries, we will improve on the criteria. But I can say that in spite of all that, because of the quality of the jury and the quality of applicants, the winners are really good. So we are also very lucky that we have such winners like you in the list. So congratulations, Nitish.
Thank you, Dr.
Congratulations, Nitish. It was well done.
Thank you, boss, Mr. Shah.
Hi, Nitish. Hi, Nitish. How
Hi,
are
Mr.
you?
Mishra. Very well, thank you.
When I saw your name, I knew that you will make it. We had a pleasure of working with each other very
Absolutely.
briefly, but definitely I remember you as a very bright candidate and a very bright lawyer. So very best to you.
Thank you. Just the last thing, I think
Thank you and congratulations.
We all are truly blessed by this evening and the jury members. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you and congratulations, Nitish. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's move on to the next one. Joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year, could we have the next winner, Avi, please? Congratulations, Pallavi Pratap, Managing Partner, Pratap & Co. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. Virtual applause coming right to you.
Thank you so much, Bhavna. Thank you, BW Legal World, Mr. Shroff, Dr. Batra, and Mr. Mishra for the opportunity today. I'm extremely grateful to the esteemed jury members for the recognition today. I heard all the luminaries speak earlier today, and their advice to young lawyers, as all of us, was overwhelming. And the advice that especially has stuck out to me is that humility instead of ego will take us really forward. I want to thank my father and mother who've taught me never to give up, my sister and my brother for their untiring support, and Aditya, Edward, and Shweta, and all my friends who have always stood by me. And special thanks to all the senior counsels who've taught me, reprimanded me so many times, and helped me. I'm also grateful to colleagues at bar and my teammates who've been very generous with both their time and patience. And last but not the least, I want to thank my support staff who has, even despite the pandemic, they've been working and they've been doing an excellent job. Lastly, all the clients who've trusted me, a big thank you, and God Almighty for the blessing always. Thank you so much.
Jury Chair, Mr. Shroff.
Congratulations, Pallavi. You're among the elite women to be the first winners of this award, and keep it up.
Thank you so much.
Ajit?
Pallavi, many congratulations.
Thank
we
you.
need more women in the profession. And being a managing partner of a law firm, that's not easy, I know. But you did really well.
Thank you
many
so much,
congratulations.
sir. Thank you so much.
Dr. Batra?
Congratulations, Pallavi. I like the fact you thank, you thank your support staff. Sometimes we take them for granted. They have their own challenges in life. They have their own aspirations. And, this is
Absolutely,
just thanking them, makes me even more happy that somebody like you is. At the end of the day, you have to have right human value. Whether you make more money, less money, that's immaterial. What we have to do is to stand by value. So thank you for doing what you did. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations, Pallavi. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you,
Ladies and
Bhavna.
gentlemen, we are now moving on to the next winner joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? Congratulations, Parachando, partner Trust Regal. Congratulations. Virtual applause coming to you right there, ma'am.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I'm really honored and I'm really honored to receive this today. I'd like to thank Businessworld, this entire platform, the esteemed jury, which was chaired by Mr. Shaw, my family, my team, my entire firm. In fact, I dedicate this awards to my firm. I think there's no alternative to work hard and with dedication, and that's what I've been trying to do all my life, my entire career. And I think this award will really help me to work harder and to do my best in times to come. So thank you very much, all of you.
Congratulations, Petal. God bless you. And I'm sure your family will be very proud.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Petal, and keep up your humility as you mentioned and work hard. These are the only ways to succeed.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Petal. Congratulations. Various occasion I had a chat with Sudhir, and not even a single occasion was there when he didn't mention you and your hard work. So well deserved. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. Thank you.
All the best, Petal. Keep doing good work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Petal, for joining us, and congratulations. And with this, I'd also like to once again thank Ajit, our jury, for joining us and taking out his time today. Thank you so much, Ajit.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anurag. Thank you so much, Mr. Shroff. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this now, I'd like to call on your screen and stage our jury, Kamal Shah, Head Africa and India Group's Stephenson Harvard, to kindly join us. Kamal, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with our jury, Kamal being there on your stage and screen, now it is time to move on to the next winner. Joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year, we have the winner, AV, please. Congratulations, Poonam Verma. Virtual applause coming right to your screen, ma'am. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, Dr. Batra, Mr. Shroff, and Mr. Shah. It's truly an honor to receive this recognition today, and I'm delighted to be chosen by the eminent leaders of the industry. It is extremely overwhelming. It certainly inspires me to do not just what I'm already doing, but do much more. I have to say that this wouldn't have been possible without the trust and continued support of my clients. I'm grateful for the platform provided to me by my firm and also my team and colleagues who have relentlessly helped me in my journey and continue to do so. I thank everyone who's played an important role in my life and inspired me to do more. I would always endeavor to do my best in everything I do. Thank you, Businessworld, and the distinguished jury members who acknowledge my contribution to the industry. And yes, my heartiest congratulations to all the winners, my colleagues and friends at the bar who are part of this list. Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Shah, your words of encouragement to Ms. Poonam Verma.
Thank you, Anurag. Poonam, congratulations, an exceptional entry, an exceptional pitch, which inspired many of us. You've really done a tremendous amount of work in the 14 or 15 years you've been in the profession. And I really hope this encourages more women to be nominated next year or to put themselves forward, because you really are an inspiration to them and to many of us on the jury. Well done.
This certainly does.
Congratulations, Poonam. It was a memorable pitch that you made. We still remember it. And that shows the stickiness of the memory that you carry with clients and lawyers. And I wish you the very best. Keep at it.
Just
Thank
to add
you. It means a lot, Mr. Shroff, to come hear this from a stalwart in the profession. Thank you.
And Poonam, I'm not in the legal profession, but I must tell you, I was part of watching your pitch, and it was among the best pitches. And you were with a very fast, overwhelming, unanimous yes in 5-10 seconds. So we didn't spend too much time, and I also remember your pitch. So
Thank you, Mr. Batra. It means a lot. Thanks, everyone.
Well done.
Wish everyone a very happy and stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Poonam.
Thank you.
Ladies and
Thank
gentlemen,
all the best.
With this, we are now calling on for the next winner joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the next winner, AV, please? Congratulations, Rishabh Gupta. Virtual applause coming to you right there.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much to you, to the broader jury, as well as to BW for organizing this competition and selecting me for this. Preparing for this competition to some extent reinforced some of the underlying reasons for which I probably think most people who participated in this joined the legal profession in the first place. A desire to obviously do good work for the clients, but perhaps more importantly, make positive changes in the society and inspire others. And I do hope that this platform allows me to continue doing positive work in that direction. Once again, thank you very much for both participating in this competition and ultimately, placing your faith in me. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Mr. Shroff, if you could, yes, please.
Congratulations, Rishabh. You have a dream, and I value that dream a lot. And I wish you all the best in fulfilling your dreams.
Thank you. Thank you.
Rishabh, congratulations from me as well. You really made an exceptional pitch. It's clear that you're building an invincible team in international arbitration at your firm. Congratulations to them. And all of your experience from London, New York, you're distilling into really doing that in a very effective way. It came out very clearly in your presentation. So well done. I hope to be on your side, hopefully not against you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Shah.
all the best, Rishabh.
Thank you.
Don't lose your humility.
All the best.
Don't lose your humility.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rishabh, for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd like to now thank our jury, Kamal Shah, for joining us today. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you,
Kamal. Thank you so much, Kamal.
All the best.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd now request our jury, Rakhi Biswas, former General Counsel, ITC, to kindly join us on the stage.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Businessworld, and my pleasure to meet the winners.
Thank you so much, Rakhi. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, now we're going to be moving on to the next winner in joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? Congratulations, Roshan Thomas. Ladies and gentlemen, virtual applause right there, Roshan, on your screen.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, BW and the esteemed jury. I'm thrilled by this recognition. I'd like to thank my clients and my mentors for the trust and opportunities they've given me, my stellar team for their constant support and loyalty, and most importantly, my wonderful wife who's put up with me for over a decade now. Thank you and congratulations to the 39 other phenomenal lawyers that have made this list.
Congratulations, Roshan. You're very good.
Thank you, Doctor.
Congratulations to you, Roshan.
Could I request Mr. Shaw?
Congratulations, Roshan. I think some of the examples that you gave us were extraordinary and just almost impossible to do in the space that you work. And I wish you the best for the future.
And Roshan, I want to tell you that Mr. Shroff was a silent spectator. He's talking now on you. He took a back seat in some entries where he let other jury members decide, and he did not comment at all, positive, negative, nothing. So no contribution except agreeing to other jury members, which was done through a consensus. And in your case, it was a unanimous yes or an overwhelming yes. That's what I'll have to go back to and see how many, but it was a very clear yes.
Thank you so much.
Biswas, your words
Yes.
of encouragement.
Yeah. Roshan, it was a great pitch, and I think some of the provisions that you've managed to negotiate are absolutely mind-blowing. And I hope to touch base with you on other occasions as well and keep in touch. And all the best for all your future endeavors, and hope to see you winning many more. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Look forward to
Are you still in office and working?
No, this is my home office. Yes, but I am working. We're closing a deal this evening.
All the best.
US time will be done. Thank you so much.
All the best, Roshan. Thank you.
Legal World. When you close the deal, do tell us at BW Legal World. We'd like to carry the deal. Okay?
We'll definitely do so, sir. Thank you.
All the best, Roshan.
Thank you so much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, now we're going on to the next winner. Joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the next winner, AV, please? Heartiest congratulations, Sai Sushant, for joining us. Virtual applause coming right there on your screen.
At the outset, I would just like to thank BW Businessworld, Dr. Anurag Batraji, and the jury members who are stalwarts in the legal industry for this wonderful opportunity. And I can only tell you that this is the right occasion for me to acknowledge my mentors, Dr. Pavan Dugal sir and Advocate Shyam Padman sir, who have been my inspiration all around. And I remember still one of the conversations that I had with them where they just try to tell me that a specialized lawyer is one who has more and more knowledge on less and less things. I think I believed in that, and my interest in the technology field got me into this area of cyber law. And I thank my parents and also my family for this wonderful support. And I believe that these awards really pull in a lot of encouragement for young professionals and give them a lot of motivation and inspiration. I thank the jury members once again, as also BW Businessworld for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you and congratulations, Mr. Shroff. If we could have a few words from you, please.
Sai Sushant, I think you were outstanding and a very rare lawyer who has so many combinations in his armory. Do well and best of luck for the future.
Thank you so much, sir.
Could we request our jury, Rakhi, to say a few words, please?
Sai Sushant, congratulations, and you made a very nice presentation, and your work speaks for itself as well. And you are in a great space, and the future of technology, IT, and cybersecurity will take you places. Wish you many more accolades and all the best for the future.
Thank you so much, man.
Thank you so much, Sai, and once again, congratulations. Thank you. Dr. Anurag Batra.
Congratulations, Sai Garu. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir.
Words of your language, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Sai. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd also like to thank our jury, Rakhi, for joining us. Thank you so much for your time, ma'am, today.
My pleasure. Thank you. Bye-bye to everyone.
Bye-bye. May I now call upon screen our jury, V. Lakshmi Kumaran, founder and managing partner, LNS, to kindly join us.
I'm horizontal. I'm horizontal.
Yes,
Joining us when you are doing yoga or Shishasana. They utilize the time for Shishasana also
I don't know.
and give away.
Is it? I think I can log out, or I don't know what to do.
You have to change the frame.
Should I log out?
So you can just
I don't know
try
how
and
to
move
change
the
the
device.
Your team can do something or no?
So we'd request
I
you
think
if you
you
could
have
just
to
move
change.
your device in the vertical direction, if that's possible. Yes, perfect. We've got you on the screen, and that's what we were talking about. Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we'd now like to call upon our next winner joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Let's see who the winner is. Winner AV, please. Congratulations, Sagar Chandra, founding partner of Sagar Chandra and Associates. A virtual applause coming right to your screen, Sagar.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Mr. Shroff. Thank you, Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran. I feel really honored to be part of this elite list. Uh, thank you for the jury. Thank you to the jury members who selected me. Thank you to BW, Dr. Batra, for organizing such a wonderful event and giving us this opportunity. I would like to thank my work colleagues, my clients, who've always helped me in my professional career. Finally, I'd like to thank my family members and especially my wife, who always pushes me to be a better human being, both in my professional and personal life. Thank you so much.
Sagar, you're the only husband-wife duo, right? Am I right?
Yes.
Wife
Yes.
is also one to win. So you're the first husband-wife duo to win, and that's a great feeling. At least now
Yes.
no one will be jealous. So we make sure that there's no friction in the family. Look at how thinking we are. Look at our jury chairs, thinking ahead. There shouldn't be any friction in the family. So
Thank
anyway,
you so much.
Sagar, congratulations.
Thank
First,
you. Thank you.
your words of encouragement to Sagar.
Congratulations, Sagar. I think, as Dr. Batra just mentioned, it is pretty rare for both husband and wife to win a first award for 40 under 40. It reminds me of my family, where both my wife and my son-in-law's wife are also very good practitioners, and I hope to see them in the future as participants on the BW Award. Thank you so much for participation, and best
Thank
of
you
luck
so
to
much.
you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Tell me, Sagar, who's better, you or your wife?
My wife. Any day.
Wife.
You do okay in life, clearly. Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran, your words of advice.
That is why she is called better half. You don't know that.
Yeah.
In English language also. Sagar, we are impressed by your phenomenal progress and phenomenal knowledge in every field you were working on. I'm very glad that you got this recognition. Do very well. I wanted to see you grow more and more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, sir.
All the best, Sagar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Sagar.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we're moving on to the next winner joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the next winner, AV, please? Congratulations, Sheetal Kapoor, Director Legal, Netflix, who's joining us. Heartiest congratulations, Sheetal.
I would like to thank the jury. It is an honor to receive this recognition from a panel of jury that I've admired and looked up to my entire professional career. Thank you, PW Legal, for nominating me. I would like to thank my two sets of parents, one set that I was blessed to be born with, and another set that I was blessed with thanks to my husband and my siblings. They're all the ones that have taught me how to fly. and my husband who's my wings, without whom I wouldn't be able to fly. My motto in life is to be honest to your work and strive to keep learning, and success will automatically follow. I would like to thank all of you once again for believing in me and being there.
Thank you, Sheetal. Request as you reach Mr. Shroff to kindly say a few words of encouragement.
Congratulations, Sheetal. I think your presentation was one of those out of the whole set of 70 or 80 people that we interviewed as outstanding. And I learned from whatever you spoke, and it will remain as a good memory of mine. So congratulations to you.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor to hear that from you. I've looked up to you and admired you. You've been a mentor throughout my professional career, and it's a blessing to hear that from you.
Ajuri Lakshmi Kumaran.
You'll have to unmute yourself, Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran.
Yes, please.
Unmute yourself.
Unmute, sir. I believe, yes, please go ahead.
We can't hear you. By the way, Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran, she said husbands are wings, so some credit to husbands also, okay?
I believe the audio
marriage is also a partnership, right? So
collaborative relationship. If that balance and that collaboration is right, it'll manifest in every part of your life in a positive way. Yes, Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran. I think it's about the earpiece. So sometimes with the earpiece, the audio goes away.
Yes, because of the audio settings need to be changed suddenly. So we just see if we can get. Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Oh, thank you. Sheetal, I have heard about you a lot from my colleagues. And today I have heard you today. I'm very happy that your progress is going on steadily. And I want you to climb more and more. And I want to see you, applaud you from a distance. Thank you very much.
Thank
God
you
bless
so much, sir. I'm blessed to know that you've heard about me. That's an honor in itself.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Sheetal, once again for joining us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd like to also thank Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran for joining us. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Nandri, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, now I'd like to call upon your screen and stage our jury, Sanjay Gulati, Group Head, Corporate Tax and GST Litigation, GMR Group, India, to join us. Thank you so much to our jury, Sanjay.
Good evening, Dr. Batra, Mr. Shroff.
Good evening to you, Sanjay.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, with Sanjay joining us on the screen, now it is time to move on to calling upon our next winner, joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the winner, AB, please? Congratulations, Shivli. Watch your loss coming right there for you, ma'am, once again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much to Businessworld for this opportunity and the jury for thinking me to be worthy of being on this list. I wouldn't be here without the support of a lot of people, but first and foremost, my husband, who has always had so much more faith in me than I have ever had in myself. My parents who have led by example, my daughter and my brother who keep life interesting, my alma mater, NUJS, and my mentors, and my tribe of girls who have always got my back, no matter what. Last but not the least, Policy Bazaar for putting their trust in me. I wouldn't be here without all of them, and there are so many more. This just inspires me to keep going and to lead by example. And this award I'm dedicating to my grandfather, who I lost earlier this year. This one's for my dadu. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shivli. Would I request our jury chair, Mr. Shroff, to kindly say a few words of encouragement?
Shivli, yours was one of those memorable presentations as a pitch. We still remember it, though it's been almost like 10 days. And congratulations for what you have done for Policy Bazaar and the kind of initiatives that you have taken. We wish you the best in life and keep at it.
Thank you so much. Means so much coming from you.
Our jury, Sanjay, if you could say a few words of encouragement.
Yeah, many congratulations, Shivli. I think the passion you have shown, I think that goes very well in your pitch and also shows that how much of distinguished work you have done as an in-house counsel and especially in the field of insurance, which where
Thank you.
very few lawyers are there who have specialized into this area. So many
Thank you so
congratulations.
much. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Dr. Batra?
Congratulations, Shivli. I'm sure
Thank
your
you.
grandfather's blessings have got you here. Never
Oh,
forget you're not the one saying, I don't know you, but rightly, whatever we achieve is because of the good karma of our parents and our grandparents, and so on, because really it's their blessings and guidance. So thank you for bringing that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really honored. Thank
I
you.
hope your organization becomes a profit from a unicorn.
Oh, absolutely, sir. Fingers crossed. I'm working hard for it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you and all the best, Shivli. Thank you. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving on to our next winner. Joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year, could we have the winner, AV, please? Congratulations, Shubhangi Garg, partner Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas and Co. Shubhangi, congratulations. Virtual applause coming right to you.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, Dr. Batra, Mr. Shroff, and Mr. Gulati. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very, very brief thank you to everyone at the Business World group for organizing this and for even thinking of nominating me, which was a very big surprise for me to begin with, and a bigger surprise to know that I was actually selected to be a part of the 40 under 40. So super thrilled, very inspired to continue the work that I've been doing, both within the law firm and on the pro bono side, with the law firm and outside. So thank you so much for all this honor. And before I go, I just want to say a super, super big thank you to Mr. Shroff for having mentored me and for having indulged me all these years that he has. I've learned a lot from him. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir.
Could I request Mr. Shroff? So we request you to unmute yourself.
Congratulations, Shubhangi. I think you have done exceptionally well in the space of InVITs and REITs and also in the space of fintech. Keep it up, learn more, and progress more.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your encouragement.
Of serendipity and blessings. Some people, I find young people who like scream, they have a t-shirt which says, I'm great. Don't wear that t-shirt ever. Okay? Say, I'm a learner, which very humble about. I'm sure you're like that. So we have humility. Humility will bring even more learning, and learning will lead to success.
Absolutely. I believe in that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much. Mr. Gulati, if you'd like to say a few words.
Yeah, many congratulations. I think it's a wonderful opportunity of being mentored under such a stalwart, and the opportunity of gaining such a rich experience in a firm like Shradul Amarchand. I think it's wonderful, and I think you deserve to carry that legacy and many more accolades to you in future. Congratulations once again.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Glad. Thank you, Mr. Glad.
Thank you. Thank you and congratulations once again, Shubhangi. Thank you for your time.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this also, I'd like to thank Sanjay Gulati, our jury, for joining us. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time today.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. May I now call upon your screen and stage our jury, Rabindra Junjunwala, partner Ketan & Co. to kindly join us. Hello, Rabindra, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Hi, Bhavna.
I
Hello,
must
Dr.
tell you,
Mitra.
I want to tell you about RJ. I got to know him when one of my editorial colleagues 5 months back told me about him, and we did an interview with him. But I'll tell you, I miss his mails, and I'm sure he misses mine. I get, the number of deals they are doing. I get one deal, information at least today. Sometimes two, sometimes three. So I think if there's an award for being productive in the lockdown, that should go to Ramandar Junjunwala.
Shardul, hi.
I mean it.
Hi, Ravindra. Good to see you.
Likewise, you must be tired.
So anyway.
Yes, I've been at it since 9 in the morning.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, keeping in interest of time, and Rabindra, thank you so much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to announce the next winner of joining us in the Elite Club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Winner AV, please. Congratulations, Shweta Bansal. Watch your applause coming right there for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Bhavna. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, Anurag, sir. Thank you, Julie, and especially Mr. Shroff, who's been a mentor. And even in the awards, he guided me how I can be eligible for it instead of the normal, because I'm not a lawyer anymore, as everyone is aware. And it's a really prestigious award and a starting point. So I hope I can continue with the sphere of influence in policy formulation and implementation in India. And I can see a lot of awards behind Mr. Shroff. I hope someday I'm able to get it, even a fraction of it. I think that will be really, really amazing. So yeah, so thank you very much. And thank you, sir. Thank you very much for really guiding me through this entire process. That was very helpful. I'm sincerely grateful for this.
Shweta, while I've never met you, I only once spoke to you, but I've known about you for a while, and I'm glad you're in the list. I'm not on the jury, but I watched your presentation, so we're happy that you're part of the list. And Mr. Shroff was very clear in 5-6 cases that we must give these awards, but not call them lawyers. These are legal influencers. They're no longer practicing law, but they're making a contribution to this field. So he was upfront very clear about this distinction and has told us to make that distinction in our editorial and in our announcements. So we're happy that you're part of it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I'm very grateful to Mr. Shroff. He always finds a solution to accommodate people. So he's very solution oriented. So here also, I'm so grateful that he found a way that I could be on the list. Thank you, sir.
Shweta, let me just tell you that I didn't vote. I didn't vote at all because I knew you. I didn't ask you a single question because I knew you, and you were independently selected by the rest of the jury.
That I'm glad that you.
I didn't want to say that because Mr. Shroff is absolutely right. He did, and other jury members had a clear yes for you. So while Mr. Shroff has definitely mentored you to the chair of the jury, but keeping with the norms that we set out for the jury, he decided not to participate. Mr. Junjunwala?
Well, I can vouch for that. And I will only say this, Shweta, I don't know you. But when I read through your elevated pitch, I must say the future of the country is very bright when youngsters like you decide to give up very successful careers, especially lucrative and successful in a top firm, Shardul's firm, and then join the Indian Foreign Service. So great job, very well done. Please stay hungry, please stay grounded, and best wishes for what you're doing for the elderly in Vrindavan. Fabulous. God bless.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ravindra, for that.
Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations once again,
Thank you,
Shweta.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we now move on to the next winner. Joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? Congratulations, Siddharth Srivastava, partner Ketan & Co. for winning
Thank you
this.
so much,
Virtual
Bhavna.
applause coming right to your screen.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Mr. Shroff. Thank you, Mr. Jinwala, and all the rest of the jury members. This award, of course, means a lot to me since it's a recognition of all the hard work I've put in all these years. And thanks to the BW team for putting this together. And I would like to thank all my clients, my seniors and colleagues who have guided me throughout. Also, of course, not to forget, big thank you to my team and family, especially my wife, who has always stood by me. And thank you, everyone. Thank you for this.
Congratulations, Siddharth. I think you
Thank
thoroughly
you.
deserve this particular honor. And you were, again, one of the absolute no negation, no no's against you, no maybes against you. You were a unanimous choice.
Unanimous winner. One of those few good goddess. I mean, that doesn't make others less worthy, but some were more coherent in the way they articulated their impact, and you got it right in the first go.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. It's a pleasure interacting with all of you. Yeah.
Our jury, Mr. Junjunwala.
Well, I didn't vote for you because I had to excuse myself, but I must say, with Shardul and Dr. Batra's permission, that one of the other jury members commented that there's absolutely no need to interview him, just say yes.
That's true.
Yeah. So, I will only appreciate Siddharth. Of course, everybody on this list has done great job on the legal side or as an influencer. But what you put forth as the CAN Foundation, the work that you've done, that was really impressive. So thank you very much for that from all of us. I think to give back to society is so important. So congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We hope we'll keep going.
Thank
so
you and
much.
congratulations. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next winner joining us in the Elite Club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? Congratulations, Siddharth Seri, for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, virtual applause going right to you, Siddharth.
Thank you so much. Namaste. It is with great pleasure that I receive this award. My deepest appreciation goes to the eminent jury members and BW Legal World for bestowing this privilege. This award is and will always remain a result of the platform and the opportunities I received at JSA. I'm also blessed to have worked with some of the finest senior counsels in the country who have guided me and mentored me. Growing up in a small town in Himachal Pradesh, I could not have possibly imagined that one day I will be standing before such distinguished legal minds. It is an absolute honor. I would like to recognize my family, my friends, my professors, my well-wishers who have supported me and made me worthy of this award. The world is going through a difficult time. I take opportunity to wish everyone great health and safety. Sarve bhavantu sukhna, sarve tu niramayah, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukha bhag bhavantu.
Brilliant.
I think
Mr. Shaw?
Siddharth, your last Sanskrit quote sums it all. That you must wish good for everyone, you must do good for everyone, and that is the way to success. Don't have any enmity, don't have any jealousy, just do your duty and the results will follow as spring follows winter. I think you deserve your award both because of your cultural moorings and the way you have worked very hard in relation to the litigation skills and the dispute skills that you have displayed. So congratulations to you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Mr. Junjunwala?
Congratulations. Keep doing well.
Thank you, Dr. Batra.
And I'm sure with the kind of attitude you have, I keep saying altitude in life is determined by the attitude. You clearly come across as somebody who's very, very sensitive and who has the right attitude. So all the best, Siddharth.
Mr. Junjunwala, our jury?
Siddharth, all I will say is very well done. those of us who come from small towns and villages have more to prove. And your thank you speech showed that. Please stay grounded, and all the very best to you with whatever you do.
Thank you so much. So obliged.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you so much.
Thank you. With this, I'd also like to thank our jury, Rabindra Jhunjhunwala, for giving up his valuable time. Thank you so much.
Nothing compared to what Shardul is doing and what
No,
BW
don't
has
say
been
that.
doing.
Don't say
So
that. Everyone has contributed, and I'm so glad to have been just one among equal, the first
No,
among equal. So
not at all. That's,
everybody has
you
done a
know,
lot.
that is why you are you, Shardul. You're so humble and so kind. That's why everybody looks up to you. Thank you so much for all the time you've given. What a chair you have been. So fair and so amazing. And Dr. Batra, what a show to you and your entire team. Thank you very much. I won't take up time. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much. With this, I'd like to call upon our jury, Mr. Bobby Majumdar, Co-Office Managing Partner, Reed Smith LLP, to kindly join us on the screen, and also Bhuvnesh Khanna, CEO, BW Communities, to join us on the screen.
Hi.
Welcome, Bobby and Bhuvnesh. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for including me.
Welcome, Mr. Majumdar. Welcome, Mr. Khanna.
Thank you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, with Mr. Bhuvnesh and Mr. Majumdar joining us, it's now time to announce the winner for the next. Joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year, could we have the winner, AV, please? Congratulations, Sudipta Bhattacharjee, partner Advaita Legal. Virtual applause coming right there for you, Sudipta. Congratulations.
Thank you. A very good evening to all of you. It's a great privilege to be part of this elite group. Big thank you to BW Legal and the esteemed jury for this honor. I'm particularly delighted to share this honor with 6 other alumni from my alma mater, NUJS Kolkata. This is a big morale booster in these troubled times and will surely encourage me in my path ahead. Heartfelt gratitude to my parents, my dearest wife, for all their support, and of course to my alma mater for playing a key role in shaping me into what I am. Here's to the future. Thank you.
Congratulations, Sudipta. Shroff first.
Congratulations, Sudipta. I think your specialization in indirect taxes and GST puts you as one of the outstanding legal professionals, and we wish you the best. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Mr. Majumdar.
Yes, Sudipta, well done. And as a Kabashi Bong, also very pleased for your success.
Thank you.
Mr. Khanna.
Sudipta, I'm hardly a pygmy, when there are luminaries like Shardul and Bobby who speak about you, right? But do well. India needs to be in good legal hands, right? We need to carry the torch which is being carried by people like Nani Palkhiwala, right? They are luminaries. So we're in good hands. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Sudipta. God bless you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, now moving on to our next winner. Joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year, could we have the winner, AV, please? Congratulations, Siddharth Batra. Ladies and gentlemen, virtual applause going there right for our gentlemen. Congratulations. Over to you, Siddharth.
Thank you. I'm delighted, elated to get this award, especially because of the reason, the kind of jury which was made by the business world. I think the best legal minds were present there. I remember when the jury opened up, the screen opened up for me. I could see two senior advocates from the Supreme Court. But after a minute, I realized we had Mr. Shardul Shroff, who's with us right now, and we had Mr. Luthra as well. To see that, I was completely glued up. It was a great experience. Thank you, Dr. Rag Batra, for introducing me to this. Thanks to Business World. And I would like to thank my colleagues at my law firm, my law clerks, and my office staff who made this possible for me. I think this is something, I'm turning 40 next year. I think I couldn't have asked for anything better than this. I'm grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Mr. Shaw.
Congratulations, Siddharth. I like your humility in thanking your subordinate staff and all your colleagues in winning as a winner. And I wish you the very best in life, and keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Siddharth.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm done. Congratulations, Siddharth.
Short and sweet. Mr. Batra, congratulations on all your success. And as someone who's a corporate lawyer, they sometimes refer to us as desk lawyers, and you as an advocate, as a real lawyer, a stand-up lawyer, keep standing up and keep in upholding those levels of civility, as well as ethics and competency in what you're doing. Really pleased for you.
Thank you.
Mr. Khanna?
Yeah, congratulations, Siddharth. Not because you're just another Batra on the screen, you're two of them.
I was just going to say that.
You occupy 33% of the space, but yeah, I'll echo what Shardul did say. It's always nice to carry your team along and acknowledge them. And yeah, and also Matsura Rabindra had said, feet on ground, stay humble, stay grounded, right? You'll go faster. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Mr. Shroff, for your patience. I've been seeing you since morning. It's a marathon thing. And you completed all the entries as well. We're grateful to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Siddharth. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we're now going on to our next winner. Joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? Congratulations, Tariq Khan. Virtual applause coming to you right on your screen.
Thank you so much, Bhavna. A very good evening to this August gathering. It's indeed a privilege for me to be the youngest member in the list, and to see the names of people I have worked under and I have learned from, and people I look up to. I don't think, even though the name on the award is mine, but I think it belongs to each and every person who has given me some confidence and some motivation at any point of time in life. And I'd like to thank Team BW and the excellent jury members, and my family, my friends who are watching this today, and my boss, Mr. Hiru Advani, and Mr. Shashank Garg, for always believing in me. I may have missed certain names, but I just want to say that I love you all. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Congratulations, Tariq, for being the youngest winner of this award, and for doing it at a time and space where you're only a principal associate at Advani and Company. It just demonstrates that you will go very far and you will get more and more accolades on the way. Our deepest congratulations to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Majumdar?
Yeah, Mr. Khan, congratulations on your fast start. It's a long road ahead. It's a marathon, not a sprint, but keep doing what you're doing. You're obviously doing well. Congrats.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
You know, I've been hearing a lot of winners speak about their winnings and, you know, acknowledging people who've supported them. It's not fashionable. I think the more we do it, the better it is. You know, we need to acknowledge them and we need to hold hands. Somebody held our hand to get us here. We should not forget to hold hands of the others behind us. Raghukul Reet Sada Chali Aayi. Right? So that's how you need to do it. Tariq, remember that. Stay
Thank you,
grounded.
sir.
God bless you, sir. You'll go far, as Shardul said.
Inshallah.
Dr.
Thank you, sir.
Batra?
God bless you. Keep doing well. Stay humble in spite of all your accolades. Work harder. Once you reach a certain accolade, a certain position, you have to work harder to stay there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
Brilliant.
so much. It means a lot.
Brilliant, and congratulations once again, Tariq. Ladies and
Thank you.
gentlemen, with this, we're coming to the final winner joining us in the elite club of PW Legal 40 under 40 this year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? And ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, Tarun Nangia, for joining us. A virtual applause coming for you.
Congratulations, Tarun. First, Mr. Shroff.
Tarun, I think as a legal influencer and the extent with which you have gone deep into the law, though you are not a lawyer, is just remarkable. And we wish you the very best in the future. Keep learning the law, keep digging the law, and keep questioning the lawyers. That's the way. He's not hearing us.
I believe, yeah, he's facing an issue in terms of hearing us. Tarun,
Tell him to take out his mics. Tell him
Yeah.
to take
could you
out his
remove
earphones.
your earphones?
Remove the mic. Remove the mic.
You know, I love these
And
accents coming.
sign language is working.
Tarun, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Sida Tarun is good.
He says he doesn't have them.
Okay.
In any case, let me go ahead and complete my
We can hear you.
congratulations.
We can hear you, Tarun. We can hear you. Go ahead, speak.
So as I said, keep digging into the law, keep developing the law, keep developing your special program, and the very best to you.
And I want to say here, I've had the pleasure of, and I'll say it because I didn't vote, and my opinion didn't count, and I didn't impose it, and there was no way it was going to get imposed. But I want to tell you, I've known Tarun from the age of 19. He's 34 now, and he's become an amazing professional. I've seen him start the show, and Mr. Shroff was very clear that he's a legal influencer. Say he's a legal influencer and not a lawyer. And again, the jury was unanimous. I remember today Mr. Ryan Karanjala was making a speech, and he referred to, I recorded a show yesterday with Mr. Singhvi and Mr. Nair, and then he said, Tarun's show, it will be aired tomorrow. So the fact is, you've been able to bring sitting Supreme Court judges.
I would like to thank each one of you. And this encourages
Speak
me
into
a
the
lot
mic.
to work harder, do better, produce great quality content for the legal fraternity, which as a fraternity impact all. The legal fraternity impacts all, the whole society as I see it, be it business, corporate, policy. No field is untouched. So in a sense that I understand the great sense of responsibility I have, and I would like to thank all of you from the bottom of my heart for this recognition. Thank you so much.
Well done, sir.
God bless you. God bless you, Tarun.
You know, I'm sure he would get the applause, meaning for sure. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. With that, thank you, Tarun. He was the last winner. Over to you, Dr. Batra. Also, I'd like to thank Mr. Shroff, Mr. Majumdar, Mr. Khanna.
I just want to thank Mr. Shroff. He's given 3.5 hours today. He gave about 11 hours in the jury meet. So I don't know what to say to him. And it was very involved. I mean, he took the right decisions. He did discussions, listened to everyone. So, and his chairing the jury really, kind of raised the bar. And so to say, I mean, it made it special for every winner. Every jury member was great. But jury chose him to be the jury chair. So clearly, the respect, it's not, it's a respect that he enjoys. And he's shown us what involvement. When you say yes to something, then you're all in, right? Except excusing himself on 5-6 entries because he had conflicts of interest there. He was fully involved and he kind of steered it. He didn't impose his view. He asked the questions. He asked, what is the impact you made? So thank you, Mr. Shroff. This is the inaugural year. Your leadership has made it possible. We can't thank you enough. And we thank all the
jury going above and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tat, for those kind words. And
Bobby, thank you for taking
enjoyed
out your time. Thank you so much.
So you don't
Anurag, that is why he is Shardul, right? I've been on copy of all the mails that he's been writing, including the one when he couldn't catch you last night. He's really been. I'm aware he was 24/7. He's been on the ball, and that's the kind of commitment that all the impressionable could do with and learn from.
Thank you so much.
I'm mostly on my mail, sitting in my study till 12. But at 8 p.m. I stepped out to take a friend for a dinner. He had some settlement that happened yesterday with him. So I took him out. He's from Bombay. And I was having dinner. And everyone's calling me. Mr. Shroff is sending you mail. Answer.
I was calling you.
And then finally I got a mail at about 10 o'clock from Mr. Khanna. Says, please answer the mail. And Mr. Khanna is like an older brother. He said to me, and he's very meticulous himself. So he said, why you? That's when I texted you. I said, can I call? Because I was not seeing. I don't have mail on my phone. Otherwise, I'd be just doing mails all day. So I'm sorry for me. So he's right. I mean, so we all respect you and we are grateful to.
So we must also thank Bobby.
Yeah, we
thank
must
you,
thank
Bobby.
Bobby for
And
having
Bobby, next time
participated
you have to
from
be more
abroad.
active and more vocal about your choices.
Absolutely. I'm just
Say
humbled
what
by being in this group. So first year, you always be quiet and listen. You learn more that way.
And I also think, with Shardul, Bobby, Mr. Junjunwana, and all the luminaries being present there, it sends a message to all those ones who are going to climb the ladder where these people have already climbed. That, guys, we are there to hold your hand and pull you up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
Somebody pulled us up.
Well, it's a fantastic achievement for all these 40. I think it's an amazing achievement. And congratulations to Businessworld for having set this new award. I think it's the first national award on 40 under 40. And so my heartiest congratulations to both of you.
Yeah. And I just want to say, Mr. Shroff, you were the keynote on our first legal conference on 12th December. We missed you at the awards, but our jury chair, Justice, Mr. Sikri was there. Justice Sikri was there. It was his wife's birthday, but still spent 2.5 hours giving away awards. And we missed you in the evening, though your firm won a lot of awards. And that was a great start because you joined then and you joined today. So we are grateful from the bottom of our heart. And I want to thank my fantastic
Thank you so much.
Let's get Mr. Shroff 2-3 minutes or Garima, Ashima, Krishnendra, Tanvi and her team, Afifa. These are 5-6 people. The A Technos team, Kunal, Abhinav, of course, Pranav. These are guys who work behind the. But Garima and Ashima, Ashima prepared me for all these panels today. Sent me questions, sent me pointers. Garima has been endlessly coordinating with everyone, all the winners.
And the creative team.
Yeah, y'all have a great.
I think it's a fantastic team that you have. It's a fantastic team that you have. I don't think you can succeed without a back-end team of this caliber. So my heartiest thanks to all of them. Yeah,
and unlike what Mr. believes that I bully them, I don't bully them. It's just that I'm meticulous on certain things. I want, and Mr.
Has to be a hard taskmaster to get things done.
True.
Nothing wrong in being a hard taskmaster.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm really blessed to have them here, Mr. Khanna. Bhavna, can you get them on stage? Garima, Ashima, Krishnendra Joshi. Garima, are you there?
Yes, Dr. Batra, I've just instructed the team. No, I've just instructed the team on the same, and just allow us a moment to confirm you on the same.
It will take time for them to log in, Mr. Batra. So they're hearing you, but they can't log in because they have to create space for the participants.
Okay, Mr. Khanna, then can you create space?
Yes,
Yeah.
let's do that. If we could request and thank Mr. Khanna and Mr. Majumdar for joining us, and
Thanks,
thank you
guys.
for your time.
Of course. Yeah, thanks, guys.
And we'd request if our team could also join us on the screen. Mr. Shroff, just a few
Ashima,
seconds
Garima,
more from you. Yes, if we could have Ashima, Garimas. Dr. Batra, they're just providing the link. Just allow us a moment. I know this this moment is very incredible, and as you can see, they're joining us.
That's Ashima. Ashima is our editorial lead.
Hi, Ashima. How
So
are
he
you?
leads the editorial.
Hello, sir. Good evening. Hi, Babton.
And one of the reasons I got late in sending you the questions because she wanted to vet them, added 1 or 2 questions, and I like that attitude of being detailed. Ashima is fantastic, and I say that.
Thank you so much.
So I'm not saying anything new. That's Garima. Garima,
Hi, Garima.
sometimes I growl.
I've been messaging her and making her life tough.
Congratulations, Garima. It's like giving birth to a baby. You guys, Ashima and Garima, you gave birth to a baby.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. This wouldn't be possible without your guidance. And thank you so much to Mr. Shroff and to the all the jury panels and to everybody in the team. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Garima, you want to say a few words?
Mr. Shroff for being so patient and answering all my calls in the middle of the night whenever your guidance was required. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure, Garima.
And I just want to announce that on 19th, next Saturday, we have a conference where we get all these winners to speak and also bring some legal luminaries so that, at the end we celebrate them. Today we've announced them. Today we had India's best legal minds in the day. I mean, those conversations and, content is worth a lot to get inspired. So thank you. Krishnendra, I'm sure, is not able to join, but please thank Krishnendra and Afifa, Tanvi, Radha, everyone, Manoj Aswal, the 8 Technos team. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shroff. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I'll sign
Thank you
off
so
now.
much.
I'll sign
Yes,
off.
please.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the conclusion of this incredible day. What a day this has been. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone on the deserving winners. Do celebrate on social media using our hashtag PWLegal40under40. With this, it's me, Bhavna Bhatia, signing off for the day. Thank you so much.
BW Businessworld presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Businessworld events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Businessworld events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Businessworld is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.